Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Shadow Slave. Chapter 2399. Bound Sonny did not know whether the puppeteer had told him the truth or woven intricate lies, shaping them to suit the mind of its prey. Perhaps it was both, with fragments of truth mixed in between deceit to make it all sound so much more believable and tantalizing. One thing was certain, though. Sonny had not believed even for a heartbeat that the puppeteer was above the malevolent madness all nightmare creatures seemed to suffer from. Maybe nightmare creatures were indeed driven mad by the call of the flame, just like awakened struggled to maintain their sanity when exposed to the call of nightmare. Perhaps the enormous black moth was indeed adept at suppressing its malice somewhat, but not because it was truly free from the rabid compulsion to destroy and devour anyone and anything not twisted by the void. Rather, it was merely to lure its victims into a false sense of security, just like the puppeteer had attempted to lure Sonny. It had always intended to consume Sonny, at best. At worst, its intention was to turn him into a puppet, infect him with corruption, and make him its thrall. If so, Sonny was not inclined to believe the rest of what the giant moth had told him either. But still, what if the rest of it was indeed true? What if some of it was? What if the world as Sonny knew it, the existence itself, was nothing but a furnace where all of them were doomed to burn? If the purpose of all living things was merely to be fuel? The universe was a cage built to contain the void, but weren't all of them caged within it as well? It was such a dreadful thought. Sonny felt that there was something wrong with that line of thinking. Even if the puppeteer had offered him some version of the truth, though, it had to have omitted something, changing the context and twisting the meaning of everything. But Sonny was not sure. He could not be sure, because the seeds of doubt had already been planted into his mind. Damnation, even after realizing what was happening, Sonny could not do anything. All he could do was kill the puppeteer before these seeds sprouted into something that could not be contained. Luckily, the wasted time did not only benefit the eerie moth. With every minute that passed, Sonny was growing stronger. The evening star burned in the dark depths of the underworld armament, bestowing him with ferocious power. Of course, it was hungrily consuming his essence and willpower as well, but that was a trade he was willing to make. Sonny had been lulled by the conversation with the puppeteer, but now he shook that enthrallment off. And when he did, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that passing time was not the only thing he had been overlooking. In truth, Sonny had failed to notice quite a few things as well. Come to think of it, he had been behaving peculiarly from the second his foot landed on the slope of the snow castle. Starting a conversation despite knowing better, humoring the puppeteer's suspiciously convenient claims, failing to pay attention to anything about his surroundings except for the billowing strands of black silk. Most of all, forgetting that Kai and Slayer existed at all. What? How did I? Why had Sonny not even thought to question what his companions were doing while he conversed with the cursed tyrant? Curses! Sonny hastily glanced around, casting his shadow sense out at the same time. His eyes widened, and fear grasped his heart with icy claws. Kai was hundreds of meters away. What looked like Kai, at least in his transcendent form. A giant figure was buried under a slithering mass of black silk, straining desperately to tear itself free. Sonny could hear the muffled cries of a dragon as the great beast tore at the silk, midnight scales glinting through the gaps between the dark strands. Slayer was nowhere to be seen, as if swallowed by the billowing mass of black silk entirely. The puppeteer was still perched atop the mountain, motionless, looming above them like an eerie insectile deity. Most disturbing of all was the fact that without Sonny ever realizing it, impossibly thin strings had wrapped themselves around his limbs, penetrating his body and reaching into his very soul. Sonny shuddered. Oh, throwing a murderous gaze up at the still figure of the colossal black moth, Sonny lunged forward. He tried at least, but the black strings held him in place, controlling him like a marionette. Arg! A hint of panic flooded his mind like a dreadful wave, suppressing it fiercely. Sonny strained against the invisible strings, feeling them tremble and give, his will cut at them like a blade, severing a few, but more took their place, piercing Sonny's flesh, soul, and spirit. These strings were both tangible and intangible. They restrained him physically, but much more perilously, They restrained him mentally as well. His mind was infected by doubt, and the puppeteer used that doubt to control him. When Sonny wanted to lunge forward, the strings strangled his determination to do just that, and so he stayed in place, unable to force himself into commanding his body to move. "You? Vile thing!" Sonny growled and purged his mind, throwing it into the state of battle clarity. At the same time, he steeled his resolve and wrapped himself in an armor forged out of pure will. He rebuilt his consciousness around an indomitable axis, his killing intent, his cold, scathing, overwhelming desire to visit death and destruction upon the puppeteer, to tear that vile moth apart. Innumerable strings of black silk snapped, but even more surrounded him, binding him like a suffocating cocoon, or a chrysalis, perhaps. Sonny let out a stifled scream, falling to his knees. The strings cut into his skin, drawing drops of crimson blood. "Kill it. I must. Oh, ew. Here's kill it. Kill it." He had to. Kill. Grinning wickedly, Sonny commanded his blood to flow back into the thin cuts left on his body and released his physical form. His body turned into a mass of formless darkness, but he failed to escape the stranglehold of the puppeteer's strings, still, since they bound the shadows just as easily as the bound flesh. The vast shadows struggled and strained, enveloped by the web of black silk, bound, trapped, unable to escape. Some distance away, no glimpses of the magnificent dragon could be seen through the billowing mass of glistening strands anymore, and no sound of him could be heard. Kai's figure was buried entirely under a dark hill of silk. Most of the sun was hidden behind the horizon, and the fiery splendor of radiant sunset was slowly turning into the dim twilight of dusk. Chapter 2400, Breaking the Rules. Ah! Sonny could feel his mind slipping. The puppeteer loomed above the world like a dark cliff, the giant black orbs of its eerie black eyes staring down upon the slopes of the silken mountain dispassionately. Kai was still struggling to free himself from under the mass of black silk, but he was almost entirely immobilized by now. Sonny was straining against the puppeteer's strings as well. But it was pointless. If they were only holding him in place, he could have torn them apart. He could have slithered his way out of their inescapable embrace at least. But the strings bound his mind just like they were binding his shadow. His very thoughts were restrained, and Sonny could not even fathom trying to break free anymore. Time was running out. The only thought the puppeteer could not poison with doubt was the one Sonny kept repeating silently, using it as an axis that held his mind together and prevented it from falling entirely under the eerie nightmare creature's control. Kill it, I must kill it. His bloodlust was his only salvation. The vast shadows stirred. Sonny broke his mind apart into innumerable streams, abandoning most of them to free some from the insidious grasp of the puppeteer. He had to do something drastic. The time for desperate measures had come and gone. Now was the time for pure madness. Sonny imagined himself taking a deep breath. Then he took all his willpower, all his authority, all his killing intent, and all the power granted to him by the evening star, and used them to call forth a shade. If he thought about it, the puppeteer was really in a bad situation. Its true power lay in its thralls, but none of them were here to protect their master. The black moth stayed still and motionless, and that was not because it had no need to move, rather, it was because the snow tyrant was not that ferocious and physically strong. All it could do to deter the adversary was use its profane powers and peculiar will to reach it. On top of that, Sonny was more or less its natural predator. That was because Sonny commanded a legion of shades, and shades possessed neither will nor a sense of self. They had no desires, no resolve, no determination of their own, and therefore they knew no hesitation. They were immune to doubt because doubt was foreign to their very nature. There was nothing for the puppeteer to poison, so it was powerless to control the shades. It could only control their master. But as long as Sonny remained firm in his conviction, his shades would be able to do what he could not. There was just one enormous mountain-sized problem. The puppeteer might have been weak in direct confrontation, but that was only in relative terms. It was still a cursed tyrant no matter where its true talent lay. Not just any shade could face it in battle. The obsidian wasps would be destroyed by one flap of the puppeteer's wings. The shadow wolves would be vanquished and torn apart in an instant. Abundance would hold out longer, but it would not muster enough offensive power to kill the detestable moth before it was too late. The Rat King was vicious and annihilating, but it needed time to propagate and grow unstoppable. That only left the wolf, the ruthless, proud predator from the dawn of time, one ferocious and fatal enough to tear the puppeteer's wings off and crush its appalling head. And yet, Sonny was full of doubt. Would the wolf really be able to kill the snow tyrant? Would Sonny himself remain firm enough not to command his frightening shade into retreat? No. Doubt made Sonny weak and indecisive. It made him feel despair. He still was in control of enough of himself to summon a shade, but he was not confident that the same would hold true in a few minutes, so he did what he always did when forced into a corner. He cheated. The shade Sonny called forth was not an obsidian wasp, abundance, rat king, or the wolf. Instead, it was the shadow of another cursed tyrant. It was condemnation. Sonny had lost access to his shades after entering Ariel's game, but they still existed somewhere out there within his soul. Other shades might have been summoned and carrying his orders, but condemnation wasn't, because it had never answered his call before. Augmented by the evening star, Sonny's tyrannical will and his undeniable authority descended upon the somber giant, commanding it to emerge from the peaceful darkness of his soul. Sonny had thought that he would be able to overpower the obstinate tyrant while strengthened by the sacred memory, but he was wrong. His will and his authority crumbled against the unfathomable, inert depths of the enormous shade. Condemnation refused to move, just as it always had. It remained still and motionless, towering above the silent waters of his soul. Sonny had expected as much. After all, he had not been able to call upon any other shade earned beyond the confines of Ariel's game either. But while Sonny could not summon them with his Shadow Legion aspect ability, which the laws of this artificial realm were interfering with, that did not mean that he could not fool these laws. So, instead of commanding the gigantic shade to reveal itself, he simply gathered all his willpower and banished condemnation from his soul. He threw condemnation out. Sonny had never done something like that before, which did not mean that he couldn't. Now that he was supreme and wielded greater authority both over his soul and over the shades populating it, he could summon them forth and call them back. He could also store physical items within his soul and expel them from it, effectively manifesting them. And that was what he did with the vast, huge shade of condemnation. He expelled it. Ho-Yue. Sonny had not attempted to do that with any of his shades in the past for a good reason, though. Any shade he could not summon with his Shadow Legion aspect ability was a shade that did not obey his commands. That fact would not change even if he managed to summon it into existence somehow, which meant that once the shadow of condemnation emerged into the light, Sonny would have no control over it whatsoever. It could attack the puppeteer. It could just as well attack him instead. It could even remain still and do nothing, content to simply be. But that was a risk Sonny was willing to take at the moment. In fact, he welcomed it. The potentially deadly drawback of summoning a disobedient shade was actually a life-saving grace in his current situation. Because if Sonny could not control condemnation, the puppeteer could not control Sonny to order condemnation to stand down. And since he was not using Shadow Legion to summon it, the laws of Ariel's game would hopefully fail to prevent the Shadow Colossus from appearing. Snow Tyrant, Ash Tyrant. Let's add a third tyrant into the mix, shall we? Let's break the rules. As innumerable strings of black silk fluttered in the wind, rushing to bind the vast shadow, reality seemed to ripple. The sea of clouds swirled. And then, the mass of silk stands was torn apart when a huge hand emerged from Sonny's formless vastness, extending far into the sky and casting a titanic shadow onto the slope of the shuddering mountain. Chapter 201. Two Tyrants. A titanic arm woven out of darkness and obsidian rose from the formless shadow, spanning almost 2 kilometers in length. Then it fell slowly, the vast palm striking the slope of the mountain with calamitous power. Strands of black silk flew in the hurricane wind, and a whirlwind of snow escaped from beneath them into the frigid air. The mountain groaned as the shade of condemnation pressed down upon it, and a huge head followed the titanic arm. The shadow of the dead tyrant slowly pulled itself out of the shadow and straightened, towering above the world. Its size was truly unimaginable. The tenebrous figure of condemnation was as tall as most mountains on earth, And even here in the artificial world of Ariel's game, it seemed improbably immense. Standing at the lowest point of the slope, near the rippling sea of clouds and the tapestries of black silk hiding it, the shadow of the cursed tyrant reached more than halfway to the highest point of the Snow Castle mountain. If condemnation raised its hands, they would cast a shadow upon the jagged peak and on the giant black moth perched on top of it. The puppeteer was looking down upon the towering figure of condemnation, still eerily motionless. Compared to the immense shade, it seemed almost petite. From the tip of its antennae to the edges of its folded wings, the giant black moth was no more than a kilometer across, barely a quarter of condemnation's unfathomable height. Its actual body was even smaller. Once the titanic shade straightened, the cursed tyrant finally reacted. It shifted, its wings trembling subtly. An eerie clicking washed over the world, making the winds go mad with terror. The puppeteer stared down at the shadow of condemnation, and the shadow of condemnation glanced up, casting its lightless gaze at the puppeteer. "Go, tear each other apart." Sonny strained against the invisible strings, screaming silently as they cut his very being apart. No matter how fiercely he resisted and how badly he hurt himself by fighting against the strings of doubt, he could not free himself from their hold. On the contrary, with every passing moment, the insidious influence of the puppeteer spread, binding him tighter, and although he was desperately hoping that the shadow of condemnation would clash with the eerie black moth, there was no guarantee that it would. That shade was different from the rest, possessing a mind of its own. However, that mind was peculiar and alien, not easily understood. Sonny had no idea what guided it, and therefore he did not know what condemnation would do. The tenebrous giant could indeed attack the puppeteer. It could turn around and crush Sonny under its foot as well. It could even do nothing. But that did not matter too much, really, because no matter what it did, the puppeteer would have to react. Even if condemnation showed no immediate hostility to the insidious moth, the moth would not be able to ignore the threat it represented or tolerate its presence in the snow domain. The puppeteer would be forced to act, and therefore the clash between it and the shadow of condemnation was inevitable. Sonny was going to use that chance to escape his bindings. Come on! To his relief, the shadow of condemnation seemed to sense the silent malice of the giant moth perched atop the mountain. Still looking up, it slowly raised its titanic foot and took a step forward, breaching a vast distance with that single step. It was climbing the mountain. Yes, clanned by doubt and pain. Sonny felt a hint of vicious glee. He did not hope that the titanic shade would be able to kill the puppeteer. Even if the accursed moth was physically weak, it was still a cursed one, while the shade of condemnation was merely the shade of a once mighty being. Its calamitous power was incomparable to a true cursed tyrant, and the shadow of its will was incomparable to the profane authority of a living deity. Even if shades were immune to the puppeteer's malevolent power, Sonny did not count condemnation's chances high, and yet the devastation caused by a clash between these two would be unthinkable. The puppeteer would most likely prevail, but it would not prevail easily, and neither would it prevail unscathed. Most importantly, it would not prevail rapidly, which would give Sonny plenty of time to free himself while the adversary's attention was concentrated somewhere else. Out there in front of him, condemnation took another titanic step, making the mountain shake. It was then that the puppeteer finally moved. Its great black wings unfolded, instantly obscuring the sky. The shadow they cast swallowed the world, and then the puppeteer leaped off its silken perch in one rapid, quiet motion. As it plummeted down, the winds groaned and screamed, cut by the sharp edges of the vast black wings. The profane deity of doubt was like a guillotine blade made of pure darkness, severing the world as it fell down upon the shadow of condemnation. The black silk billowed and danced as it passed. At the last moment, the puppeteer righted its flight and allowed the wind to support its wings, turning from the dark slope toward the towering colossus. The two of them collided with harrowing violence, making the sky split apart and causing the mountain to fracture. The giant moth's 6 legs pierced the chest and the neck of condemnation, and it straddled the sacred shade, facing it directly. The tenebrous giant staggered from the impact. It raised its hand, intending to tear the wings of the puppeteer apart, but at that moment the endless mass of black silk boiled and surged. Titanic tendrils of it shot upward and wrapped themselves around Condemnation's wrists, pulling its hands down. More still bound its legs and waist, weighing them down with inescapable power. But that was not all. At the same time, the endless expanse of black silk stretching between the snow castle and the surrounding mountains surged too. Naunoir's countless strands of it originated from the silken mountain, reaching outward like a boundless web. Now they rose into the air and surrounded the snow castle, closing around it like a huge cocoon. As they slowly closed, the world dimmed. The blazing, bleeding inferno of the dying sunset was blotted out, and a deep darkness fell upon the fractured mountain. In that darkness, the evening star burned, fueling Sunny with a flood of power. Chapter 2402, Doubtless. The world shook and shook as the cursed tyrant and the sacred shade clashed. The immense vastness of Condemnation was straining against the gargantuan pillars of black silk that bound its limbs, while the puppeteer straddled its chest, reaching for the giant's face. It seemed to have the upper hand at the moment, but the shadow of Condemnation was already retaliating. Even if it could not break the countless strands of silk, it had already begun assimilating them. Everything that touched Condemnation was condemned to become a part of it, and the black silk was no exception. But was the puppeteer an exception? Sunny did not know, and he did not have time to observe the battle between the tyrants, one living, one dead, closely, because his only chance to free himself from the invisible strings cast by the puppeteer was now, while the accursed moth was distracted by the shadow of Condemnation. Sadly, contrary to his hopes, the puppeteer did not seem distracted at all. Even while fighting the titanic foe, it maintained flawless control of its strings. In fact, their silken vice had only grown more crushing, making Sunny reel and sway at the edge of the abyss. He could feel the last shreds of certainty slipping away from him. He was not even entirely sure of who he was anymore. Once he lost himself entirely, he would truly and utterly turn into an obedient puppet of the harrowing black moth. I refuse. As the invisible strings sliced him apart, Sunny continued to fight them, to exterminate the doubt plaguing his mind, and to strive to break free. All the things he had done to gain freedom, everything that he had sacrificed to break his chains. And what? He would become a damn insect's toy. Sunny raged against his doubt, against the invisible strings, tearing more and more of himself apart to escape them. But what was the point? The strings were unbreakable. It was all hopeless. The suffering was overwhelming. Ah, he knew suffering well. From the cruel expanse of the forgotten shore, no, from even earlier than that. From the suffocating maze of the outskirts until now, every step he took was accompanied by unbearable pain. That was life. That was the truth of his existence, of all existence, an endless struggle to fuel the flame, an endless struggle that was the flame, a terrible furnace that endlessly devoured itself to continue devouring, struggling and burning. An endless, vile, self-sustaining curse, so wasn't it? Wasn't it enough? Did he really have to suffer more? To struggle more? Struggle? Did he not deserve to stop struggling, for once? Sunny shivered, enveloped by the invisible strings. The strings were wrapped tightly around him, their cold touch promising peace and solace. No, it wasn't enough. Solace was a sin. Peace was death. Stop struggling. Like hell. Sunny would only stop struggling when he was dead. And he was technically already dead, so he was never going to stop. Never. Life was a struggle, living hurt. Good. Pain was a gift. As long as he could feel pain, he knew that he was still alive. So what if the flame needed fuel to burn? Sunny himself was a part of the flame. All of existence was. So why would he want to starve and extinguish himself? Lower rope, why would he not want to burn as brightly as he could, to pursue his desires as passionately as he could, to feed the flame with his longing? That was life. Why would he not want to live? Damn moth! Get the hell out of my head, you lying wretch! The vast shadows surged, ripping the strings apart. Countless strands of silk broke, but not enough of them to set him free. However, by resisting as desperately as he could, Sunny did buy himself time. And a few seconds later, a graceful figure suddenly appeared nearby, her long braid whipping in the wind. Slayer skirted the tendrils of silk, dashing between them like a dancer, and reached him in an instant. Landing on the snow near Sunny, she glanced at him briefly, her onyx eyes shining with sincere, murderous purity. Then her twin swords fell down, slicing through the invisible strings that bound him in place. Empowered by ash, her strike carried an undeniable finality. The sharp blades sliced through countless threads of silk, and suddenly Sunny could move again. As the two titanic creatures battled on the slope of the fracturing mountain, the shadows behind them seethed and surged. Free, Kai. The hiss that resounded from the shadows did not sound like a human voice. It washed over the world, making Slayer take a step back. She lingered for a moment, then dashed in the direction of a hill of black silk under which Kai was buried. Countless strings shot to bind her, but she skirted those of them that were tangible, while those of them that were so thin as to be invisible simply fell powerlessly after touching her ebony skin. After all, Slayer had managed to survive thousands of years in the Shadow Realm. Other shadows had lost themselves to its dark expanse, but even in the embrace of death, she never did. Even if her memories were gone, she always remained uncompromising, the pure nature of her unblemished spirit tolerating no doubt. Sunny, meanwhile, rose and manifested into a towering colossus. Well, it was a little presumptuous to call himself a colossus when the shadow of condemnation and Puppeteer were nearby. Compared to them, his shadow colossus form, even though it was taller than ever before, seemed certifiably puny. But the power boiling inside him was anything but. Most of the sun was already hidden behind the horizon, and the mountain was enveloped in a gargantuan cocoon of black silk. Surrounded by darkness, the evening star had almost reached its apogee. It was still enough. Though Slayer might have cut the strings binding Sunny, and he might have torn countless strings apart himself, but more were already rushing at him, ready to pierce him and infect him with doubt. No, to win this fight he had to do more. To be more, or be different, at least. Sunny glanced up at the two battling deities, and then he did something he had been wary of, frightened of, for a long, long time. Chapter 2403, Forced Enlightenment. On the slope above Sunny, condemnation was absorbing the strands of silk into the vastness of its tenebrous body. The mighty black tendrils binding its limbs had already been assimilated, tearing as the towering giant broke free of their hold. So were the lower segments of the puppeteer's legs, 4 of its legs at least, which had been thrust into condemnation's chest. The giant moth let out a peculiar clicking sound as its limbs snapped, rivers of eerie black ichor flowing out of the awful wounds like a tide. Everywhere the drops of dark liquid fell, the slope of the mountain itself seethed and boiled, giving birth to monstrous apparitions. Losing its purchase on the body of condemnation, the detestable moth should have plummeted down from a great height. However, instead it was flattened against the towering shade's titanic chest, slowly drowning in it as if attracted by the pull of an irresistible force. For a moment it seemed as if the puppeteer was in a desperate situation, but then Sunny saw something that stunned and terrified him, something that should not have been possible. Condemnation's huge head separated from its body in a harrowing fountain of obsidian shrapnel. The black moth had 2 legs left after all, and using them, it had just finished brutally tearing the titanic shade's head off its neck. The puppeteer glanced small and delicate in front of the mountain-sized shadow of condemnation, and yet it easily raised the enormous head with its 2 thin legs. Sunny was not sure if the giant black moth had a mouth, but he was entirely certain that the head of condemnation was being devoured somehow. It was rapidly reducing in size, torrents of darkness flowing down the towering shadow's beheaded body, while pieces of obsidian rained down like dark meteors. Their impacts damaged the slope of the mountain even more, sending deep cracks running through it. Condemnation, meanwhile, was about to grasp the puppeteer's wings. However, those wings moved at the last moment, the sharp edges slicing through the titanic shade's wrists like gigantic blades. In an instant, the towering giant lost both of its hands. Beheaded and mutilated, condemnation swayed, and moved its arms to embrace the puppeteer, seemingly unconcerned about the frightening state of its material vessel. Pieces of the slope, glacial ice, and vast tapestries of black silk were already being absorbed into its body, turning into condemnation's flesh. The titanic shade was going to offer the puppeteer a distressing fight, but Sonny knew that it was going to lose. It could even be entirely destroyed, not sent back into his soul or the shadow realm itself, but simply annihilated, ceasing to exist forever or possibly becoming nourishment for the eerie black moth. Sonny had not known that shades could even be destroyed, but he should have known better. There were few absolutes in the world of the nightmare spell. The fact that none of his shades had been destroyed before simply meant that he had not met a creature capable of destroying them yet. As the rank and class of his enemies reached the peak of profane power, he was bound to meet one soon. In fact, he already had. Sonny was pretty sure that condemnation would have been able to assimilate shades back when it was raining the hollows of Godgrave, making them another part of its nebulous body. So why would the puppeteer be any different? That was why Sonny could not rely on the rogue shade of condemnation. If he wanted to defeat the detestable moth and win the death game, he could only rely on himself, and for that, he had to become someone who could kill the puppeteer. Sonny himself was incapable of that feat. He was a supreme titan, yes, albeit a severely weakened one. However, even if he had faced the corrupted spirit of doubt wielding all his harrowing power, the result still would have been the same. All his power was useless if he could not bring himself to use it. Plagued by doubt and controlled by the strings of black silk, Sonny had no hope of overcoming the puppeteer. So what could he do? He could become someone else. He was a shadow, after all, and shadows were inherently formless. At the same time, they were adept at assuming any form they wished, or rather the form of what was casting them. Sonny had learned to do the same with the help of shadow dance. And yet, he had been holding himself back from mastering the fifth step of shadow dance, the step that would allow him to shadow the attributes and various traits of other beings due to how perilous it was. He was afraid to lose himself in their forms forever. That fear was pointless at the moment, though, because becoming a marionette controlled by the puppeteer was a far worse fate than becoming something he could not recognize. So, Sonny forcefully suppressed his murderous rage and brought the bleeding fragments of his frayed mind together, preparing to break through to a new level of mastery over shadow dance. He collected the insights and attainments he had glimpsed as a saint and a sovereign, plunging himself into a state of artificial enlightenment. The concepts and ideas he had brushed against, but chose to ignore, shone in the darkness of his mind and fused together. The experiences he had tried to forget surfaced in his memory, becoming revelations. Sonny felt a clear picture of what he had to do and how to do it, assembling in his head, creating a path he had to follow in order to successfully perform the fifth step. All that was left to do was try, succeed, and survive succeeding. I must remain myself. As the detestable moth and the headless giant tore each other apart in front of him, Sonny focused all his being on one impossible task: become a creature capable of slaying the puppeteer. But what creature could that be? Well, wasn't that obvious? Stalwart attribute description: the stone saint is highly resistant to all forms of damage, as well as fully immune to mind and soul attacks. As the mystical stone-like metal of the jade mantle encased the shadow colossus in a fearsome black carapace, Sonny extended his senses to perceive every little detail of the armor forged by Nether, the prince of the underworld. He had to become one of Nether's children. He had to become a stone saint. Chapter 2404, Fifth Step. When Sonny thought about it, a stone saint was one of the best possible shapes he could attempt to assume to master the fifth step of shadow dance, even if he did not consider the nature of the battle against the puppeteer. After all, Saint was his first shadow. She had spent close to a decade by his side, saving his life countless times, just as he had saved hers. Saint was not only his most loyal follower, but also his battle companion and, at numerous points, had been his teacher. There were few beings in the world he knew better than he knew Saint. Not only that, but Sonny had also taken her into the embrace of shadow countless times, and as his power strengthened her, he had fathomed the stone saints in great detail, body and mind. Additionally, Sonny already shared a degree of kinship with these stone-like creatures. After all, he commanded the jade shell and the jade mantle. A piece of Nether's inheritance had already become a part of him. So if Sonny wanted to assume the shape of another creature to the point of manifesting its attributes, a stone saint was a good choice. He had mastered the first step of shadow dance by shadowing Nephis, whose battle style he knew the best. And now, he was going to master the fifth by shadowing Saint, whom he was familiar with on a level that was only possible between the Sovereign of Death and one of his shadows. This was going to be different from anything he had done before. Sonny had plenty of experience assuming forms different from his own, naturally, but those were merely imitations. Even the shadow spawn form, which he had mastered more than any other, transformed only his appearance and the physical structure of his body. The rest of him, things hidden from view, remained the same. Today, though, Sonny had to delve much deeper into personifying someone other than himself. Imitation was not going to cut it. He had to become the genuine thing. And so, Sonny summoned the image of Saint into his mind and allowed the Shadow Colossus shell to crumble. At the same time, he released his own shadow to occupy the same space. His vast shadow rose like a tidal wave and billowed, suspended on the cusp of manifesting into matter, but not quite tangible yet. Sonny thrust himself into a foreign mindset, substituting the essence of his being with one that belonged to someone else. He was not a creature of flesh and bone born in the outskirts of NQSC. He was not a shadow of that mortal man either. I was born in the underworld, deep in the cavernous halls of his dark domain. The last child of the forgotten god had created Sonny from stone to quell the fire burning in his resentful heart. However, that fire only grew hotter, designed to bring peace. Sonny and his siblings were instead born into an endless war. I was raised on the battlefield. He was proud. He was strong. He was a warrior. He was proficient in all forms of combat, having wielded all manner of weapons to wage war upon the gods. On 1,000 blood-soaked battlefields, countless weapons sang in his hand, and by listening to their cold songs, he had learned how to fashion himself into a weapon too. I know no surrender. There were beings out there who could destroy him, however, there were none who could bring him to his knees. His stone-like body was nearly indestructible. His spirit was indomitable. His conviction was as firm as a mountain, as clear as crystal. His ferocious heart knew no submission, only loyalty. He was an orphan. His creator was long dead, and his siblings had all been either destroyed or consumed by corruption. Now Sonny was alone, forlorn, forsaken. Until Sonny slowly manifested himself into existence. His flesh was neither stone nor flesh. Instead, it was something in between, possessing the same stone-like quality as the jade mantle. Instead of a heart, a furnace of divine flame burned in his chest. Instead of blood, ruby dust flowed in his veins. Impossibly thin diamond strings permeated his body like nerves, creating an intricate and gorgeous sorcerous array. Essence flowed through them, giving him life, giving him power. I am a stone saint. The vast shadow finally manifested into a dark colossus, towering at least 200 meters above ground. His powerful body was encased in a fearsome suit of black armor, which had been forged by the prince of the underworld, his father himself. Two fierce crimson lights were burning in the darkness that nestled behind the visor of his helmet. His stone-like body was heavy as a mountain, but could also become as light as a feather. His every move carried crushing weight, and strengthened by the evening star, he felt as if he could tear down the word. His mind was deep and unfathomable. His will was indomitable. Sonny knew then he had succeeded. He had shadowed the attributes and abilities of a stone saint, battle master, stalwart, and the rest. Some of them, like the flame of divinity and the underworld armament, he had already possessed, but they permeated his being differently now. He was now a being similar to Saint, but not Saint herself. After all, stone saints were individuals just like humans were. Each of them possessed their own unique skills and followed their own paths, and while they shared natural affinities, an affinity to true darkness, for example, they were not the same. Saint was a transcendent devil who commanded true darkness and had recently learned to control the concept of nothingness to further her goals. Sonny, meanwhile, was a supreme titan who commanded shadows. So, the stone saint he had become was a supreme titan and a ruler of shadows as well. The fifth step was complete. Everything was as it should have been. No, something was still missing. Why am I unarmed? Reaching into the shadows, Sonny pulled a giant sword and a giant shield out of them. looking up at the cursed tyrant and the sacred shade battling each other. He raised his sword and struck it against the rim of his shield twice, each strike resounding above the crumbling mountain like the ringing of a gigantic gong, announcing his unshakable resolve to the world, challenging whoever dared to stand against him, and heralding death and destruction to his enemies. Chapter 2405, Rulers of the Sky, answering the deafening call of the ringing shield, two bestial crimson flames ignited in the darkness cast by the towering black colossus. A dreadful growl drowned out the howling of the wind, and something colossal rose from the shadows at its feet. It was an enormous wolf, its fur moving in the wind like tongues of dark flame. The size of the sacred shade was colossal, and yet it only reached the armored giant's hip. Together they glanced like a warrior and his warhound, both born from shadows, surrounded by darkness and full of murderous intent. Good boy. Sonny grinned behind the visor of his helmet. At the same time, he felt a pang of surprise. What the? I can talk. Never did. So he often assumed that stone saints had simply not been given that ability by Nether. But as it turned out, his assumption was wrong. The shadow wolf lowered its head to the ground, letting out another frightening growl. Sonny had summoned it because he could. Usually, the strain of controlling a sacred shade would have been too great for him to attempt calling upon more than one at a time. Not impossible, but too strenuous to be useful in most situations. However, since Sonny was not controlling condemnation, could not control it, rather, and had not summoned the shade of the cursed tyrant through usual means, he still had the capacity to call forth a helper. The wolf was the strongest of his shades, so it was an obvious choice. Now, there was only one question left to answer. Would he and his sacred shade be enough to defeat the puppeteer and bring condemnation down once more? Somewhere outside the cocoon of black silk surrounding the snow castle, most of the sun had already drowned in the sea of clouds. There was not much time left before the sunset extinguished itself. Mere minutes, possibly. Not that time often stayed reliable in a battle between deities unless the deities wanted it to, and the puppeteer would definitely attempt to hold out until night fell, even if it meant forcing time to run faster. So Sonny had to kill it swiftly. Looking up, he saw condemnation collapsing under its own weight. The shadow of the cursed tyrant was grievously diminished, shrinking to half its former size. It was both falling and falling apart, its immense body unable to sustain itself. But condemnation was still unshaken and ready to continue the battle. Only the material vessel of the vast shade had been damaged. The nebulous force itself remained unscathed. It was going to create a new body for itself soon enough, this time from the fabric of Ariel's game. The puppeteer, meanwhile, fluttered its great wings and rose into the air, pushing itself off condemnation's collapsing chest and sending the crumbling giant plummeting to the ground faster. The sight of the enormous moth opening its wings above the falling adversary looked both majestic and undeniably nightmarish, as if the night itself gave birth to the distressing spirit of doubt. That was going to be a problem. The mountain shuddered when the crushing mass of condemnation impacted against the fractured slope. Sonny stood as if he was rooted to the ground, as solid as the dark caverns of the underworld, easily maintaining his balance. He considered the situation for a heartbeat, then shifted his gaze slightly, looking to his right. There, a hill of black silk was coming undone, sliced apart by Slayer's sharp blades. An angry roar tore free of the mass of lifeless strands, and then a magnificent dragon followed, clawing its way out of the silken barrow. Kai climbed out of the suffocating black cradle and rose above it, looking at the great wings of the puppeteer, which obscured the sky. Slayer was standing nearby, dwarfed by his size. The graceful shadow had sheathed her swords and was already summoning her bow. Sonny lingered for a moment, and then thrust his sword to the sky, pointing it at the detestable moth. Kai, Slayer, bring it down. He knew that he could kill the puppeteer, he was sure of it, without a shadow of a doubt. However, doing so while the eerie black moth stayed in the air was going to be problematic, since stone saints were not made for flying. Or, of course, Sonny could still diminish the weight of his towering body and leap into the sky, but the puppeteer would have an advantage in an aerial battle. Similarly, Sonny would have an advantage on the ground. Luckily, one of his companions had a claim to the title of the ruler of the sky as well. Kai was a dragon, after all, and while he was not powerful enough to slay the giant moth, he could at least prevent it from keeping its distance from Sunny, as Sunny's voice thundered above the quaking mountain. Kai and Slayer swayed under its destructive force. Then they exchanged a glance. The graceful shadow leaped onto the back of the dark dragon, and the dragon soared into the sky, rushing to meet the puppeteer. Tendrils of black silk pursued them, but Kai dodged them nimbly, flying much faster than the silk could move. Sunny then lowered his sword and pointed at the ruins of condemnation and at an eerie vortex of shadows, obsidian, shattered rock, glacial ice, and black silk spinning slowly at its heart as it swallowed more and more matter, reforming itself. "That's your prey. Go get it." The wolf was, first and foremost, a predator. And a predator knew how to target its prey when it was weak, weakened, or ailing. The sacred shade burst into a leap, rushing at its rogue kin. Sunny, meanwhile, draw his right hand back. And then he tossed his enormous shield with all the power of a supreme titan, sending it flying into the black sky like an obliterating discus, right at the puppeteer's eerie form. The giant black moth fluttered its wings, barely dodging the giant shield. It was distracted for a short moment, though, and in that moment a destructive sonic blast slammed into one of its wings while the other was pierced by a lethal arrow. Chapter 2406, Spirit of Doubt. The puppeteer's wings were mighty, but they were also brittle. Relatively speaking, naturally. In truth, there was hardly a more indestructible material out there than the wings of a cursed tyrant. However, it was being attacked by Kai and Slayer, two transcendent beings who had received the boon of Ash thrice and were strengthened by Sunny's will as a result. Their ability to wound a fallen deity was the result of 6 snow figures being removed from the board, most of them of the cursed rank. The deaths of those cursed nightmare creatures fueled this attack. Slayer's arrow tore a hole in the puppeteer's left wing. Riding on the back of a dragon, the graceful shadow had drawn and aimed her bow deftly. The arrow came from under the dark discus Sunny had thrown, obscured from sight by its spinning mass. The eerie moth had received almost no time to react. Kai's sonic attack, meanwhile, was less focused. It failed to tear the great black wing, but it did push it aside with great concussive force, making the wing fold. Suddenly unbalanced, the puppeteer tilted in the air and lost control of its flight. It plummeted down, straining to regain balance while innumerable strands of silk reached down from the dome of the black cocoon to catch it. However, the shield the giant moth had skirted slammed into them a moment later, pushing the silk tendrils away. Sunny lowered his torso and then launched his towering body up the slope, running to the spot where the puppeteer would fall. He was not going to receive another chance to end the distressing battle, most likely, but that was fine. His stone mind was calm and composed, full of nothing but cold calculation. He could feel the depths of the mountain vibrating under his heavy footsteps, and as it did, his movements accelerated. Great tendrils of black silk rose from the surface of the shattered slope to entangle him, but he cut some with his sword and sidestepped the rest, refusing to allow them to bind him and slow him down. The strings of doubt tried to catch him in their vile embrace as well. However, they failed to pierce his skin and fell powerlessly to be crushed under his feet, finding no purchase in his stalwart mind and spirit. Doubt. How could this cowardly, insidious spirit dare to set its sight on him, a champion of the underworld? The feeble moth was going to learn the price of its arrogance soon. In a way, the stone saint almost pitied the puppeteer. Of all the beings in the world, it just had to encounter them 3, him and his 2 companions. Not only had they slaughtered its thralls, but each of them was also singularly resistant to the sinister moth's harrowing powers. The stone saint could not be infected by doubt because he had an indomitable spirit. The shadow huntress was immune to its jaws because of her pure soul, while the dragon was simply someone who lived his life with tenacious diligence. Even if the puppeteer tried to find 3 enemies it was woefully ill-suited to fight on purpose, it would have struggled to find anyone better matched against it than a child of Nether and his companions. It was almost as if fate had brought them here, or destiny possibly. The giant moth managed to right itself seconds before impacting the ground. Its wings unfolded once again, pushing the winds down with their immensity, but it was already too late. The inertia of its fall was too great to stop in time. It hit the ground hard, its damaged legs buckling. The puppeteer fell awkwardly on its side, supporting itself with the two unscathed front legs. It raised its head, looking at the approaching stone colossus with no emotion apparent in its huge black eyes. Did it only seem that way? Or was there a hint of fear in them for a split moment? The stone saint did not know. What he did know, however, was that he was still too far away from the grounded moth. It could still get away if it moved immediately. Wolf! Just then, a bestial shadow lunged at the puppeteer from behind, awful jaws tearing into its wings. A haunting song descended upon it from above, pushing it into the ground. A rapid arrow fell like a comet, blooming into a destructive explosion. None of these attacks threatened the puppeteer's life. However, they did hold it in place for a few precious seconds. And by the time the giant moth recovered, the stone saint was already upon it. His heavy sword rose, ready to fall and sever the detestable tyrant in two. He glanced at the fallen deity directly in the eye and said with ruthless finality, "Ro'o." The stone colossus and the giant moth stood motionlessly, looking at each other. The strands of black silk remained still as they descended upon them like a black avalanche. The furious wolf did not move, its fangs tearing into the black wing. The dark dragon was frozen in the air as it dove to the ground with its wings folded, the small figure of the gorgeous huntress on its back, endlessly retrieving an arrow from her quiver. The world was still and silent. The stone saint was still and silent too, unable to move, and in that silence a soft voice resounded from all around him, asking a strange question. "Do you really want to kill me?" The stone saint smiled chillingly behind the visor of his helmet. Of course. There was silence once more. Then the puppeteer asked dispassionately, "Why?" The stone saint frowned. What a preposterous question. There was a reason, naturally. There had to have been. But that reason had belonged to someone else. A different being made from different things. To a shadow that was full of doubt and hope and pain. The stone saint could not ever remember that shadow's name. How was he supposed to remember its reasons? His frown deepened. "I don't remember." The giant moth seemed to look at him with pity. Its soft voice enveloped him like a rustle of fine silk, making the crimson flames burning in his eyes dim a little. "Are you sure you want to kill me, child of Nether?" Chapter 2407. Certain Death. The stone saint hesitated. The spirit of doubt was kneeling on the shattered ground in front of him, its black wings broken and torn. The eerie moth was great and awful. However, so was the stone saint. He was the Jade Titan, and the mantle of the underworld lay heavy on his shoulders. If he wanted to kill the cursed creature, the only choice it had was to die. Even now, the puppeteer was only keeping itself alive by slowing down the flow of time to such a crawl that it seemed to stand still. But interfering with an absolute law to this degree was an unbearable burden even for a being like the eerie moth. It would not be able to hold time still for very long, let alone indefinitely. So if the stone saint wanted to kill the spirit of doubt, he could. But did he want to? Why would he, indeed? The stone saint glanced at the giant moth chillingly, feeling a peculiar compulsion to answer its question honestly. "I am not sure. However, I burn with the flame of divinity, while you are a nightmare creature of the void. Are we not enemies, you and I? Are we not destined to maim and slay each other? I am holding a sword, while you are on your knees. Is that not reason enough to kill you?" The puppeteer's enormous black eyes glistened like gorgeous gems, reflecting innumerable versions of the stone saint and his merciless blade in their compound depth. It spoke softly. "Ah, but look around you, warrior of the underworld. Look who brought me to my knees. The wolf, the huntress, the giant, and the dragon. They are shadows of death. He is a herald of night. The servants of the gods surround us, you and me. The same gods whom your prince is at war with. Are they not your true adversary, instead of me?" The stone saint gazed at him chillingly. At war with? The ferocious flame burning in his chest blazed, full of pride and animosity. The spirit of doubt was right. The gods were enemies of the prince of the underworld, and therefore of his children. So many had been shattered on the innumerable battlefields of the war. So many had fallen. So many were yet to fall. There was no peace left anywhere in the world. There was no mercy left either. Surrender was impossible, and those who lost would not be spared. So the war could only end when the gods fell or when all of existence fell. The puppeteer's soft voice flowed into his ears like honey. You are a child of Nether, and therefore of the forgotten god who dreams in the void, who dreams of the void. I am a being of the void, and while there is a conflict between us, doesn't it pale in comparison to the conflict between us and those who serve the vile gods? Are we not more alike than we are apart? Are we not allies before we are enemies? Allies. The stone saint regarded the kneeling moth silently, then shifted his gaze to the frozen figures of his own companions. His frown deepened. The three shadows, the gorgeous dragon whose scales were the color of midnight, its eyes burning like silver stars, the servants of the gods, the vile, hateful, cruel gods. Why was he fighting side by side with the adversary? The stone saint glanced at the spirit of doubt. You might be right. There was indeed a semblance of truth to what the sinister moth had said. He smiled chillingly behind the visor of his helmet. But, spirit of doubt, did you not say it yourself? The stone saint gathered his will, sensing the pressure of the snow domain crushing him. That you made a deal with Weaver. Something about the puppeteer's eyes changed. But it was too late. Not letting the eerie black moth say anything else, the stone saint sent his will and authority outward. And while the gods are truly hateful, no one is more odious and vile than the traitor, demon of fate. You have aided Weaver, spirit of doubt. His will enveloped the fractured mountain, crashing against the puppeteer's authority. And for that, I will kill you. There was no hesitation to his sword anymore. No doubt. No mercy. Only certainty and finality. Only death. The stone saint poured his indomitable willpower into assaulting the snow domain and challenging its reign over the mountain. He was not strong enough, not vast enough to usurp the puppeteer's authority, but he did not need to either. No be. He was someone who had survived innumerable battlefields of the frightening war, after all. Someone who had led legions and won victories against the divine host. Born for battle, he was proficient in all forms of strategy and tactics. He was a master of war, and so he knew how to break an impregnable obstacle by striking at its pressure point. He knew how to break an adversary who refused to be broken. For the spirit of doubt, that pressure point, the deadly vulnerability, was the strain it was enduring to exert influence on the absolute flaw. The stone saint did not use his strength to crush the authority of the cursed tyrant. Instead, he added his strength to the destructive pressure of the endless mass of time wishing to flow free, and saw the dam built by the puppeteer cracking. A second later, it collapsed. The fact that it collapsed was apparent from the fact that there was a difference between the previous moment and the next to begin with. And in the moment after that, everything happened quickly. Time resumed its flow. The giant moth was already lunging forward, its two unscathed legs moving with frightening speed. One pierced the armor of the stone saint like paper, impaling him. The other batted his sword away, then pushed his arm down, breaking it. Awful pain washed over his mind, blurring his vision. The two of them were suddenly face to face, with only a few meters separating the fearsome visor of the jade armor from the harrowing moth's enthralling black eyes. The stone saint saw himself reflected in the 1,000 black gems, rivers of ruby dust streaming down his breastplate. The puppeteer strained its scythe-like leg, aiming to extinguish the flame burning in his chest. The stone saint raised his free hand above his head as if wanting to bring his fist down on the adversary in desperation. Instead, though, he caught the giant dark discus of the round shield he had tossed into the sky before, and brought it down with the weight of a mountain. The rim of the shield crushed the puppeteer's neck and went through it, slicing the cursed tyrant's head clean off. The huge body of the moth shuddered, and then went limp. Its head rolled to the ground, staring into the lightless sky blindly. The tendrils of black silk rustled as they fell, and in their rustle, the stone saint thought that he heard an echo of a soft, dying voice. You lied to me, Weaver. The voice had only wished to be free. The last vestiges of the molten sun drowned in the sea of crimson clouds, and darkness descended upon the world. The cursed spirit of doubt, puppeteer, was no more. Chapter 20408. Lost you forever. You have slain an adversary. The stone saint tilted his head, looking at the corpse of the fallen deity. Whose voice was that? Many things seemed strange now that the battle was over. He vaguely senses that he was supposed to feel something now that the spirit of doubt was dead. Was it a sense of triumph or a sense of loss? It was a rare and incredible feat for someone supreme to slay someone cursed, not to mention a cursed tyrant, and one as insidious as the puppeteer had been to boot. But the stone saint was not glad. He was a champion of the underworld, after all. His victory was a matter of course. He only felt pity that the stunning black moth was no more. It had fought valiantly and deserved his respect. The death of an adversary like that was not a joyous occasion, but it was also not something to feel so strangely about. So why? It was as if he was forgetting something. Ah, I see. The battle was not over yet. Raising his head, the stone saint glanced at the approaching dragon. The shadow of a wolf was sniffing the corpse of the giant moth nearby. There was another shadow not too far away, as well, a dark vortex consuming everything it touched. A new vessel almost formed around it. And a third, a graceful woman who moved like a dancer hiding on the dragon's back, the servants of the gods. As the stone saint observed, the shadow of a huntress leaped off the dragon's back. She drew her bow in the air, and an arrow that carried an imprint of death tore the fabric of the word, piercing the heart of the dark vortex. They are fighting each other. The stone saint felt a hint of relief that was going to make his job easier, not that the task of dealing with these enemies seemed particularly arduous. He could kill them in a heartbeat. High above, the black veil obscuring the world was falling apart. The silk covering the surface of the mountain was withering too. Countless strings of it were turning brittle and pale, the beautiful black gleam of their smooth surface slowly wasting away. It was as if the mountain was turning gray with age. And something else was happening as well. It was as if there was an invisible force radiating from somewhere far away, hidden within the sea of clouds, pushing him, rejecting him from this world. The stone saint frowned as the dragon landed near and spoke, his melodious voice thundering above the fractured mountain. "Sonny, we've won." The towering stone colossus glanced down at the dragon silently, ruby dust still streaming down the polished jade of his armor. There was something strange about that as well. Why was he bleeding? Then again, why wouldn't he? "I need to finish this battle swiftly and tend to my wounds. Sonny." Nearby, the wolf shadow raised its snout and peered at the stone saint. Its fur bristled, and it backed away slowly, letting out a threatening growl. Far away, more arrows pierced the dark vortex, and the shadow huntress landed gracefully on the slope, unsheathing her twin swords as she dashed toward it. "It is better to kill them now that they are divided." The stone saint glanced at the night dragon chillingly. This too was a battlefield of the war. His sword moved faster than a blade of its size was supposed to. The stone saint targeted the shadow wolf first, vanquishing it back into the shadow realm with a single strike. Something strange happened then. It almost felt as if something had returned to him the moment the figure of the tenebrous beast became a torrent of shadows and dissolved into nothingness. The stone saint did not pay it much attention because the dragon had to die next. "What are you doing? Stop." There was a powerful compulsion in the dragon's voice, but it was just as powerless against him as the strings of doubt had been. The question, however, slowed down his sword by a fraction of a second. That was enough for the great beast to avoid a fatal wound, but not to dodge the stone-like blade entirely. It sliced the midnight scales easily and bit deeply into his flesh, drawing silver blood. The dragon let out a pained scream and staggered away. It was not going to get far, of course. I am putting down a dog of the gods. The stone saint tensed his body, preparing to lunge forward and finish the adversary once and for all. Sonny, stop." Who was the creature calling out to? One of its allies? The huntress, possibly. If so, its calls were in vain. The huntress was going to die under the stone saint's sword soon enough. He tore through the compulsion effortlessly, rushing forward as he raised his sword. The dragon only had a split second to live. Nephis, Cassie, Effie, he lingered. What is it? Kai, rain, jet. The stone saint froze, the blade of his sword lightly touching the dragon's neck. Noctis, Ananke. Remember, damn it, Iko, Julius, Beth? Those names. His eyes widened. Kim, Luster, Quentin, Dorn, Bell, Samara, Obel. The dragon did not move either, looking at him with fear and hope in his eyes. Somewhere far away, the vortex of darkness dissolved, disappearing without a trace. It almost seemed as if it was absorbed into the ebony body of the shadow huntress. The huntress then spared them a glance and vanished as well. The dragon stared at Sunny and then bellowed. How could you forget? Snap out of it, now. Sunny stared at him back from his great height. Then he lowered his sword and shook his head. Is there really a need to shout so loudly? I am not deaf, you know. Hiding the shiver from his voice, he hurriedly dismissed the form of a stone saint and turned into his cozy, familiar human self. Granted, there was a hole in his chest, and the arm that had just recently regained its mobility was now broken. But being himself still felt wonderful. Sunny stemmed the bleeding and shuddered, remembering how close he had come to killing Kai, and to losing himself entirely, forever. That was too close. In the end, it was the memories of the people Kai reminded him about that had brought him back. Barely. Their names and the fact that even as a stone saint, he still possessed the same flaw. When Kai asked him how he could have forgotten, Sunny had found no answer but felt compelled to provide one. And when he went looking for an answer, the persona of the Jade Titan unraveled like a mirage. He was not sure what would have happened if he had spent more time wearing it, though, and fell into the delusion of a foreign form deeper. To answer your question, I did not really forget. I just convinced myself that I was someone else very well. I'm a very persuasive person, you know? I am so persuasive, in fact, that I once convinced myself into existence. That was how he had crossed the hollow mountains without becoming nothing. Kai stared at him in utter disbelief, which looked quite strange considering that he was still in the form of a dragon. Convinced yourself into existence. What? Sunny shrugged. It's true. Kai released his transformation and turned into a human once more. There was a flabbergasted expression on his sunken, tired face. There was also blood running from a deep cut on his shoulder, which made Sunny wince internally. Indeed, it's really you. All around them, the cocoon of black silk was falling apart. The corpse of the puppeteer towered above them like a dark hill. The snow tyrant was dead. Sunny stared at the enormous severed moments, then sighed. Find peace within me, you sinister moth. Your nightmare was long, but now it is over. He had to hurry. His adversary was dead, which meant that Sunny had precious little time to achieve what he had come here to achieve. Come on, we need to find the snow castle. The death game was coming to an end. Chapter 2409, Endgame. The snow tyrant was dead, and the game was over. Sunny could feel a subtle pressure, as if the realm of Ariel's game was rejecting him. He suspected that it would expel him soon enough, but actually he had no idea what exactly would happen. The figures placed on the board by Weaver and Ariel had stayed in place for thousands of years, waiting for new players to arrive, but they never did, forcing the captive tyrants to take matters into their own hands. The two demons had never finished the game either. Ariel had simply surrendered when pushed into a hopeless situation, so there was no telling what would happen next. Would Sunny have to seek a way out of Ariel's game himself? Considering the sensation of rejection he felt, it did not seem so. Would he be freed from his role as the Ash Tyrant and return to Ravenheart then? What about his figures? What about the remaining figures of the defeated side? Would the two cursed devils stay imprisoned in the death game, or would they be liberated from their roles as well? Would they be purged by the distressing entity dwelling beneath the clouds instead? He did not know. But come hell or high water, he had to hurry and get his prize. Hell or high water, huh? Gods knew that Sunny had experienced his fair share of hells and his fair share of harrowing bodies of water as well. Find the figurine, Kai. He ignored the pain in his broken arm and torn chest, turning to look at the peak of the mountain. There had to be an entrance to the snow castle somewhere up there. Sunny cast his shadow sense into the depths of the mountain, feeling a sense of urgency. Yes, he did not know what was going to happen, but something was telling him that they did not have a lot of time left. The expelling pressure was mounting, and Sonny already had to exert his will in order to stay rooted in the miniature realm of Ariel's game. The huge body of the puppeteer loomed above him, hiding tantalizing treasures. The wings of the great moth could be used to craft incredible armor and garments. Its limbs could be forged into god-slaying weapons, and the 5 soul shards hidden somewhere in the depths of its corpse could become anchors for the spellweave of immensely powerful memories. But there was no time to harvest any of these sacred relics, even if there were. Sonny was not sure that he would have. He had seen how the world itself seemed to have been tainted and corrupted by drops of Puppeteer's ichor. Was it really a good idea to covet its treasures even in death? It was as if even the corpse of the fallen deity was a source of unceasing corruption. Perhaps these treasures were not sacred, but cursed instead. So the only thing Sonny wanted to find was the jade figurine of the Snow Tyrant. He needed to hurry. He had already gained a lot by defeating the spirit of doubt anyway. The puppeteer's shade was now in his soul sea. He had mastered the 5th step of shadow dance as well. Granted, using this mastery was a terribly dangerous affair. It had almost cost Kai his life after all. But even if Sonny abstained from performing the 5th step in the future, he would still reap the benefits of having mastered it. Because Serpent had to have become a supreme titan as a result. And if Sonny did become a carrier of the nightmare spell again one day, who knew? A shiny new aspect legacy relic could be waiting for him, ready to be claimed. And there was Slayer as well. Sonny might have been lost in the form of the Jade Titan, but he had not missed her destroying the shade of condemnation. After all this time, Slayer had hunted down her prey, after all, so persistent. Unlike the wolf, however, whose shade had returned to the lightless expanse of his soul after being destroyed, condemnation was simply gone. It was absorbed by the murderous shadow, somehow almost like a sacrifice she had made to herself. After that, Slayer simply vanished, just like Saint and other shadows would vanish to return to the nurturing dark flames of Sonny's soul and undergo an evolution. Slayer is evolving. Would she gain a higher rank? A higher class? Maybe even unseal her aspect? He was both excited by that prospect and wary of it. Sonny felt excitement for obvious reasons. Since the more powerful his shadows were, the more powerful he himself would become. His wariness was also easy to understand. Our weekly duels are about to become way more bothersome, aren't they? Still, this was a boon he had received in the battle against the puppeteer, too. He glanced at the head of the giant moth silently. Sonny used to think that the Mountain King had been the final form of the puppeteer worm, but now that he had met the spirit of doubt, he knew that he had been wrong. The Mountain King had never been the puppeteer, and neither had it been one of the puppeteer's kin. Rather, he was merely a discarded chrysalis that a worm of doubt had left behind once, a long time ago, after using it as a host to mature into a harrowing moth. A mortal king who had become infected by doubt and turned into a monster, unleashing a distressing curse upon the world. That curse continued to grow and mature until it became the spirit of doubt, puppeteer, and now it was dead. If Sonny was honest with himself, he still couldn't believe that he had won, that he had killed a cursed tyrant, and one as insidious as the puppeteer had been. At that, granted, he and his companions were so perfectly matched against the sinister moth that it almost seemed like that entire clash had been arranged by someone for their benefit. If it had been, Sonny did not have to guess by whom, Weaver. Just how deep did the influence of the nebulous daemon go? What had the demon of fate longed to achieve? Were all them merely puppets dancing to the movement of the strings tied to Weaver's 7-clawed fingers? The strings of fate found it. Kai flew across withering silk, landing in a storm of snow near Sonny. The jade figurine lay on his palm wearing a crown. Sonny smiled weakly. Yeah, I found it as well. Out there, in the depths of the mountain, his shadow sense discovered a gigantic cavern and a castle built within it out of ice. The cocoon of black silk had entirely fallen apart by now. The mountain was quaking, the fractures covering its slopes growing wider. Something was moving beneath the clouds. Sonny strained his will, forcing himself to stay rooted in the world that wanted to expel him, and grabbed Kai by the shoulder. Let's go! With that, he used the last of his essence and pulled them both into the shadows. The enormous cavern was coming undone, great chunks of ice falling down from its ceiling and shattering into myriad shards with deafening roars. None of them were able to damage the castle that stood in the center of the cavern, though. It looked almost exactly like the Ash Castle, only made of ice and shrouded in snow. Sonny did not waste any time studying the nuances of its architecture, though, pulling himself and Kai directly into the vast hollow emptiness of the main keep. There, snow covered the floor instead of ash. Most of the great ice chamber was filled with innumerable threads of black silk, however, which blocked the path like a web. These ones did not seem to be withering yet, and retained their startling durability. Sonny could have cut a path through the web of black silk if he wanted to, but he was grievously wounded, on the verge of essence exhaustion, and pressed for time on top of that. So he simply shoved as much silk as he could into his soul sea, clearing a narrow tunnel to the heart of the chamber. There, a jade altar stood in front of a circular pit. There was no smoke rising from the pit, and no lava seething deep below. Instead, there was only a bottomless dark well permeated by killing cold. The cold was somewhat bearable near the altar, but deep in the darkness, nothing could survive its frigid embrace. Not even a supreme titan like Sonny. Hurry. He limped to the pit, dragging Kai along. The pressure Ariel's game exerted on him, trying to remove him from the game board, continued to mount by now. Sonny had to strain all of his willpower to resist it, and his endurance was rapidly running out. Arg. When they reached the dark pit, Sonny hesitated for a moment and glanced at his hand. There, two jade figurines lay side by side, one pristine and wearing a crown, the other bestial and smeared in blood. They were the figures of the Puppeteer and the Rat King. Sonny felt that what he had come for, the fragment of Weaver's lineage, was hidden in the Snow Tyrant figurine. The other one could still reveal a priceless truth to him, though. It was an invaluable treasure, a piece of inheritance left behind by Ariel, the demon of dread. Still, he forced himself to pick up the Snow Beast figurine and offer it to Kai. Here, you deserved it, take it. Kai stared at the blood-smeared figurine for a while, tempted deeply by its promise. His eyes shook, but then he smiled faintly and shook his head. No, it will be of more use to you. B's Sonny studied him silently, then asked tensely, Are you sure? This thing. It reveals truths. Any truth, anything you ever wanted to know, anything you ever wished to find an answer to. Yes, I know that you have suffered too much truth because of your flaw, but still, you will not get a chance like this again. Kai's remained quiet for a moment. Eventually, his smile widened a little. I know, but I have already learned a lot during this journey. I have learned so much. So I'm good, I think. I already know everything I need to know. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Sonny stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded and glanced away with a sigh. You're a weirdo, you know that? Kai laughed. Takes one to know one. Sonny took a deep breath and tried to smile as well. See you on the other side, then. With that, he tossed both figurines into the pit and prepared himself. As the jade figures fell into the darkness, he remembered the previous times he absorbed fragments of Weaver's lineage. It had hurt like hell each time. In fact, it was some of the worst pains Sonny had ever experienced. A pale smile twisted his lips. Oh, by the way, if I start screaming and writhing in pain, pay it no heed. Just make sure that I don't bite off my tongue or claw out my eyes if it's not too much trouble. Well, one eye might be okay. Kai blinked. Huh? Wait, what? But Sonny did not hear him, because he was already someplace else. He was receiving his prize. Chapter 2410, Myriad of Stars. The world was made of fire. Countless trees were burning, toppling with sorrowful groans. Ash obscured the sky, and unbearable heat melted the sanity of those who still fought in the boundless inferno. A sacred beast was galloping through the fire, a gorgeous white stag with antlers made of pure gold, its holy presence soothing the flames and saving the young sapling that had not succumbed to the world-ending blaze yet. Flowers and verdant grass sprouted where its hooves touched the ground. Its ivory hooves, however, were smeared with blood and ruby dust, having crushed the skulls of countless soldiers of the demon army. Suddenly, a ferocious figure lunged at the stag from the darkness and smoke. It was an enormous black leopard, its eyes burning with murderous fury. The leopard was smaller than the sacred beast, but its size did not seem to matter. Its jaws closed on the white stag's throat, drawing rivers of golden ichor. The two beasts collided and rolled through the flames, crushing countless trees. The stag managed to throw the leopard off and rose to its feet, lowering its head to impale the predator with its great antlers. Ichor was flowing from its torn neck, but it was still full of vitality and tremendous power. The leopard, meanwhile, had already been heavily wounded and bleeding from dozens of awful wounds before their battle commenced. Now it was all but defenseless before the charging stag. Then, however, the figure of the black leopard rippled, and a split second later, it turned into a stag as well. This one as black as night, but otherwise almost a perfect copy of the sacred beast in front of it. The two beasts collided, their antlers intertwining. The black stag threw the white one to the ground and changed again, becoming a boar this time. Its tusks dug into the stag's belly, and more ichor spilled on the ashen ground. Eventually the battle was over. The sacred beast lay butchered on the pyre of burning wood, and in front of it stood a woman in torn leather armor, her gorgeous face bloodied and covered in ash. Distressing wounds littered her body, and there was a peculiar emptiness in her eyes. The fire was consuming the world, and the battle continued to rage around her, but she seemed oblivious to the slaughter. Swaying heavily, the woman took a step back and fell down. As she stubbornly struggled to rise, her blood soaking the ash, the flames crawled closer and closer. Before they consumed her, however, someone appeared out of the groans of dying trees, looking down at her silently. It was a tall figure wrapped in a nebulous mantle, wearing a fearsome mask of black polished wood. The mask snarled ferociously, but the gaze of the stranger was cold enough to douse the inferno that surrounded them. A voice that sounded like a myriad of dying curses resounded from behind the mask, addressing the woman. "Look at you! You're dying! How pitiful! How disappointing! Is this all you are capable of? Is this all you are? You are so easy, so weak! How dare you be so weak, my adversary?" There was no answer. A porcelain hand appeared from the folds of the nebulous mantle. 7-clawed fingers grabbed the collar of the woman's torn cuirass and violently wrenched her to her feet. A dreadful growl resounded from behind the mask, making the flames reel back in fear. "Do you even remember your own name, pathetic thing?" The woman stared at the black mask absently. Then, however, a hint of recognition ignited in her eyes. Her lips moved, and she said hoarsely, "You! I killed you." The masked figure laughed. "Did you? Did you really think that someone like you could have killed me? That you are qualified to kill me? Me, the demon of fate?" Weaver threw the woman to the ground and grew still, staring at her with a dreadful, inexplicable emotion. Then the towering daemon crouched near her and whispered in 1,000 insidious voices, "Well, perhaps you did, possibly you are. Maybe you will. That is your fate after all, and you are fated. So tell me." Weaver's voice turned into a litany of dreadful snarls, full of scorn and indignation. "Who gave you permission to die? You're not allowed to die yet, wretch. You and I are not done yet, so even if all existence ends, you must remember your fate. You must remember me." And for Zaugers, a porcelain hand moved, suffocating the inferno around them. The flames died in terror, their very idea extinguished and erased from the tapestry of fate forever. You can forget everything else, everyone else, you can even forget your own name. But don't you dare forget the name of Weaver, the demon of fate. We must see each other again, you and I. So, come find me in the Shadow Realm. Come and see if someone like you can really kill Weaver. Then, after you've learned the true meaning of despair, then I'll allow you to die, Orphne of the Nine. Hearing her own name, the woman, Orphne, seemed to regain some of her strength. Her eyes regained their focus, and she glanced at the nebulous daemon with dark, concerned, killing intent. Weaver laughed and rose, turning away from the bleeding huntress. "That's better." The demon of fate glanced down and then exhaled slowly. Their shoulders seemed to fall, and the eerie voice resounded once again from behind the fearsome mask. "Are you there?" Weaver straightened and glanced up as if seeing something no one else could see, as if addressing someone whom no one else could hear. "Are you watching?" The demon of fate chuckled hoarsely. Watch well then, Epigone. Let me show you how gods die. And with that, Sonny suddenly became aware of himself. Wait, is Weaver talking to me? He had a split second to feel boundless shock, and then the burning world shattered. Instead, a chaotic torrent of scenes poured into his mind, too great for him to fathom. All Sonny could discern was a few frightening images. Unimaginable tree whose roots were the foundation of the world, whose branches supported the weight of the sky, enveloped in flame, and burning as a fiery shape wrapped itself around its gigantic trunk, sawing into it with ruthless cruelty. The moon shattering and the stars being extinguished as an unfathomable being swiped its claws at the proud towers of a gorgeous white castle, the city below it drowning in a flood as all its citizens screamed and died, a vast shadow enveloping two great armies on the bloodied sand of a boundless desert, the deafening cacophony of the harrowing battle replaced by utter silence so abruptly as to cause an even greater horror. A great red dragon plummeting into the watery depths as golden ichor spilled from its severed neck, sinking to the bottom of a gorgeous sea as its dying throes shattered and broke the world, cursing it to be plunged into mist and twilight forever. A vast army assembling on the edge of the abyss, somberly preparing to wage war on death itself. The invading legions drowning in the tide of endless shadows, their blood spilling on the obsidian dust. Unfathomable figures clashing within the raging essence storms as the last, desperate battle of the Doom War shook the very foundation of existence. And then, at the end of it all, a nebulous figure in a tattered mantle walking through the darkness with unsteady steps, cracks covering its wooden mask. In front of the torn figure, at the heart of the Shadow Realm, was something so distressing, unknowable, and inconceivable that simply beholding it shattered Sonny's mind into 1,000 fragments, making him blind and deaf, unable to think. And yet, he still saw Weaver dragging their tattered body forward as the daemons made their desperate last stand against the gods around them. A trail of ichor was left on the obsidian dust behind the demon of fate, glowing with a gorgeous golden glow in the cold darkness. Fools. All of them, such fools. A laughter resounded from beneath the cracked mask as Weaver finally reached their destination, the very heart of the Shadow Realm, and the unspeakable horror that was hidden there. The Void Gate. The Void Gate stood wide open, now. Sonny was mercifully blind, so he could not see what Weaver saw when they gazed beyond the gate. The demon of fate laughed again. Now, one final trick. But before the cunning daemon could do anything, a bone blade pierced their back, tore through their flesh, and severed their shadow before exiting in a fountain of ichor from their chest. Weaver staggered and glanced back. There, a woman in bloodied armor was holding the hilt of a bone dagger, life rapidly draining from her cold, dark eyes. Her face was hidden behind a tattered, torn veil, but the daemon still recognized her. You! The two of them fell down at the same time. Golden ichor and crimson blood mixed before being swallowed by the obsidian dust. The woman's lips twisted into a vicious smile behind the torn veil. She twisted the dagger with a faltering hand, then grew still smiling. Her eyes dimmed, turning hollow and glassy. She was dead. The demon of fate was not going to survive much longer either. A deep sigh resounded from behind the mask. Looking at the dead woman, Weaver drew one last, arduous breath. You are just in time. The last thing Sonny saw startled and confused him because it did not make much sense at all. He found himself in an endless black void illuminated by a myriad of stars. Some of the stars were small and dim, while some were great and radiant. Some were connected by strings of silver light, while most were isolated from each other by the vast expanse of empty darkness. By then, something changed. 7 radiant stars suddenly blazed in the void, and as strings of silver light extended from them to countless others, there was suddenly a pattern to them all. Anchored in the 7 stars, the tapestry of silver light expanded, consuming more and more of the smaller stars. And then it extended its tendrils to the great stars that burned as brightly as the 7 that had served as the catalyst to the explosion of silver strings. There were 11 constellations of them, and by the time the tendrils of silver light reached them, it was already too late to react. By then, the tapestry had already become too vast, having consumed perhaps myriad smaller stars, all of them, possibly, and so the constellations could not resist. They still tried naturally, In the end, the tendrils of silver strings enveloped and consumed them, absorbing them into the tapestry of light, casting a spell upon the void. Sonny gasped. And then, one last truth poured into him, permeating his flesh and rewriting its very nature on the fundamental level. That last truth was the fragment of Weaver's legacy. Oh, hell. The pain was exquisite. End of Part I, Death Game, Chapter 204:11, Flesh Weave. Sonny felt the final truth enter his body and infect it, spreading like a malignant code. The very nature of his mortal vessel was being changed and rewritten, his cells being torn apart and reassembled according to the new blueprint. The agony of being undone and rebuilt was simply appalling, making him stagger and fall. It was the opposite of the gentle process of evolution and renewal that Awakened experienced when attaining a new rank. Violent, unnatural, and profoundly wrong. Sonny could feel that he was becoming something that he had never been meant to become, changing into something that he had never been meant to be. For the fourth time, the legacy of Weaver took root in his body, reshaping it. This time, the change mainly affected his flesh, his muscle tissue, tendons, internal organs. Everything was being reforged and tempered, becoming much more resilient and tenacious than before, full of inhuman vitality. How does this even make sense? He was a shadow now, an immaterial being who only possessed flesh when wishing to manifest as a human. So why the hell did it hurt so much? Sonny gritted his teeth and let out a tortured growl as his body was rebuilding and rearranging itself. It must have glanced quite monstrous to an outside observer. His muscles were rippling and twisting like snakes under his skin, and disgusting squelching noises were resounding from inside him. If there was one mercy, it was that he was not prone to bleeding, otherwise the scene would have been immeasurably morbid on top of being deeply disgusting. Arg! Damnation! Sonny slammed his fist into the floor of the snow castle, sending a web of cracks running through the ice. But then, suddenly, his agony was washed away. A peculiar and subtly euphoric sensation overwhelmed him when fragments of the weave clicked together. Blood weave, bone weave, and flesh weave, the three parts of the nebulous daemon's legacy responsible for the material vessel of their descendant, fused together, forming a synergetic whole. His heart was transformed and improved by the flesh weave, pumping his blood, which had been altered by blood weave. The blood flowed through the marrow, which had been enhanced by bone weave, becoming enriched and renewed. The human body was an intricate and interconnected machine, and now each part of it had been altered, strengthened, and enhanced to resemble that of a higher being, of a daemon, to be precise. There were other parts of him that worked in great synergy with each other now as well. An additional boon was born from the fusion of the three corporeal fragments of the weave, flesh, bone, and blood. Sonny was renewed from head to toe. Even his skin, which had already been enhanced by the jade mantle, received a subtle overhaul. It was a full set. Well, the first part of the full set, at least. His broken arm was already regaining mobility. The grievous wound in his chest was healing rapidly. It was not only flesh that was repairing itself, either the acquisition of flesh weave had served as a catalyst, and his bones were mending themselves as well. Sonny did not lose a lot of blood often, but if he did, more would be produced at greater speed. He let out a stifled laugh. Finally, he could finally call himself a tenacious cockroach with full confidence. What a feat! The transformation was coming to an end. Sonny exhaled slowly and sprawled on the ground, feeling the coldness of the ice soothe his heated body. He felt excellent, really. Remarkably strong, quick, agile, resilient, enduring. He was full of energy and brimming with vitality, his senses having turned sharper than before. The world was clear and crisp. It was clearly and crisply coming undone as the mountain shook and groaned around him. It was also straining to expel Sonny, the pressure rapidly mounting. "Sonny, are you okay?" Sonny turned his head and glanced at Kai, who loomed above him with a worried face. He raised a hand and formed a circle with his thumb and index finger. "I'm fine. I'm great, actually." Kai let out a sigh of relief and smiled. He glanced at Sonny, wishing to say something. In the next moment, however, Kai's figure turned hazy and vanished, disappearing without a trace. Sonny stared at the empty space where Kai had stood a split second before absently, then turned his head to stare at the ceiling. Gacha ways. He was sent back to the dream realm. Sonny would be expelled from Ariel's game soon, too. Now that he had gotten his prize, there was no reason to stick around. So he inhaled deeply and waited to be banished from the artificial realm. As he did, Sonny could not help but think about what he had learned, about what Weaver had done. That damned Damon. The magnitude of the truth that had been revealed to him was too great to fathom in a few short seconds. There was so much knowledge he had gained, and its nature was so world-shattering and shocking, too. His thoughts were scattered as a result. Weaver. Weaver had not been killed by Slayer, despite what Sonny was led to believe by one of the previous truths, and yet she did kill the demon of fate eventually, fulfilling her fate. She killed Weaver twice. Slayer. Orphany of the Nine. That was her name, even if she did not remember it. Curiously enough, Slayer had not forgotten her name during the innumerable years she had spent wandering the realm of death as a feral shadow. Instead, she had begun to forget herself immediately after slaying Weaver for the first time, as if cursed as punishment for taking a daemon's life. That first time might have been her own triumph. But the second time, Sonny was certain that the sinister demon had orchestrated their own ultimate death, or had at least foreseen it. Possibly even Weaver could not escape their fate, especially not when 9 fated paragons of doom were working to bring it about. But even if Weaver could not escape their inevitable demise, they could at least influence the tapestry of fate enough to design it. So how had the demon of fate died, and why? For what? Well, the answer was obvious, now. Weaver had revealed it to Sonny directly, no less. What was it the sinister Damon had said? Having foreseen that a person following in their footsteps would learn the truth of that moment one day, thousands of years in the future. Let me show you how gods die. Sonny's whisper was almost inaudible. Weaver had promised to show him how to kill the gods, and they did. Finally, Sonny knew the answer to the questions that had been plaguing him for a decade. How had the gods died? What had happened to the demons? Now he knew. Weaver killed them. Weaver killed them all. A hoarse, unbelieving laugh escaped from his lips. Chapter 2412, Weaver's Lullaby. It had been right in front of him the whole time. The description of Bone Weave said so. When children of the forgotten god rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did, until it was too late. Where had Weaver gone and what had Weaver done? They had gone to create the nightmare spell. Sonny had been confused when he saw the final image of the vision shown to him by the sacrifice of the snow tyrant figure, but now he realized the truth. The vast void, the myriad of stars, then strings of silver light connecting them. What he had seen was the birth of the nightmare spell, or rather its evolution from an infant state to the universal force it was today, to Weaver's version of an absolute law. The many stars burning in the black void were the souls of living things. The smaller stars were the souls of humans, while the brighter ones belonged to spirits and deities. While most of them burned in lonesome solitude, some had already been connected by faint strings of silver light. Those were the souls of the first carriers of the infant nightmare spell, like Ananke and her people. Weaver had chosen priests among mortals first and sent them to spread the spell among the despairing refugees of the Doom War. In the chaos of the end of the world, it spread like wildfire, unnoticed and underestimated, laying a foundation for what would later become its final form. Slowly reached critical mass. All it needed to evolve into its true tyrannical splendor at that point was a catalyst. And that catalyst was Weaver, their death to be precise. When Slayer killed the demon of fate in front of the Void Gate, which apparently was hidden in the heart of Shadow God, the 7 divine soul cores of the nebulous daemon had become the anchors of the great spell woven out of strings of fate, completing it. No, rather, setting off its proliferation and completion. To truly become what it was meant to be, the great spell needed much more fuel than simply Weaver's soul, so it devoured the gods. It devoured the daemons as well. The 11 radiant constellations Sonny saw being consumed by the vast tendrils of silver light were the 6 gods and the 5 remaining demons. By the time they realized what Weaver had done, it was already too late to stop it. So, their luminous divine soul cores became nods of the spell's weave, too. That was how the Doom War had ended. With Weaver casting a spell upon the void from beyond the grave, The void? No. No. The spell has not been cast upon the void. It had been cast upon the being who was slumbering in the void and was supposed to awaken and consume all of existence once the gate of the void was open, which it had been, even if Sonny still did not know who had opened them. He let out a stifled laugh. Unbelievable. The nightmare spell. Sonny had never seriously considered why it was called that. Whose nightmare was it that had given the spell its name? He had simply assumed that it was the nightmare of everyone infected by it, or at least living in the world where nightmare creatures and the spell run rampant and free. But Sonny had been wrong. In truth, it was the nightmare of the forgotten god. The nightmare spell was a lullaby. It was a sorcery created to lull the god of corruption back into slumber once someone, the Nine, possibly, had opened the void gate and stirred him awake. Why had existence not been destroyed when the forgotten god was freed? It was because after escaping the void he had been imprisoned somewhere else. He had been imprisoned in an endless nightmare. The forgotten god slumbered and saw dreams. The seeds of nightmare, the nightmare gates, the nightmare creatures, the spreading corruption. They were merely emanations of the nightmares he dreamed, slowly infecting what was left of the flame. Wait, wait. Sonny's eyes widened. The implications were too vast and enormous for him to handle easily. The death of the gods, the end of the war. The purpose of the spell, Weaver's hidden intent. Sonny was not sure of his conclusions yet, but if he was right, then he could extrapolate and glimpse one final truth. Yeah, he had always assumed that the sixth nightmare, the nightmare that would make those who conquered it divine, was the last one. But if the spell had been cast to lull the forgotten god to sleep, then there was one final nightmare after that. The seventh nightmare, where the forgotten god was imprisoned, dreaming restlessly. The conflict the challengers of that frightening nightmare were meant to solve was the conflict that plagued all of existence. The fate of the flame? I see now. The spell kept the forgotten god trapped within a nightmare, and at the same time, it ruthlessly nurtured mortals to become the new gods and kill him. That was the truth of the dying world. Sonny remained motionless for a long while, and then sighed deeply. That's a little bit too ambitious, even for me. The demon of fate had promised to show him how to kill the gods, but really Weaver could have just as well promised to show him how to create gods, that dastardly daemon. And what the hell did Weaver call me? A pigone? The nerve. Bold words, coming from 1/7 of a deranged god. Sonny might have stumbled on the true purpose of Weaver's scheme, but that did not mean that he had to fulfill it. After all, killing the forgotten god was Weaver's goal. Seemed to be Weaver's goal at least, but it was not Sonny's goal, and neither was the goal of his comrades and companions, of Nephis. Their goal was simply to make sure that humanity survived and build a new home for it in the dream realm. They had to become gods to accomplish that. But battling the forgotten god? While that would mean solving the root of the problem, it was also beyond what they wanted to accomplish. They wanted to build a shelter from the storms, not eradicate the concept of storms from existence. Who could have thought that becoming a god would become a modest goal one day? Sonny smiled darkly. To hell with Weaver. They were not marionettes that danced when a dead daemon pulled the strings. They would decide for themselves what they wanted to do and what price they were willing to pay to achieve their goals. At that moment, the mountain shuddered violently one last time, and he felt himself being pushed out of the miniature realm of Ariel's game. The vast chamber of the snow palace disappeared, and for a moment everything was dark, or rather everything was nothing and nowhere, beyond comprehension. Then Sonny saw a vaguely familiar ceiling above him, and heard a very familiar voice. Well, 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 look who finally decided to show up. Sonny groaned, feeling innumerable points of view and several weeks of memories crashing into his mind. It was his own voice, naturally. Chapter 2413, Catching Up with Myself. Sometime later, Sonny was in a magnificent council room of the Jade Palace, two of him even. One was sitting on the shadow chair with his legs crossed, while the other was sprawled on a tastefully decadent couch, covering his face with a hand and groaning pitifully. Both were nursing a mighty headache. The incarnation on the chair was much better off than the other one, though. He was clean and neatly dressed, at least. His other self, the one who had just returned from a harrowing adventure in the realm of Ariel's game, was covered in layers upon layers of ash, soot, dried blood, and dirt of all kinds. The hole in his chest barely healed, and the scar where his severed arm had been reattached was yet to disappear completely. All in all, the sight of him was quite pathetic. The first incarnation was a little disheveled too, though. That was because its body had gone through the agonizing process of inheriting the flesh weave as well. All of them had, really. That bastard. Sonny gave himself a venomous look and shook his head. His other incarnation ignored him. Of course, the two of them were really a single person once again, so whatever pain one of them felt, the other felt as well. The headache they were suffering from had been caused by the process of several weeks of isolated memories merging together. In fact, still, if Sonny had an opportunity to appear composed and nonchalant while simultaneously throwing a tantrum and drowning in self-pity, he would be a fool to pass it up. To his quiet dismay, the intended audience was ignoring his masterful performance completely. Sonny sighed. What a waste of a good tantrum. Nephis was paying him little attention, busy tending to Kai's wounds. Even though Sonny was almost entirely healed, and even though he had caused the most severe of Kai's wounds himself, he was still unhappy with the lack of attention. Granted, the rest of the people gathered in the council room were all looking at him intently. One could even say that they were giving him death stares. To be fair, Seishan, Revel, and Hell had a reason to be unhappy with him. Sonny coughed. What? Do you have to ask? Even Cassie's voice was full of reproach. All those days ago, when one of his incarnations and Kai had vanished suddenly from the toy room of the Jade Palace and left the startled Song Sisters behind, 3 nightmare creatures took their place. To be precise, a cursed tyrant and 2 cursed beasts took their place. Sonny had already been moving his other incarnations toward Ravenheart, stunned by the sudden loss of connection to the naughty shadow, but he would have never made it to the Jade Palace in time. The 3 Song Sisters could have died right there and then. But they didn't. Of course, they would have never been able to defeat a cursed tyrant, let alone one commanding 2 cursed beasts. Luckily, the narrow confines of the toy room bought them a few seconds to save themselves, and Seishan used those seconds quite cunningly. She lured the distressing creatures toward the Jade Queen's dollhouse, which swallowed them up just like it had swallowed her and her sisters decades ago. The cursed ones were still trapped inside of it. In fact, over the last 2 weeks, Sonny had spent numerous hours staring at the tiny figures of the detestable horrors wandering the gorgeously decorated rooms of the dollhouse. Someone had to guard the 2 harrowing toys, the dollhouse and the jade board, at all times, after all. So, Sonny had spent the better half of the month doing just that. After a while, Nephis joined him as well. They did not know what would come out of the jade board next, so having this much power concentrated in Ravenheart was a necessity. The missing incarnation remained lost, but it wasn't like they did not have any information about what it was doing at all. In fact, they could see the figures move across the game board twice a day just fine. Sonny could also feel every excruciating moment of his soul receiving damage, and saw new shades entering his soul sea from time to time. Powerful, harrowing shades. Oh, and then the shadow of condemnation went and vanished entirely. His dastardly avatar seemed to be having great fun out there all by himself. All of this culminated in Kai stumbling into the toy room out of thin air. Before Sonny could let out a sigh of relief, though, he found himself in utter agony, feeling his flesh rebuild and rearrange himself. And as soon as he recovered, the prodigal incarnation returned, flooding his mind with the memories of vicious battles, startling revelations, and truths so shocking that he was almost sent into a catatonic state. Luckily, he also regained memories of somewhat coming to terms with this new knowledge, initially at least, so that episode did not last long. Sonny looked at Nephis, then responded Cassie's mental question. I don't have to ask, but come on. They weren't even maimed that badly. How long do I have to spend in the doghouse? Whatever wounds the Song Sisters had received were almost instantaneously healed by Nephis from a vast distance. That, too, was a reason they were alive and well. Sonny might have been a little reckless, but could he really be blamed? If Seishan had not told him about visiting the toy room numerous times as a kid and returning alive and more or less unscathed each time, he would have exercised more caution. Why would a sovereign be extra careful in a place where literal children used to play? Elbif Kai was fully healed by now, so Nephis left him and walked over to the head of the table. Sitting down, she studied Sunny for a while, both of them in turn, and opened her mouth to speak. Before she could, however, Death Singer spoke first. Look, look, there's two of them. Changing star, can I have one, please? Pretty please, Nephis closed her mouth and stared at her silently. Her face remained expressionless. But the curtains behind Death Singer seemed to have suddenly caught on fire for some reason. Ouch! Death Singer shook embers out of her hair and gave Nephis a sorrowful glare. Greedy. Nephis stared at her for a few more moments, then took a deep breath, extinguished the curtains with a thought, and glanced back to Sunny. So, what exactly happened? He smiled awkwardly. Well, do you want the short version or the long version? Nephis shrugged. Let's start with a short summary. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Okay. Let's see. Chapter 2004-14. The incredible adventures and astonishing deeds of heroic dreamer Sunless and his dashing best friend Nightingale, abridged Book 9. Sunny leaned back in his chair. He had a story to tell, and after having suffered through the story personally, he was going to enjoy himself telling it. He began off in a solemn tone. A long time ago, the Demon of Fate and the Demon of Dread played a game. Only being insane bastards, they played with great and cursed nightmare creatures instead of game pieces. And what would you know? Kai and I got sucked into the death game realm and given a choice between winning an unwinnable game or meeting our deaths, so we went and won. Nephis sighed. A little bit less short, please. Saishan, meanwhile, glanced between them with a stunned expression. Excuse me? Demon of Fate? Demon of Dread? Cursed nightmare creatures? Sunny grinned. You're excused. Anyway, where do I begin? First, we eradicated a swarm of 100 great beasts. Then, we graduated to fighting cursed abominations. The first one we killed was an infinite worm. And I mean literally infinite. That thing seemed like trouble, but actually it died when I simply stepped on it. Revel stared at him for a few seconds, then turned to Kai. Kai waved a hand weakly, still exhausted from the ordeal. His voice was faint. It's true. It's all true. Her eyes widened. No, but... However, Sunny interrupted her. So next we found a cozy temple on the peak of a mystical mountain and waited to be beset by a pack of frightening wolves led by a cursed demon, as well as a very impressive training dummy. I was really hungry by then, but sadly there was no wolf meat left by the time I was done with them. In fact, there was barely any mountain left as well. I sort of blew it up to smithereens. It was quite a sight. Nephis shifted slightly and gave him a strange look. You blew up a mountain? Sunny raised his chin. Sure did. He thought she would be proud of him, but for some reason her gaze seemed a little dejected. If Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that Nephis was pouting. But that was impossible, naturally. After all, she was Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal flame, the fearless sovereign of humanity. Surely she would not mind him stealing her signature move? Goes right. No way. Sunny cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, in any case, next we killed another cursed demon and 2 cursed monsters. How? To be honest, I don't actually remember, but it must have been in quite a spectacular fashion. Death Singer glanced at him, then at the other him laying on the couch with a miserable expression on his grimy, but unmistakably dashing face. She raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute. How can you not remember slaying a cursed demon and 2 cursed monsters, though? Those were cursed nightmare creatures they were talking about? Actual deities. Sunny gave her his most sincere, innocent smile and shrugged nonchalantly. It must have slipped my mind. There was silence in the room for a while. Eventually, everyone turned to look at Kai in unison. Exposed to their gazes, Kai smiled awkwardly. Oh, actually, I don't remember either. Nephis and the Song Sisters seemed deeply betrayed by that statement. Their reproachful gazes were obviously saying, You too, Nightingale. You too. Kai coughed and glanced away in embarrassment. Sunny chuckled. After that, though, something incredible happened. Four gazes turned to him once again. He paused for a few seconds and continued in a happy tone. We finally procured a meal. Well, at least I did. There was this cursed beast, you see. An endless swarm of rats. And I mean literally endless. Turns out a cursed rat roasted over lava is simply delicious. Blighted, diseased, and poisonous, but nonetheless piquant and delectable. I positively stuffed myself. And can you blame me? Deathsinger paled a little and moved away from the incarnation on the couch. Her mumble was almost inaudible, but it still made Nephis let out a long sigh. On second thought, you can have that one, Changing Star. He's all yours. Then she glanced at the incineration on the chair and batted her eyelashes. Sunny wisely pretended not to notice. Now that I had a full stomach, it was finally time to take on the cursed tyrant. The cursed tyrant was an acquaintance of an acquaintance, as it turned out. Quite a pleasant fellow, really. We had a nice chat. This time it was Cassie's who interrupted him. You chatted with a cursed tyrant? Her voice seemed to tremble a little as it resounded in his head. Sunny smiled. Indeed, I did. We discussed refined topics like philosophy, theology, and peaceful resolution of violent conflicts. Sadly, our enlightened debate reached an impasse. So I cut off the cursed tyrant's head. He sighed and glanced into the distance thoughtfully. That, I find, is a surefire way to win an argument. The council room was filled with a stunned, incredulous silence for a long time. Sunny did not hurry to say anything else either, at least for a while. Then he glanced at his audience and smiled again. And here I am. He scratched the tip of his nose. Well, technically I've been here all along, but you know what I mean. His smile widened. Nephis stared at him for some time, then rubbed her temples. Yes, here you are. She hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Kai. Did he forget to mention anything? Kai considered the question seriously. I don't think so? Well, I guess. There was also that dragon. Nephis suddenly stood up, interrupting him. Actually, never mind. Let's continue this conversation later, shall we? Better yet, forget I asked. Her gaze softened. You two must be awfully tired. Go wash off the grime of battle, eat a proper meal, and rest. There will be plenty of time tomorrow. Kai nodded in gratitude and rose to leave. Sunny stood up as well. If you'll excuse me, then. Both of his incarnations headed for the door. The one covered in soot was let go, but the other one, someone suddenly caught him by the collar. Turning around, Sunny was met by Neff's heated gaze. Not you. You stay here. If you will. I have a few questions to ask. Yes, I have a few questions to ask, too. Cassie's voice had an edge to it now. Sunny forced out a pleasant smile. Why, naturally. Something was telling him that he was in for a long, restless night. At the same time, he found himself in a peculiar predicament. The events that had transpired in the world at large in these last few weeks were old news for him, but at the same time, he just learned about them. So, Sunny found himself in a strange state of being surprised and stunned by something he already knew. Rain did what? The incarnation who had just left the council room paused for a moment and covered its face with a palm. Chapter 2415. Huge, huge trouble. Everyone on the floor. This is a robbery. There was gunfire, screams, and the sound of breaking furniture as a group of masked men burst into the foyer of a prestigious bank. The startled clients froze, paralyzed by shock and fear. The workers raised their trembling hands into the air. The awakened security guards lunged forward while summoning their memories, but a few seconds later, they were already sprawled on the ground, groaning or unconscious. June should have known that his first mission as a member of the Shadow Clan would go terribly wrong. Ah, I hate amateurs. He had spent close to a month in the peaceful silence of the Dark City, being trained by the graceful Stone Devil, learning how to use the Mark of Shadows, and establishing bonds with other members of the Shadow Clan. Usually, a new recruit would have been given more time to adjust to their role and get used to things, but June was in somewhat of a unique position. His status as an elite among the black market operatives gave him a perfect cover to be seen in places where other members of the Shadow Clan could not enter without drawing attention, as well as a convenient reason to meddle in all kinds of unsavory business. So he had been sent on a mission earlier than usual, and now he found himself in the middle of a bank robbery. To be precise, June was wearing black combat fatigues, hiding his face behind an abomination mask, and holding an automatic rifle while watching his fellow robbers herd the hostages to the center of the foyer. The rest were breaking into the security system of the bank to activate the lockdown protocol. Having made sure that everyone was proceeding smoothly, he turned to the person who had fired a burst of bullets into the ceiling and regarded him chillingly. The man sensed his gaze and turned, asking in a hoarse voice, "What?" Instead of answering, June silently punched him in the solar plexus. His jab had not been telegraphed in any way and lacked a wind-up, so it did not seem very forceful. And yet the awakened henchman folded in two and fell to his knees with a pained gasp, struggling to breathe. June calmly grabbed him by the hair, jerked his head upward, and asked in a chillingly calm tone, "What are you doing?" He pointed to the ceiling. "Have you watched too many movies, moron? This bank is built to withstand nightmare gates. It is a box made from monster hide and reinforced alloy, so where do you think your bullets go when you start shooting randomly? Do you want to kill someone with a ricochet?" The man hissed, trying to struggle free from his grasp, and glanced up at June with fury. However, that wrath was replaced with fear after meeting his cold, murderous, and eerily calm gaze. The enforcer shivered behind the snarling mask. Sorry, Corsair." June watched him for a second more, mentally re-evaluating the situation. The people who had reached out to hire him for this job were not his usual clientele. They were not professionals assembling a crew of reliable specialists. Instead, they were zealots. Usually, June would not have taken such a contract, but the peculiar cult these zealots belonged to had been on the Shadow Clan's radar for a number of months now. This was their first serious move, so Awakened Kim had sent him to learn more about their goals and to make sure that nothing went wrong during the attack on the bank. In short, the robbers were a motley crew of a dozen or so believers and a few hired hands, June included. He was one of the more experienced people among them, so even the zealots seemed to be treating him with respect and trepidation. Still, maybe it was a good idea to make them respect him a little more. June glanced at the kneeling enforcer, considering if it was worth it to make an example out of him. "Is there a problem here?" He shifted his gaze and glanced at a delicate young woman with fair skin and blonde hair who had approached them. She was the only one of them dressed as a civilian and wearing no mask. Granted, she did change the color of her hair and the features of her face with a camouflage charm. She had been hiding among the clients of the bank when the attack started, looking weak and inconspicuous. That was why the guards had not paid the delicate young woman any attention and were taken down by her in a matter of moments as a result. Now that they were expertly tied up and under watch, she approached June. The young woman was another specialist hired by the zealots. She was also his fellow shadow, Fleur. Ray was also here, posing as a mundane person and being restrained alongside other hostages. The three of them were sent on this mission together, with June taking charge. However, they were not supposed to show any sign that they knew each other prior to being hired to rob the bank. Fleur had to stay away from him to avoid drawing attention. June knew her well enough by now to know how competent she was despite being quite young, so there had to be a reason why she had gone against his instructions. Something was wrong. Letting go of the kneeling henchman, he wiped his hand on his fatigues and gave her a frigid look. "No problem whatsoever. We were just having a friendly chat." Using the opportunity, the henchman scrambled away. Fleur studied June for a moment more, then nodded and turned away. Her delicate fingers, though, moved to form subtle signs. June glanced the other way, paying no attention to them. He did, however, sense the signs formed by the shadow of her fingers on the floor. We are in huge, huge trouble. Maintaining a nonchalant attitude, he tensed inwardly. Look right. June did just that. The hostages were divided into two groups. The larger group consisted of mundane humans. Ray was among them, sitting on the floor with his hands tied behind his back. Despite being amateurs in June's eyes, the robbers were not, in fact, hapless. They had reliable means of identifying Awakened. It was just that Ray's aspect made most of such means useless. The smaller group, consisting of only a handful of people, was isolated to June's right. He glanced at them, immediately noticing two stunning young women, both handcuffed with special enchanted cuffs. His attention was not focused on them because of their beauty, naturally, but rather because both seemed much too calm for the situation they were in, which was not at all a good sign. June frowned, feeling a very bad premonition. One girl was of medium height, with tan skin and ashen hair, looking at the world with the imperious, cold gaze of a legacy scion. The other looked much more approachable, beguiling even, looking around with lively curiosity in her gem-like onyx eyes, and a slight smile playing on her soft lips. It was that easy, captivating smile that made it hard to look away from her. Well, that and the fact that she looked vaguely familiar. No, not just vaguely. Fair skin, raven black hair, the girl strongly reminded June of someone he knew all too well. His mouth was suddenly dry. "Don't tell me?" Fleur gave him another signal. "Yes, that is the Princess of Shadows, Rain. Boss's little sister." June closed his eyes for a moment, remembering every curse word he knew. "You gotta be kidding me." Chapter 24:16, Can of Worms. The assailants moved rapidly. Before too long, the bank's security system was in their hands, and the heavy armor plates meant to protect the building in case a nightmare gate opened nearby fell down, turning it into an impregnable and inescapable fortress. Of course, all things were relative. Nothing was truly impregnable in the world of the nightmare spell. The bank could withstand the attacks of awakened abominations, and possibly a few fallen ones as well, but far more frightening creatures were entering the waking world more and more frequently these days. What seemed like reliable security measures just a few years ago were rapidly falling behind and becoming obsolete. The robbers were not really worried about fallen and corrupted abominations either. What threatened them more were humans. Government forces would arrive at the scene soon enough, including powerful ascended officers. If their luck was especially bad, even a saint could show up to resolve the crisis. The chances of encountering someone they had no business encountering were especially high because this bank was an old and prestigious one, having existed from before the descent of the spell. Many prominent families, including storied legacy clans, used its vault to store precious heirlooms and priceless treasures. A concerned powerhouse could appear out of the blue, not out of a sense of duty or altruism, but simply to prevent their own family from being robbed. "Ah, it's getting worse and worse," June sighed quietly. The presence of hostages would buy the robbers some time, but not enough time. They had to finish the job rapidly and get away before things went south. By now, the mundane clients and workers were tied up and sitting on the floor near the east wall of the foyer, while the awakened visitors and security guards were restrained and kept under watch near the west wall. Among them was the mysterious princess of the Shadow Clan. June threw a dark look at the gorgeous young woman and groaned inwardly. Blast it! On the day he joined the Shadow Clan, awakened Kim warned him about three people, her husband Aiko and the princess. He had become good pals with Luster in no time, and built rapport with the Shadow Fairy in no time. However, June had sworn to stay as far away from Boss's little sister as possible. He did not need to open that particular can of worms. And now here she was, in front of him. Locked, restrained, taken hostage, and surrounded by militant zealots. What was going to happen to June if even a single hair fell from her head? What was it that awakened Kim said? When it came to their boss, being killed was not an escape from suffering. It was merely the beginning. June had remained calm in many situations that would have made most awakened faint. He had survived horrors beyond imagination and glanced death in the eye without flinching on innumerable occasions. But now, he suddenly felt nervous. Forming subtle signs with his fingers, he sent Fleur a message. "We must make sure that absolutely no harm comes to her." Fleur did not answer for a few seconds, and when she did, there was something peculiar about her response. "Harm comes to her?" "No, Corsair, you don't understand." She turned faintly and gave him a peculiar look. "You should be concerned about the zealots instead. We must make sure that Rain doesn't take them all out before we can complete our mission." Deciphering the ominous message, June raised an eyebrow behind his mask. "Why? Is there a possibility that she'll go on some kind of massacre?" Fleur stared at him with an incredulous expression for a brief moment, then glanced away. Don't be silly. She's a pacifist. Now, what the hell was that supposed to mean? June would have loved to learn more, but at that moment a man wearing a tyrant mask walked into the empty space between the two groups of hostages. His low voice resounded in the foyer of the bank, making a few of them flinch. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tyrant. You have the honor of being my guests tonight. Show proper manners, and you'll have a pleasant visit. If not, his dreadful gaze landed on the hostages, forcing a few to reel back. I am afraid you won't enjoy the consequences. My people won't enjoy washing blood and viscera off our clothes either. So do consider acting with decorum and following our instructions faithfully. Don't give me a reason to revoke my hospitality. The man was the leader of the group, a figure of prominence in the cult and a seasoned warrior, at least judging by what June had discerned about him. Worst of all, he was a master. June had taken down a master or two in the past, but it was never easy, especially when he did not have the advantage of striking from stealth or luring the adversary into an ambush. Assassinating an ascended was one thing, but facing one in an honest battle was not something he ever wished to repeat. He just hoped that the princess would not draw the tyrant's attention. Nothing good would come if she did. As June was somberly contemplating contingencies, the dead silence that followed the tyrant's address was suddenly broken by a loud whisper. Wow. Tamar, did you hear that? That was a proper villain's speech, wasn't it? So cool. That guy is too full of himself, but let's give credit where credit is due. He's really eloquent for a pompous dimwit, I mean. Rain, can you shut up, please? Do you think he gave that speech impromptu or had he rehearsed it at home? If it's the former, amazing, great improvisational skills. I sort of think that it's the latter, though. Can you imagine? That'd be so funny, him standing in front of a mirror practicing a sinister voice. Stop talking, fool. I'm begging you. No, I'm just saying. Do villains like that utter buffoon over there also get stage fright? I'd be mortified having to give a speech in front of a hostile crowd. He has guts, that's for sure. Ah, you've did it now? Huh? Why is everyone looking at me? The loud whispers finally grew silent. Everyone in the bank, the robbers, the hostages, and the tyrant himself, were indeed staring at the two young women. The Princess of Shadow blinked a couple of times, then smiled awkwardly. Oh, was I too loud? Sorry. Continue as you were. June shook and suppressed the desire to shoot someone, possibly himself, in all his career as a soldier, mercenary, and occasionally an assassin. She's exactly like her brother. Chapter 2417, Harmless, Hilarious Hostage. Rain glanced at the masked thugs and smiled innocently. That should be enough, right? Life was really unpredictable. Today was supposed to be a usual day, and yet she had found herself in the middle of a bank robbery. Rain would have blamed her awful luck, but she suspected that luck had nothing to do with it. Rather, it must have been Tamar. She gave the legacy girl a sidelong glance. The two of them were visiting NQSC on business. Rain was, while Tamar had come along as her friend and unofficial bodyguard. Chief Bethany had achieved a groundbreaking feat by establishing a hydroelectric plant in the dream realm, but she could not return to the waking world to share her research with the part of the academic community still residing here. If she did, she would be pulled into the first nightmare, so an intermediary was needed to make a report on her behalf. Rain was the only awakened on the team, so she was a natural choice despite being an intern. She had been wanting to visit NQSC for the longest time as well. This was where she had grown up, after all. But after leaving the city for Ravenheart numerous years ago, she never had the opportunity to return. So Rain and Tamar used the Dreamgate to come back to the waking world. The conference where she was supposed to make the report was supposed to start in a few hours, but before they went to the venue, Tamar asked to visit the bank where her clan had a deposit box. And here they were, restrained and being stared down by a dozen armed assailants. Said assailants were staring at Rain with overflowing malice right now. Oh, was I too loud? Sorry. Continue as you were. She glanced at the leader of the bandits awkwardly. Of course, she had not just offended him for fun. Rain might have been young, but she knew people well. She had met all kinds of men and women, numerous of them at their worst or at their best. Crisis and war had a way of drawing out one's true nature, and both were plentiful in the world of the nightmare spell. So having rapidly glimpsed the tyrant's true nature, she knew where things would go from the moment he began to speak. The callous man needed to make a crowd of frightened people submit to him. It was an imperative necessity if he wanted to emerge from this conflict with minimal losses. But frightened people were rarely rational. Mere threats were not going to work. If he knew what he was doing and he seemed like someone who did, he would illustrate his promise of violence with something more convincing than words. She was certain that the tyrant was going to make an example out of someone, even if no one challenged his authority immediately. Their blood would prove his point and make the rest of the hostages believe his threats. That was why Rain had provoked the man. If someone had to be made an example of, it would be much better for her to play that role. Rain was an awakened after all and could endure much more punishment than one of the mundane hostages would. And if the tyrant went too far, she and Tamar could offer far more resistance. She was not arrogant enough to think that the two of them were invincible. In fact, in other circumstances, Rain might have acted with more caution. But she had noticed Ray among the hostages. Fleur was here too, having infiltrated the criminal crew. Their disguises did not fool Rain, and after sensing them communicating with the shadow signs, she concluded that the tall man in the mask of a grotesque devil was a member of the Shadow Clan as well. The mysterious devil emanated a sense of confidence and dreadful composure. She could not see his face, but his piercing blue eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he was not at all disturbed by the tense and potentially lethal situation. He seemed like a man with ice flowing through his veins. Rain did not know him, and he did not seem to recognize her either, so he was probably someone Sonny had recruited recently. Collecting unique people seemed to be his latest hobby. In any case, there were 5 members of Shadow Clan in the bank and 10 assailants, meaning that while Rain was indeed putting herself in danger, that danger was not too serious. 5 shadows was more than enough to handle this rabble. The only problem was the tyrant himself, who seemed to be a master. However, the magnitude of that problem remained to be seen. As the callous man turned his glassy gaze to her, Rain smiled and whispered 2 words almost inaudibly to assign herself a pair of epithets. I am harmless, hilarious promise of a distant sky. People were less likely to attack those they were not threatened by, and far more likely to treat those who made them laugh well. Now, she could only hope that the tyrant would not decide to go too hard on her. Obesh, he studied her for a few seconds, then approached her with slow, measured steps and stared her down, making her shiver. Something was lacking from the man's gaze. Empathy, possibly, or possibly even humanity. Ah, I hope it won't hurt too much. But as long as the other hostages were spared, Rain was all right with hurting a little. To her relief, however, the tyrant suddenly let out a low, unnerving chuckle. Why, thank you, young lady. Eloquence is indeed something a man in my line of work needs to excel at. With that, he shifted his glassy gaze to Tamar. The tyrant remained silent for a moment, and then spoke in an even tone. Tamar of Sorrow. What a pleasant surprise. Legacies were no different from celebrities, so it was no surprise that he recognized her. Even if Clan Sorrow had lost its former prominence, numerous people would know what she looked like. The tyrant seemed to smile behind his mask, and then spoke over his shoulder in an emotionless voice. Corsair, take these young ladies down with us. It will be easier to get into the vault with them around. Rain let out a tiny sigh of relief and threw a glance at the tall man in the devil mask. Corsair. The newest member of the Shadow Clan was looking her way as well. But why did it seem like he wanted to strangle her? Chapter 24:18, VIPs. The assailants moved with speed and discipline one would expect from well-trained soldiers, not thugs who would go around robbing banks. Before Rain could even come to terms with the shifting situation, she and Tamar were being escorted into the depths of the building. The tyrant was leading the way, with 6 of his men following. The 2 hostages were walking behind, with Corsair and Fleur guarding them, which meant that 4 awakened bandits stayed behind to guard the rest of the hostages and were now alone with Ray. Can we take them down? Rain and Tamar were restrained with enchanted cuffs that made their essence peculiarly sluggish and prevented them from summoning any memories. The former would have interfered with their ability to use aspects abilities if not for the mark of shadows. Every member of the Shadow Clan was a master at controlling essence due to bearing the mark and undergoing extensive training, so they were all but immune to the insidious influence of the enchanted restraints. Rain had dismissed the epithets she had assigned herself to avoid the tyrant's wrath, and was now considering her next steps. First, she glanced at the rifles the assailants were carrying. It was strange to see Awakened using contemporary weapons instead of memories. Sure, while it was difficult to seriously harm a master with a bullet, Awakened themselves were far more susceptible to modern firearms. In fact, it was only marginally harder to kill them with a high-powered shot than it would be a mundane human. So the rifles posed quite a real threat to Rain, Tamar, and the other shadows. Still, possibly because she had spent so many years in the dream realm, seeing Awakened carrying modern weapons felt very peculiar. More than that, memories were simply a better choice, not only because they were deadlier, more powerful, and could possess potent enchantments, but also because they were far easier to carry and conceal. Rain signed a question, "Why are you armed that way?" It was Corsair who responded, hinting that he was in charge of this mission. Memories are unique, so they are easier to identify and trace. Anonymity is key in these matters. She considered his words for a moment. That was an unexpected but logical perspective. But the readiness of his response was a little peculiar. "You seem to know a lot about this stuff. Robbed many banks recently?" Corsair responded calmly. It was a weird thing, but after practicing for a while, one could discern tone and emotion in the movement of the other person's shadow when communicating with shadow signs. Fleur, for example, signed softly and smoothly. The new recruit, on the other hand, signed precisely and mechanically, with the measured indifference of a finely tuned machine. Not many. Rain and Tamar looked at each other. Where, exactly, had her brother found this guy? He was sort of cool. Wait, did he really rob a bank before? Come to think of it, there had indeed been a similar mission in the works. The assailants were descending into the basement of the bank, with one of them quickly unlocking the armored doors that stood in their way from a handheld console. They seemed well prepared for the job, even if locking themselves in a bank with the government forces guaranteed to arrive and surround the building rapidly was pure madness. Rain signed another question. What is their plan exactly? Corsair responded after a short pause. We were not told the details. One of them has a spatial movement aspect ability, though. He is their escape route. Wait, he must be really new. How come he uses shadow signs so confidently, then? It took her ages to learn this peculiar manner of communication. Was this guy a genius? That was so unfair. Rain suppressed her envy and asked the final question. So what do we do? Shall we take them down? Corsair shifted faintly, and she could feel his cold gaze. Please don't do anything yet, Princess. At least not until they reveal all their cards. Rain frowned. It was reasonable to assume that the tyrant had an ace or two up his sleeve, but what if they hurt the hostages? His response was curt. They won't. She had no choice but to believe him. So, Corsair, Fleur, and Ray were here to spy on the assailants and learn something about them, then take them down. Which meant that these were not easy criminals. Rain wanted to scratch her head, but sadly her hands were restrained. Who then? Misguided loyalists refusing to accept the fall of the valor and song regime? Disciples of some strange doomsday cult? Several of those had sprouted out of nowhere after sister-in-law made her explosive announcement. Finally, they reached the vault. This one, the tyrant's tech specialist could not unlock, so the leader of the assailants invited Tamar forward, gesturing to the complicated lock. If you will, Lady Tamar. She stared at him chillingly for a few seconds, then nodded to the lowest part of the contraption. Am I supposed to scan my fingerprints while my hands are tied behind my back? Her clan had a deposit box in the vault, so her data would be stored in the bank VIP client repository. That alone would probably not unlock the door, but it would help the tech specialist deceive the system. The robbers studied her silently. Finally, the tyrant pushed one of them forward. Take the cuffs off. Then, he turned his glassy gaze back to Tamar. Please don't do anything rash, young lady. If you do, I'll start with cutting off a finger. I know that you won't be deterred by such an easy threat. Legacies can be quite stubborn after all, but do understand that I don't mean your finger. I mean you little friend over there, and it won't end with a single finger either. Rain instinctively clenched her fists, hiding her fingers. Tamar remained nonchalant, staring at the tyrant darkly while Corsair tilted his head a little. Poor tyrant. He doesn't know what's coming for him. Rain almost pitied the man. The cuffs came off. Tamar walked over to the lock and unhurriedly scanned her retinas and fingerprints. Lastly, she channeled a little bit of her essence into a special spell-tech pattern that lit up, recognizing it. Soon, the heavy door let out a series of low clicks and opened slowly. Far above, in the foyer of the bank, Ray was sitting on the floor among the frightened hostages. His hands were zip-tied behind his back, and there was an appropriately scared expression on his face. His eyes, however, hid a hint of boredom. The four robbers were watching the hostages like hawks, but no one seemed to be paying him much attention. Ray remained motionless, but, unnoticed by anyone, a black snake slowly slithered out of his sleeve. The snake coiled on the floor, then raised its triangular head. Its fangs bit into the zip tie, easily slicing it apart. Ray brought his hands forward and rubbed his wrists. Then he reached back and picked up the snake gently. A moment later, its body rippled and turned into a razor-sharp black blade. Still ignored by everyone, Ray inhaled deeply and slowly rose from the ground. Chapter 2419. Bank Vault, deep in the bowels of the heavily fortified bank. The colossal doors of the vault opened, and the tyrant led his men inside. Rain and Tamar were forced to follow as well, finding themselves in a, huh? The bank vault looked nothing like what Rain had expected. In fact, it looked no different from a tastefully decorated, luxurious apartment. There was a spacious guest room with lavish furniture, video walls showing a scenic seaside landscape, and a sophisticated climate control system that imitated an invigorating breeze. Several doors led out of the guest room, opening into a gorgeously furnished kitchen, a neat and cozy bedroom, a recreation room with a state-of-the-art entertainment system, a stylish parlor. There was everything a person needed to live a comfortable life here, not having to step outside at all. A woman in a muted but fashionable business attire was standing in the middle of the guest room, looking at the tyrant with a tense expression. What is going on? Rain looked at Tamar and Corsair furtively, but neither of them seemed surprised by the scene. The tyrant gave a nod, and his people dispersed across the luxurious vault apartment. Vault? The man himself, meanwhile, walked over to the woman and gave her his usual cold, glassy stare. He spoke first. Pleasure to meet you, Vault Keeper. Now I presume there is no point in expecting your willing cooperation. The woman shook her head somberly. The tyrant chuckled. Suit yourself. Torture it is, then. She gave him a cold smile. You seem to know your basics. Then you should know that people like me are employed for a reason as well. My aspect makes me immune to pain, so try your worst. Rain finally understood what was happening. In hindsight, it was quite obvious. This bank was an old and prestigious one, offering its services to numerous prominent legacy families. And what was it that legacy clans would want to keep safe? Jewelry, precious materials, pieces of priceless art. Well, that too. But primarily, the most valuable assets legacies possessed were memories and echoes. Only awakened could own those, though. In case the heirs of a family had not undergone the awakening yet, a reliable intermediary was needed to make sure that they would receive their inheritance. Awakened led perilous lives, after all, and could die at any moment. Parents were not always able to transfer the aspect legact relics and valuable memories to their children themselves. Adult legacies were most likely in the habit of entrusting the heirlooms of their clan to a reliable, neutral party for safekeeping, especially before embarking on a life-threatening journey like challenging a nightmare or participating in a war, for example. Hence the need for the bank, and for the woman who was standing in front of the tyrant with a cold smile. He had called her the Vault Keeper, but more precisely, she was the vault. She was the awakened who kept the memories and echoes entrusted to the bank in her soul. That was why she was locked underground, living in the safety of this luxurious, heavily protected apartment. And just in case someone invaded the underground safe room, the Vault Keeper possessed an aspect that negated pain and was therefore immune to more mundane forms of torture, making it that much harder to force her to transfer the memories and echoes against her will. But where there was a will, there was a way. Rain's expression darkened. There was probably an armored room with mundane deposit boxes somewhere here as well, but that was not the tyrant's goal. His goal was the vault keeper. The man studied her silently for a moment and then seemed to smile behind his mask. Bold words, but will you be responsible for them? We will see just how potent your aspect is soon, vault keeper. Are you truly immune to all pain? Does that encompass all physical pain? Or do you not feel the agony of having your soul torn apart either? What about fear? Do you not fear watching yourself be maimed and disfigured even while not feeling anything? She pursed her lips but remained silent, looking at him with a pale face. Yeah, no. I don't know what Corsair's mission is, but I am not going to watch an innocent woman be tortured right in front of my eyes. At that moment, the tyrant chuckled again. Well, no matter. As much as I'd love to test your limits, insolent fool, there is no time for that. So let me introduce you to my friend. Suddenly, a whirlwind of radiant sparks surrounded him. The whirlwind was too large to manifest into a memory, which meant an echo. Suddenly, there was a sound of claws scraping against the floor. A grotesque creature appeared in the spacious room, towering above the humans. It was about 3 meters tall, with a gaunt torso and long, pale limbs. Its lower limbs were long and powerful, resembling that of a frog, while its upper limbs looked almost like that of a human, apart from their deathly pallor, eerie proportions, and clawed hands. The truly appalling part was its face, though. Ugh. Disgusting. A mess of slithering tentacles hung from the creature's mouth, obscuring its chest. Its eyes were large and milky white, covered by cataracts, and there were fin-like ridges crowning its head. The whole thing was moist and glistening dimly, as if the creature had just crawled from a dark pool of stagnant water. From what Rain could tell, it was an echo of a fallen devil. The vault keeper took an involuntary step back, while Corsair took a lazy step forward, which just so happened to put him between Rain and the echo. Coincidentally, he almost bumped shoulders with Tamar, who had done the same. What is this thing? The vault keeper's voice was concerned. The tyrant craned his neck to look at his echo, and then turned around to the woman. This is a uniquely persuasive echo. Its powers affect the mind. Sadly, they also physically destroy the brain of the victim, but only after getting the victim to do what the master of the echo needs. So, Vault Keeper, you have a choice. You can either get to know my friend better or hand over a memory called the Key of Ascension voluntarily. Rain lowered her head and prepared to manifest her mark into a weapon. At that moment, however, something unexpected happened. Just as lazily as he had come between her and the echo, Corsair took another step forward and plunged a black stiletto into the back of the tyrant's skull. Or rather, tried to, peculiarly enough, the sharp blade simply slid off the man's head, only leaving a shallow scratch on it. Time seemed to slow down for a moment. Know what the hell? Time has literally slowed down. Corsair sighed. Ray, now. And then everything around them was suddenly plunged into darkness. Chapter 2420, Uncharted Territory. A few minutes earlier, Ray rose from the floor and studied the 4 awakened robbers guarding the hostages. His dormant aspect ability did not make him invisible, but it did make him hard to notice. People and nightmare creatures both paid him little attention, and his presence was very subtle. Still, there was a limit to that ability. He could take one of the bandits down, but unless he was careful, the rest would immediately notice it. Even if they did not notice Ray himself, they would see one of their own going down his targets. After all, did not possess the same power. 4 of them. Awakened were unpredictable and often possessed tricky aspects, but usually taking down 4 would not pose a problem to Ray. Not after the training he had received in the Shadow Clan, at least. Taking them down quietly and while making sure that no hostage was harmed, however, was a different matter. He glanced at the black blade in his hand, then sighed and placed it on the ground. A moment later, Ray was gone. In seconds like these, his best friend was a distraction. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds, and then one of the hostages suddenly reeled back and screamed, Snake, snake! The 4 robbers simultaneously turned to the source of the disturbance, aiming their rifles up. The man was awkwardly trying to crawl back, even though there was nothing in front of him. The robbers looked at each other and then headed toward him. Well, 3 of them did, at least. The one furthest away from the shouting hostage, and therefore behind the line of sight of his allies, suddenly found an arm wrapping around his neck. Ray got the man in a chokehold and squeezed with vicious strength, putting him to sleep. Since he made no noise whatsoever, and everyone's attention was focused on the frightened hostage, no one noticed him gently laying the unconscious robber on the floor. The other three, meanwhile, reached their destination. They glanced at the pale hostage, and then one of them said in an angry tone, "Shut the hell up, moron. There's nothing here." The hostage, however, shook his head. "And no, there was a snake here just a moment ago, I swear." The robber sighed and opened his mouth to curse at the tied-up man. It was then that a black snake suddenly slithered up his body and wrapped itself around his neck. Its mouth opened, and a chilling hiss resounded in the foyer. "What the—" The other robbers were starting to raise their rifles, but just then, Ray appeared near one of them, bringing down an alloy pipe which he had scavenged nearby onto his head. The man toppled like a tree, and by the time his partner jerked the barrel of the rifle in that direction, there was no one there. Ray's awakened ability, on the other hand, did allow him to become invisible, even if there were some limitations to that ability as well. In any case, he only needed half a second to reach the remaining robber this time. Ray ruthlessly kicked him in the stomach, grabbed his rifle to prevent it from accidentally going off, and then slammed his knee into the man's chin as he bent down from the initial blow. By then, his mark had already dealt with the robber it had been strangling. All four bandits were down, laying on the floor in motionless heaps. The black snake slithered across the floor and climbed up his leg, disappearing into his sleeve a moment later. Ray looked at the hostages, who were staring at him in shock and fear. He remained still for a moment, then raised a hand and brought his index finger to his lips, as if telling them to be quiet. Then he suddenly disappeared, leaving only four motionless bodies in his wake. Now all he needed to do was get to the bank's grid control room and wait for Corsair's signal. Fleur was also in the vault, and while Ray was not happy about being separated from her during a dangerous mission, he knew that she could fend for herself. His sweetheart was a healer, yes, but she had received the same training he did, plus Rain and Tamar were there as well. Guaron, heyo echi only I'm stuck running boring chores. Sighing bitterly, he remembered the blueprints of the bank they had studied in advance and rushed to the grid control center. June listened to the exchange between the vault keeper and the tyrant without showing any interest in it. Of course, in truth, he was following the conversation quite intently. 6 awakened combatants, 1 master. The situation was not great, but it was not awful either. As long as the Ascended was taken down rapidly, the rest were not going to pose a problem. Of course, June was not going to attack the enemy master before learning what, exactly, had the man come here to steal. Then, the tyrant went and summoned a fallen echo. That spoiled June's mood somewhat, but not by much. Nothing really changed. Quickly killing the leader of the Zealots was still his primary goal. When the tyrant died, his echo would disappear with him. His first mission as a member of the Shadow Clan was truly quite precarious. June was supposed to learn what the cult was searching for and take the Zealots down, despite the fact that their leader was an Ascended. At the same time, he had to make sure that the hostages weren't hurt, or at least not hurt too badly. The decision on how far the Zealots were allowed to go was left to his discretion. Take the Vault Keeper, for example. Was he supposed to let the tyrant torture her? Or would that be crossing the line? Usually, June would have had strict parameters for a job, but the Shadow Clan gave its members a lot of autonomy. He was not merely a hired gun anymore. He was expected to exercise his own judgment and make decisions that would benefit the clan of his own accord, which was already uncharted territory. And now there was also an unpredictable VIP added to the equation. The princess. Worse still, the adversary was in possession of a fallen echo. The question of whether or not June would allow the Vault Keeper to be tortured was moot now. The tyrant had decided to go straight for murder. The murderous zealot, meanwhile, was speaking once again. "So, Vault Keeper, you have a choice. You can either get to know my friend better or hand over a memory called the Key of Ascension voluntarily." June smiled faintly behind the mask. "Ah, thank you kindly." The man just offered June the name of the memory the cult was searching for, which meant that June did not need him alive anymore. Suppressing his killing intent, some enemies were quite sensitive to it. June took a step forward while manifesting his mark into a weapon and stabbed it into the tyrant's skull. There was no warning, no indication that he would attack. Just a rapid and ruthless strike that was supposed to end the zealot's life. But that was the thing about fighting Awakened. Awakened were very hard to predict. The second his weapon met the adversary's head, it felt as if he was trying to pierce metal. The bastard must have possessed a powerful defensive aspect. Well, crap. June activated his own Awakened ability, slowing down time. Ray, now. Somewhere far away, Ray heard his voice through a special communication memory shared between the three members of the team and cut the power. The artificial lights, the video walls, the climate control systems. Everything in the vault that needed power to function was immediately disabled, plunging the spacious room into utter darkness. And darkness was the territory of the shadows. Chapter 2421. In slow motion, June possessed quite a strange aspect. His dormant aspect ability was subtle, but versatile and very useful. It made him exceptionally observant. His senses were sharper than those of most people, and he could discern many things that the rest would not notice. More than that, time seemed to slow down around him when he was focused or full of adrenaline, but that was merely an illusion. In truth, time flowed at its usual pace, and it was rather June's ability to perceive and assess his surroundings that outpaced it. In other words, he saw the movements of his enemies in slow motion. June was moving just as slowly. Since his speed was not given a corresponding boost, however, he had more time to perceive what his enemies were doing and come up with the best possible countermeasures. Added to his already excellent observation skills and conditioning that made him seem like someone with an impossibly quick reaction speed and insidiously keen judgment. As a side effect, June had earned a reputation of a man with ice flowing through his veins, since he never flinched and was never startled, remaining completely unfazed no matter what happened. His dormant aspect ability had saved his hide many times. It had always been powerful, and after years of specialized training, June learned to draw out its full potential. His awakened aspect ability, however, was anything but straightforward. It allowed him to actually slow time down. Well, not quite. Rather, it allowed him to slow down things, people and creatures. There was a catch, though. His ability targeted an area instead of an entity, and within that area, different things were affected differently. Those more powerful than him would be slowed down less than those of equal power to his own, while those weaker than him would be slowed down more. Additionally, only their bodies would be affected, while their ability to perceive and assess information would remain the same. Inanimate objects and phenomena, meanwhile, were slowed down the most. June was not immune to his own ability either, which meant that he had to use it cautiously and with foresight. He could cast it in front of himself to slow down a speeding bullet and step out of its path, for example, or to escape an explosion. But if he wanted to engage a powerful adversary in melee, slowing them both down would be the death of him. After all, he would be affected more than his foe. Still, once his backstab failed to kill the tyrant, June plunged the entire vault into the mire of slowed time to give Ray enough time to cut the power. Once darkness swallowed the entire bank, the shadows received a decisive advantage against the enemy. June made a sign, telegraphing his intent. Tyrant, at the same time, Tamar of Sorrow made one as well. Echo. In the next moment, June deactivated his awakened ability, and the underground vault exploded into chaos. Corsair! The tyrant's voice thundered in the darkness, full of murderous wrath and something else entirely. In fact, it was a full-blown sonic attack. Luckily, June had already disappeared from his previous position, so he was not caught in the destructive shockwave. Fleur dashed forward, grabbing the vault keeper and pushing her to the ground. Tamar of Sorrow had already destroyed her restraints and exploded forward with breathtaking speed. The young woman seemed to step on air as she soared above the fallen devil. Her mark of shadows assumed the form of a black greatsword, and she brought it down on the towering creature's detestable head with a spin. Ahobe! The princess took a leisurely step to the side, putting the mass of the lumbering Echo between herself and the awakened robbers, then opened her mouth as if to say something. The zealots opened fire. You absolute idiots! June wasted a whole fraction of a second to bemoan the lack of professional standards the wannabe outlaws were displaying. Who the hell fired blindly in a closed space? Sure, neither the tyrant nor his Echo would be harmed by mundane bullets, but the 6 awakened henchmen could easily shoot each other instead of their enemies, and indeed, none of the bullets hit their marks. Fleur and the vault keeper were on the floor. Tamar of Sorrow was 3 meters above ground. Princess Rain was protected by the mass of the towering echo, while June was protected by the tyrant. The ascended zealot had already turned back, so a few bullets hit him in the back of the head, ricocheting away with metallic ringing. "Stop firing, you!" Before he could finish the sentence, June crashed into him like a battering ram. His goal right now was to separate the tyrant from the rest of the shadows and bring him as far away from the princess as possible. So he grabbed the man and allowed momentum to carry them both in the direction of the nearest wall. They hit it with devastating force, breaking through. June had known all along that while the outer walls of the vault were heavily armored and even protected by runic sorcery, the ones separating the rooms inside were merely decorative. So he and the tyrant fell into the vault keeper's parlor in a rain of debris. As they fell, June stabbed the ascended man 3 times, one time in the neck, one time between the ribs, and one time in the inner thigh, hoping to cut at least one of the arteries. Sadly, the tyrant's entire body seemed to be protected by the mysterious aspect ability. June's black stiletto scraped harmlessly against the man's skin, failing to pierce it. Perhaps a more powerful weapon would have done the job, but June wasn't awakened, and therefore his mark of shadows was only as powerful as an awakened weapon would have been. Blast it. Usually, summoning memories would have been a bad decision in this situation, not only because memories took time to manifest, but also because they came into existence as whirlwinds of radiant sparks. Members of the Shadow Clan thrived in darkness, though so illuminating themselves in such a manner was unwise. That was why the memories forged for them by the Lord of Shadows manifested from strings of darkness instead. Some of them, weapons in particular, could be summoned instantly as well. Sadly, June found himself unable to summon memories. The world seemed to slow down as he came to terms with the sudden revelation, contemplated possible reasons, and came to a probable conclusion. It seemed like the enchanted restraints placed on awakened hostages were not enchanted at all. Rather, they were merely meant to mask someone's aspect ability. The tyrant's aspect ability, most likely. The man could suppress the flow of essence, thus interfering with the aspect abilities of other awakened and preventing them from summoning memories. So what was June supposed to do if his weapon could not pierce the ascended zealot's flesh, and he could not summon a different blade? The tyrant's mask had been destroyed by the sonic attack, revealing his chiseled face. He opened his mouth, beginning to say something. It had the potential to be a taunt or another sonic blast. Having considered his options, June swung his fist and punched the master in the face. Chapter 24-22, Shadows vs. Zealots. Fight. Striking the tyrant with a fist felt like striking armored alloy, which was not too bad since June had had the unfortunate experience of ripping from an APC or two with his bare hands before. No matter how strong an ascended was, they were still beholden to the laws of physics. The tyrant was thrown down, the back of his head cracking the floor. Before he could recover, June struck him again, and then again, and again. His arms moved like pistons, his fists falling down like hydraulic power hammers. He could not stab the enemy to death, so blunt force trauma and concussive force were the next best thing. June put as much strength as he could muster into each punch, making sure not to shatter his own bones in the process. Being a member of the Shadow Clan was not without its perks, but there were drawbacks as well. Possibly the most significant of them was that servants of the Dark Lord did not belong to the Flame Domain anymore, and were therefore devoid of Changing Star's grace. Miraculous flames were not going to descend to soothe their pain and heal their wounds, so they always had to be cautious, more cautious than those who walked in the light were at least. Come on! The tyrant seemed a little dazed, but not at all as hurt as June had hoped he would be. Worse still, the man was already coming to his senses. There was blood pouring from his nose and from his mouth, where a tooth or two must have been dislodged, but his eyes had regained their murderous glint. 3 moments had already passed since the moment the power was cut, even if it felt like much longer. That meant that things were about to get far more difficult for the shadows. It took some time to summon memories, but those of them that produced light were usually the simplest and weakest of them, which meant that they could be summoned rapidly. If even one of the zealots had reacted quickly, the darkness that gave June and his people a decisive advantage could be dispelled at any moment. But June had to concentrate on the tyrant. Now that the man had regained his senses, Trying to crack his skull with a barrage of blows was not an option anymore. Engaging a master in hand-to-hand combat was a dangerous idea at the best of times, but trying to grapple one was pure suicide. So June disengaged and jumped back, activating his awakened ability once again to slow the tyrant down. His essence felt sluggish, but his control of it was refined enough to break through the unknown hex. The ascended zealot still moved with a speed that left June appalled, jumping to his feet and summoning a whirlwind of sparks to illuminate his surroundings. To June, the innumerable sparks seemed to drift slowly through the air. He studied his adversary. The tyrant was older than he had assumed, his unshaven face pale and harsh. His equipment was mundane, offering no additional protection. Being stabbed, shot in the back of the head, slammed through a wall, and repeatedly punched in the face did not seem to have affected him in any significant manner. Blood flowing from his nose and his mouth was going to compromise his breathing, though. The man was left-handed, but his right eye was the dominant one. He also protected his left side slightly, most likely subconsciously, hinting at an old wound that was still letting itself be known, or at least a psychological habit. Not much to work with. June sighed, deactivated his awakened aspect ability, and lunged forward. Outside the devastated parlor, numerous things had happened in these 3 long moments. The fallen devil had lost half of its tentacle and was pushed to the corner of the room by Tamar's fierce assault. Her black greatsword was a memory forged for her by Sunny himself. Its enchantments were quite perplexing, making the brutish weapon exponentially deadlier the faster its wielder was moving and granting it far greater power if the wielder was completely airborne, not touching the ground at all. That and the element of surprise allowed Tamar to push the towering echo back. Now, however, the devil had regained its wits and was about to launch a counterattack. Rain, meanwhile, had used the first second to assign herself an epithet. As an awakened, she could maintain 2 at the same time, so she granted the same epithet to Fleur too. It was quite an easy one. Fleur now. As the vault-keeper pressed herself into the floor, the 2 young women rushed toward the robbers. The darkness was only broken by the muzzle flashes and ethereal glow of swirling sparks of light, so the enemies could not really aim at them. Still, 6 automatic rifles produced a lot of bullets. Rain was hit in the shoulder. Despite the epithet she had assigned herself, she was not entirely bulletproof. A direct strike from a heavy railgun would have probably punched right through her body. She would not have been able to protect a mundane person from being killed by less destructive firearms either. After all, it was not in the nature of mundane people to be immune to bullets. But she was an awakened instead. Awakened did possess some measure of resistance to mundane weapons, so the epithet she had given herself did not have to fundamentally change her nature. It simply had to enhance a quality that she already possessed, so the effect was more than potent enough to allow her to shrug off the hit and continue to move forward as if nothing had happened. The same held true for Fleur, even if the epithet assigned to her was not tied to a true name and was therefore less effective. Both of them reached the zealots in one piece. What happened next was quite predictable. Rain and Fleur were exceptionally skilled awakened warriors with fully saturated cores and rich, harrowing experience of fighting a war in Godgrave under their belts. More than that, they could see in the dark, while their enemies could not. And the only difficulty was that Rain could not kill their opponents and had to subdue them while keeping everyone alive instead. The robbers were already summoning luminous memories as well, and yet none of them managed to benefit from that light. By the time the first lantern manifested itself into existence, all 6 assailants were already either dead or unconscious. Rain and Fleur had bulldozed through them at breathtaking speed, moving as quickly and subtly as real shadows would. All in all, it took them no more than 6 moments, and on the 7th second, Tamar hissed, stepping on air to push herself back. The echo still managed to reach her with its claws, sending the young woman rolling across the floor. At the same time, Corsair was tossed through the broken wall. Instead of crushing into the ground, however, he spun and landed on his feet, regaining his balance a split second later with an inexplicable level of nonchalance. The tyrant and his echo faced the 3 shadows, sending a shiver running down Rain's spine. I better think of something quick. Chapter 24-23. Silence is golden. The tyrant walked out of the ruined parlor like a sinister spirit. Three luminous memories igniting above his shoulders and above his head like three eyes of a furious monster. His black fatigues were covered in dust, and his face was smeared in blood. His glassy eyes were gleaming with cold, murderous wrath. Walking over to stand side by side with his echo, he glanced at the three shadows darkly. The vault keeper moved to stand behind them, shielding her eyes from the bright light. Four awakened against a master and an echo of a fallen devil. They looked at each other. Should we stall to give Ray an opportunity to get down here? Rain hesitated for a moment. She did not know the plan of Corsair's team, but was pretty sure that Ray had dealt with the four henchmen the robbers had left to guard the hostages by now. The young man was not the most formidable fighter of their cohort, but he was its hidden weapon. He was exceptionally lethal, often striking from the shadows to bring down enemies much more powerful than him. However, the tyrant's potent defensive aspect ability would make it hard for Ray to kill him in a single strike. More than that, they would have to engage the ascended man in conversation to stall for time, and Rain had a feeling that letting the tyrant talk would be a big mistake. What to do? Corsair shifted slightly, taking something off his belt. Rain's eyes widened slightly when she recognized what the tall man was gripping in both hands. Grenades? What was he planning to do? And what kind of awakened carried grenades around anyway? She had only seen them in movies before. Corsair seemed to smile chillingly behind his devilish mask. Tamar raised her greatsword slightly, preparing to dash forward. Fleur braced herself, shielding the vault keeper with her body. The tyrant opened his mouth and froze in confusion, failing to make a sound. Well, naturally he failed. After all, Rain had assigned him an epithet just then. The tyrant became the mute tyrant. Ouch! Forcefully placing an epithet on an unwilling ascended was difficult, strenuous, and burned through her essence with dire speed on top of that. The sinister master would most likely shake the effects off in a moment or two, but that was all right, because Rain was not done yet. She wanted to try something else as well. Turning to the echo, she concentrated and named it, turning it from a nameless echo into the gross friend of the mute tyrant. And then, she assigned an epithet to the echo, connecting it to the given name. This one was quite easy and did not go against the nature of the echo at all. In fact, it was reliant on its nature. Just like that, the gross friend of the mute tyrant became the dismissed gross friend of the mute tyrant. Be gone! Rain poured her essence and willpower into the epithet, praying that this unconventional application of her aspect would work, and did it. A second later, the echo exploded into a whirlwind of sparks, pouring back into the tyrant's soul. Attack. The gross echo was not destroyed, merely dismissed. So the ascended bandit could easily summon it again. It would take some time to manifest the grotesque devil for the second time, though. They had to finish the tyrant before that happened. The sinister master was, without a doubt, surprised by the sudden vanishing of his echo. The shadows, however, were accustomed to all kinds of strange and inexplicable things. After all, they came from the dark city, where the Lord of Shadows reigned. Rain's brother was a weirdo to put all other weirdos to shame. If he proclaimed himself to be the second most bizarre person in the world, two worlds, even no one would dare to claim the first place, so they reacted instantly. Tamar exploded forward, turning into a blur. Corsair was not far behind, with Rain and Fleur following. Four black weapons were aimed at the tyrant's vital points. Well, Rain aimed a little off the mark, knowing that she would not be able to strike him where it counted. However, even caught by surprise, a master was still a master. The tyrant moved with awful speed, evading Tamar despite her awakened ability. In the next moment, his hands shot forward to grab her neck. Then both of them slowed down, as if caught in a mire. The tyrant was reaching toward Tamar, who was evading away. Her hair fluttered in the wind, rippling slowly. Her hands shifted slowly on the hilt of the black greatsword, pushing and pulling to turn its colossal blade around. The blade was mere centimeters away from the ascended bandit's torso, but at the speed it was moving, he would not be cut any time soon. Then Corsair slammed into the tyrant, throwing them both back. Time resumed its usual flow, and the two men hit the floor a dozen meters away from the rest of them. Something rang as it rolled on the floor. Those were the safety pins of the grenades. Rain's eyes widened. You insane? At the last moment, Corsair managed to push himself away, sliding back across the floor. Still, when the grenades detonated, he was no more than a couple of meters away from the explosion. The tyrant was suddenly enveloped in light and flame. The flame, the shrapnel, the shockwave moved slowly, however, blooming in all directions like a peculiar, gorgeous, radiant flower. Corsair was right in front of the slowly exploding ring of fire and shrapnel. His kneeling figure countered against it sharply. Bastard. Something moved within the flame. A master was not going to be killed by a couple of mundane grenade naturally. He was not even going to be seriously hurt by them. Unless Rain got involved. Rao. Dismissing the mute epithet, she assigned two new ones to the slow, combustible tyrant. Then she opened her mouth and spoke the true name of fire. Chapter 24:24. The word is mightier than a grenade. The flames suddenly grew in intensity, and a wave of unbearable heat washed over the bank vault. The figure imprisoned in the slowly blooming explosion shuddered and convulsed, a strangely distorted scream reaching Rain's ears. She knew that the tyrant was not going to be killed by the flames. The very fact that she had been able to speak the name of fire proved it. Her flaw would have prevented her from channeling it otherwise. However, he would definitely be hurt by the explosion. A lot. Not only was the tyrant more susceptible to being burned because of the epithet she had assigned him, but her other epithet synergized with Corsair's aspect, slowing the Burning Master down even more. The man himself rolled away from the explosion, escaping it entirely. Jumping to his feet near Rain, she gazed at her with his piercing blue eyes and said evenly from under his monstrous mask, "I thought you were a pacifist." Rain smiled radiantly. "I am." With that, she turned to the Burning Master and dismissed the combustible epithet, replacing it with another one. Hyperalgesic. Extremely sensitive to pain. Rain was not going to admit why she even knew that word, but she did. And as a result, the peculiarly distorted scream turned into a strangely distorted howl. Corsair stared at her with his calm blue eyes. But did Rain imagine it? Or had the tall man shivered faintly? Surely it was just her imagination. Some time later, the commotion was over. The robbers, who had turned out to be zealots, were unconscious and restrained. The badly burned corpse of the tyrant was covered by a sheet. Rain had not killed him naturally. Like the peaceful and harmless person that she was, she simply made him wail and convulse in agony while Tamar and Corsair finished the job. She had suggested sparing the murderous zealot and merely knocking him out, even. But Corsair had other ideas. She could understand his decision as well. The awakened criminals were already difficult to contain. But imprisoning an unhinged master demanded a wealth of resources the government did not possess. The government was barely holding the world from falling apart as it was. In any case, the lockdown was lifted from the bank. Corsair, Ray, and Fleur disappeared without a trace, while Rain and Tamar stayed behind to have a talk with the government forces. Tamar's status as a legacy and a former centurion of the 7th Royal Legion would come in handy to explain how a dozen awakened criminals and an ascended mastermind ended in their current pitiful state. After checking on the hostages and releasing them from the restraints, the two of them walked outside. As they waited for the police to arrive in front of the bank's doors, Rain glanced around, her gaze lingering on the graffiti marring the walls for a moment. She sighed. NQSC had really changed. In the past, there would not have been graffiti in such a prestigious district, especially one lacking any artistic value, just a mess of letters drawn in faded paint. There would not have been crazed zealots robbing banks either. She glanced at Tamar. "Hey, we did not just happen to be in that bank by accident, did we?" Tamar gave her an impassive stare. Eventually, though, she shrugged. "Maybe." Rain raised a hand and flicked her on the forehead. "I knew it." "Why, though? Don't get me wrong. I do not mind foiling a bank robbery. Actually, it was kind of exciting. But I am so busy today, I have to speak in front of a large crowd in an hour." Irrelode. Here she made a pitiful face. Tamar looked at her, remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed. "Your brother is preoccupied at the moment, so Iko asked me to evaluate Corsair's performance and back his team up if necessary." Granted, she probably did not expect that I'd take you with me. Rain chuckled. So why did you? Tamar glanced at her with the usual stern frown. I mean, you're kind of hard to get rid of, you know? A rare smile illuminated her face, and she glanced away. Plus, I wanted you to see Corsair in action and get your opinion. I am assembling a cohort to challenge the second nightmare, you know? I had my eye on him, but needed to make sure that he'll fit. Rain smiled as well. And what do you think? Will he fit? Tamar nodded. Sure. Asterion will fit just fine. Rain blinked. Huh? Had she heard wrong? What did you say? Tamar looked at her in confusion. I said that Corsair will fit just fine. Why? Rain tilted her head a little. Ah, I think you misspoke. She pointed to the wall. That graffiti must have been on your mind, huh? There, someone had written in large, bold letters, Asteri on. What's an Asterion, anyway? Tamar studied the graffiti for a moment, as if noticing it only now, then frowned and shook her head. No idea. Sounds a bit familiar, I guess. Somewhere far away, sirens broke the silence. Rain patted Tamar on the shoulder. Well, you'll deal with it. I have an academic report to make. Turning around, she began to walk away. The strange word got stuck in her mind, repeating itself like an earworm. Asterion, as te re on. In a hallway in Ravenheart, Sonny stopped and leaned on the wall. He had just remembered receiving a report about the bank robbery and Rain's participation in it. She did what? Rain cooked a master alive? Alive being the key word. And she had forcefully dismissed an echo too. Apparently that was something his sister was capable of now. According to the report, she had been inspired to try something like that after seeing the cooked master's aspect ability, which allowed him to prevent Awaken from summoning memories. If someone could interfere with summoning memories, why wouldn't someone be able to interfere with dismissing them? No, but why the hell is she going around getting into fights with masters in the first place? He had turned away for a minute, not even that. 1/7 of him had turned away. Sonny huffed and puffed, angry that Rain had been put in the position where she had to face a hostile Ascended, and with barely anyone, except for 4 elite agents of the Shadow Clan, present to protect her. What have I assigned Quentin to Bastion for? Could he not have followed her to NQSC? Shaking his head, Sonny continued walking. I need to have a serious talk with Aiko about that incident. But just then, another memory from the past few weeks surfaced in his mind. Sonny froze, then let out a hollow laugh. What? What did Aiko do? Chapter 2425, Aiko's Day Off. Aiko studied the sky thoughtfully. The sky was vast, blue, and full of sunlight. White clouds were drifting across its peaceful azure expanse like cotton candy, carried by warm winds. She was pleased. Ah, finally. It was nice to see the light of day again after spending so long on the forgotten shore. The starless void of its orphan sky was black and cold, with not even a moon to keep it company. Poor thing. The land itself was devoid of warmth and light as well. It was quiet and tranquil, but not exactly vibrant. So, visiting Bastion was something Aiko had been looking forward to very much, not the least of all because people could actually appreciate her stylish outfit here. Members of the Shadow Clan could see in the dark, true, but they had trouble discerning colors. Everything was a shade of gray for them. Most could not tell silk from satin either, let alone appreciate the nuances of exquisite fashion. Now that Aiko was finally wealthy enough to afford the finer things of life, leaving her wonderful ensembles unappreciated was a despicable crime. Feeling fierce and invincible in her white silk blouse, black skirt, flawlessly fitted vest, and tastefully embroidered blazer, she walked down the streets of the castle with determined steps. Her sharp heels sang as they struck the cobblestones, and her hair fluttered in the wind. All items of her ensemble were bespoke. The vest and the blazer were detailed tastefully with silver thread, which added to the subtle gleam of silver buttons and cufflinks, the latter set with onyx gemstones. Her shoes were made from lacquered black leather, with large silver buckles, creating a fascinating contrast with the dainty black bows above. Aiko chose not to wear any jewelry, knowing that it would only cheapen her look, well, except for a few charms hidden under her blouse for protection. She looked sophisticated, she looked chic, and most importantly, she looked exceedingly affluent. Anyone who knew anything would recognize just how exorbitantly expensive each item of her stylish ensemble was. Those who knew a thing or two about fashion, meanwhile, would be amazed to recognize the subdued cut of her outfit for what it was. The ensemble Aiko wore was not just any random arrangement of complementary clothes. It was actually a tasteful reimagining of the suit Morgan of Valor had worn to the last ever Valor Ball, designed and sewn by the same tailor who was supposed to have retired after the fall of the sword domain. That was why it had cost Aiko a fortune. Worth it, she grinned, almost missing a large puddle in front of her. Her shoe was about to touch the dirty water when the petite girl floated into the air, gliding gracefully to the dry cobblestones on the other side. Landing softly, she turned back and smiled triumphantly. "Not today, Puddle." Ignoring the stares of the passers-by, she raised her chin and continued on her way with confident, albeit quite modest in length, strides. Reaching one of the inner walls of the castle, Aiko floated to the battlements instead of passing through a nearby gate. Standing there, she enjoyed the view of the glistening lake and of the great city beyond. Bastion had grown tremendously since the first time she saw it. Back then, when Aiko was a youth who had just escaped the Forgotten Shore, there was not even a city on the shores of the lake. Every awakened sheltered by the great citadel, including her and Kai, lived within the castle. There was nothing but ash and nightmare creatures waiting for them beyond its walls. Things were different now, naturally. Bastions sprawled around the lake, with no end in sight. The city was vast and immense, sheltering close to 100 million people. Unlike the claustrophobic cities of Earth, which endlessly grew upward or burrowed into the ground to stay within the narrow confines of defensive barriers, it stretched in all directions freely. The buildings of Bastion were relatively low, not only because building towering human hives in the dream realm, where most of modern technology turned useless, was all but impossible unless sorcery or people with powerful utility aspects were involved, but also because there was no need to build them high. Aiko liked it better. She liked looking up and not feeling crushed by the looming mass of alloy and concrete or crimson coral and breathing in the vastness of the sky with a full chest. Naturally, sustaining a city of such size in the dream realm was no easy task. In fact, the rate with which Bastion had sprouted from the ash was nothing short of impossible, if not for the innumerable awakened working day and night to build homes for the refugees of Antarctica and new settlers. None of it would have been here. The city was at capacity at tearing at the seams, though. These days, most of the settlers were channeled to other citadels across the vast reaches of the former sword domain, while those in the west traveled along the River of Tears to settle down in one of the human strongholds situated in its basin. En Ove. There were innumerable problems to be solved in Bastion. It was all boiling and changing, taking form and crumbling, always one step away from complete collapse, which meant that there were innumerable opportunities to be reaped. Aiko was not the same youth anymore either. She had changed too. She had gone from running a gambling den in the Bright Castle to running the entirety of the Dark City, as well as the powerful shadow organization dwelling there. Naturally, there's the boss, but let's be honest here. That walking calamity can't even manage himself. I mean, how did he manage to lose one of his incarnations? Who does that? Who has incarnations, and who goes around losing them? Aiko scoffed and prepared to glide off the wall. At that moment, however, a polite voice interrupted her. "Excuse me, my lady. Flying is forbidden in the inner rings of the city." Turning her head, Aiko tried to look at the awakened guards who had approached her while patrolling the wall. Sadly, she had to crane her neck to actually look them in the eye. So instead, she floated up until she could look down at them snobbishly. "Good to know, thank you. However, I am obviously floating, not flying." The guard who had spoken to her blinked. "What is the difference?" Aiko gave him a confused look and did not respond immediately, as if stunned into silence by the question. Eventually, she said, "Velocity is the difference." She floated with the help of the awakened ability and pushed herself with the help of her dormant ability, so her speed had never been too great. The guards looked at each other. The other one shook his head. "No, as stated by the regulations regarding unconventional spatial movement, flying is constituted by aerial movement with the help of a self-generated directional force, while floating and gliding are constituted by the lack of said directional force. You are obviously flying, my lady. I'm deeply sorry, but we will have to fine you." It is really a small sum, Aiko smiled dangerously. Oh, well in that case, by all means, over my dead body. They wanted to fine her in their dreams. The guards stared at her with lost expressions. Excuse me. Aiko crossed her arms haughtily. Do you even know who I am? They studied her expensive outfit for a few seconds, then frowned. No, we don't. We have no idea, but what does that? Aiko smiled radiantly. Wonderful. With that, she allowed the wind to carry her over the lip of the wall and glided rapidly toward the crowds of people below. After all, since they had no idea who she was, they would not be able to find her in the city of 100 million people. The guards were so shocked that they were a second too late to react. Hey, wait a moment. But Aiko was already gone, enjoying the gorgeous boon of anonymity. Directional force, directional force. Bah, how silly. As if I'll allow myself to lose money over something like that. Chapter 2426. The fine nuances of printing money. Bastion was too vast now to travel across it on foot. Granted, Aiko's destination was not far from the lakeshore. Leaving the ferry, she thought about hailing a carriage, but then stumbled upon a shop window and became enthralled, staring at the displayed items with gleaming eyes. It occurred to Aiko that she had made a terrible mistake when choosing her outfit. Living in the darkness of the dark city must have messed up with her fashion sense after all. She had gotten so used to only seeing the world in shades of gray that she neglected to add a splash of color to her ensemble. Ah, what an oversight. Aiko was utterly mortified. That red scarf, those ruby cufflinks, those shoes with scarlet soles. No, she couldn't. After all, her outfit was an homage to the criminally underappreciated icon of fashion, Morgan of Valor herself, not a shameless imitation. Morgan had those breathtaking vermilion eyes which held the entire ensemble together. That was why her outfits went well with red accents and ruby accessories. Aiko, sadly, did not have vermilion eyes. Her eyes were brown, so. Blue? Green? No, those won't go well with silver. Pink? How about purple? She glared at the store window, almost burning a hole in it. In the past, when Aiko was poor and destitute long before her awakening, even she had spent many hours in front of shop windows like this one, staring at gorgeous things that she knew would only be hers in her fantasies. But now she was not one for window shopping. Why stare at windows when she could buy anything she wanted in the shop or even buy the shop itself? Walking inside the boutique, she gave the staff a neutral look. The professionals immediately evaluated her clothes, accessories, and general appearance. A moment later, their expressions changed and bright smiles illuminated their faces. My lady, welcome! Aiko allowed a corner of her mouth to curl upward. Ah, being rich is really the best. Then she raised her hand and pointed to a shelf. This, and this, and this one, as well. Also that one, and that one, and that one over there. She lost track of time. After a while, a mountain of colorful boxes was in front of her, and the smiles of the staff grew so wide that their faces were on the verge of cracking. That would be 100 coins, my lady. Aiko produced her coin purse, untied it, and emptied it onto the counter. The clerk's eyes glinted sharply. Hers did as well. Now came the important part, haggling. Of course, as civilized and refined people, they were not going to haggle over the price of purchased items. Instead, they had to haggle over the price of her money. Aiko pointed to her coins. As you can see, these are prime condition Ravenheart coins. So, I'm willing to pay 50 of those. The clerk smiled pleasantly. Ah, but the quality of recently minted Ravenheart coins is not as superior as it used to be. Even if it was, surely they would not be twice as valuable, possibly a tenth more valuable at best. I'm very sorry to say this, my lady, but I can't surrender these gorgeous things to you for less than 90 of these coins. Mino Beta coins minted in Bastion and Ravenheart were supposed to be identical, containing a set amount of soul essence. But the way they were minted and infused with essence was not completely precise. Different mints, and even different batches from the same mint, produced faintly different results. Ravenheart coins were generally more valuable, although that too depended on numerous factors. Aiko raised her hand and shook a finger. Oh, but your eyesight must not be sharp. It seems that you failed to notice that these coins over there are not merely Ravenheart coins. They are in fact Song Domain coins in pristine condition. Come to think of it, I think I failed to notice that as well. My, how silly of me. So I am willing to part with 40 of these gorgeous coins. The clerk's face paled in fear. How did 50 coins turn into 40? Wasn't she supposed to increase the price instead? Worst of all, he could not even dispute this tiny girl's logic. Apart from the coins minted in Bastion and Ravenheart these days, there also remained coins minted by the fallen Song and Sword domains. Their quality was not that superior to the modern coinage. In fact, it was inferior in most regards. And yet, they were quite a bit more valuable, for no other reason than that they were much rarer. Since the two domains had only minted money for a few years before disappearing into the annals of history, there would never be a new batch of Song and Sword coins produced by humans. Their number was limited and rapidly plummeting. After all, essence coins could be consumed to get a boost of essence in a difficult situation. So their rarity alone inflated their value. People were peculiar creatures that way, seeing value in things that lacked it simply because other people would not be able to possess them as well. The clerk gulped. F40? And no, I couldn't. After all, we are all Bastion natives here. Those pesky Song coins are not welcomed here. His voice did not sound confident. Aiko smiled triumphantly. Money doesn't stink, you know. But actually, I bet carrying all these coins would be cumbersome for you. How about I pay with something else? Suddenly, a different coin appeared between her fingers. That one was larger and heavier, entirely black, and etched with the symbol of a coiled serpent. The clerk's eyes widened drastically. Is that a shadow coin? He reached forward with a trembling hand. Aiko grinned, retracting her own. Indeed it is. So how about I pay with only one? The clerk hesitated for a few seconds. If the old domain coins were valuable, then shadow coins were extremely so. Nobody knew where they came from and who was minting them, but everyone wanted to possess one. That was because they were not essence coins. Instead, they were fragment coins. Consuming them did not grant awakened essence, and instead granted them a soul fragment, or even a few if the coin was of a high denomination. Of course, there were easier ways to obtain soul fragments. Purchasing a soul shard, for example, was far more attainable than hunting down the elusive shadow coins. But it was exactly that elusiveness, that mystique, and that great rarity that made them true treasures. The shadow coins, of course, were produced by the Dark Castle, the marvelous mimic, and did not cost Aiko anything. All she had to do to get them was keep the mimic on a steady diet of distressing nightmare creatures, which was a great way to make money out of thin air. The clerk accepted the coin with greed in his eyes and forced out a polite smile. Wonderful, my lady. Please visit our establishment again. Oh, do you need help carrying the boxes to your carriage? Aiko grinned. No need. Summoning a gorgeous purse crafted from black leather, she opened it and placed the first box inside. The box was larger than the purse, and yet it disappeared without a trace. The second box did as well, and the third, and the fourth. Before too long, the mountain of boxes vanished completely. Tying a vibrant cravat around her neck, Aiko smiled in satisfaction. Well then, goodbye. With that, she dismissed the purse and left the shop in complete exhilaration. Of course, she did not forget to gather her coins from the counter first. Now, I'm off to see Effie. Chapter 2427. Transportation Situation. Aiko was in a great mood as she hailed a carriage, which was her preferred method of moving around Bastion. Moving around Bastion was somewhat of a complicated matter, actually. There was already a grand project in the works to simplify it. Special tramways meant for streetcars were being embedded into the main streets, strengthened by primitive sorcery. The rails were cast from a special alloy that allowed them to channel essence, while the trams themselves were enchanted to move by absorbing it. Now that the Rivergate Hydro had gone operational, though, there were talks of discarding the magical streetcars in favor of good old-fashioned electric trams. Aiko suspected that in the end, both types were going to be implemented, with enchanted tramways serving as the thoroughfares of the public transport network, while more mundane ones would branch out from them as satellite outlets. The first streetcar was supposed to be launched quite soon. Before that happened, though, citizens of Bastion had 6 main ways to get around the city. The first one was to use a ferry and cross the lake. Naturally, that could only get one to a different location on the lakeshore, however. Considering that the city surrounded the lake like a ring, it was often faster to travel by water before continuing on foot than to make the entire journey while never leaving the land. The second way was the simplest. It was to use your own 2 feet. However, Bastion was an enormous city, so one could literally walk for days without ever reaching their destination in case they needed to travel to a distant part of the city. Naturally, Awakened had a great advantage over mundane humans in that regard, but even they would be hard-pressed to simply walk everywhere. The third way was much faster, albeit somewhat inconvenient. It was to hire an awakened rickshaw. Those came in all shapes and forms, from individual or two-seat carts to heavy wagons capable of carrying a dozen or more passengers. Their speed and capacity depended entirely on the puller's personal strength, and while most awakened sought better opportunities, some saw owning a rickshaw as a safe way to make modest amounts of money. The fourth way was a more comfortable, luxurious, and prestigious version of the third. It was to hire a carriage pulled by an echo. There was no beastmaster in Bastion, and therefore no army of enthralled abominations to serve as the engine of civil infrastructure. So, echoes were the next best thing. Sadly, despite the fact that there were numerous times more awakened in the world these days, most of whom were waging war against the dream realm on numerous fronts, there were still not enough echoes out there to make this mode of transportation widely accessible. Only affluent people had the means to hire an echo carriage. Luckily, Aiko was one such person, so she preferred to hail a carriage even if there was a faster way to get to where she was going. That faster way was to ride an echo mount. Not all awakened had echoes, and even fewer had echoes that could be ridden as mounts. However, owning one was quickly becoming the epitome of class, prestige, and flair. It was to the point that impressive echo mounts were not only widely sought after, but also cost more than powerful combat beasts at times. Owning an especially impressive mount could make an awakened famous and admired by the masses in an instant. Aiko could probably get herself a pretty, stylish, and utterly magnificent echo mount or two, but she did not like riding them at all. Why would she want to toss and rattle on the back of a towering beast? Not only would that ruin her masterfully tousled hair by actually tousling it, the horror, but it would also wrinkle her clothes, not to mention limiting her wardrobe. Thanks, but no thanks. The last way of getting around Bastion was quite peculiar and, strangely enough, in competition with personal echo mounts in terms of convenience. Not only that, but it was easily accessible to every citizen, awakened or not. That method was riding a bicycle. Bicycles were not very complicated machines, so nothing prevented them from being used in the dream realm. Citizens of Bastion had developed a great appreciation for bicycles. Actually, most were still imported from the waking world, but some were already being crafted right here in the city. Aiko would know since she had invested heavily into bicycle manufacturing herself. She had invested in innumerable enterprises around Bastion, actually, but the bicycle business was one of her golden geese, so she loved them a lot. Which did not mean that she was inclined to use one as a means of transportation, and for a very easy reason at that. Aiko could make a bicycle fly, but she had no idea how to ride one. The entire thing mystified her to no end. Should I ask Boss to teach me? That'd be a funny story to tell her grandkids one day, if she survived to tell the tale. In any case, Aiko managed to hail a carriage rapidly. Climbing into the soft seat, she told the driver where she wanted to go and leaned back, enjoying the view and the warmth of the sun on her face. She even started to hum a happy song quietly, feeling that her day simply could not get any better. She was still humming it when the carriage suddenly shook and came to an abrupt halt, as if hit by an earthquake. Then an enormous yellow eye appeared outside the window, staring at Aiko with sizzling intensity. The driver reeled back on his seat, shouting in fear and indignation. And an echo? Who let their echo run wild, damn it? Letting out a sigh, Aiko opened the door and floated out of the carriage. Language. Outside, an enormous wolf sat on the ground, towering above the carriage like a small mountain of white fur. Its tail was wagging wildly, making the ground shake a little with each strike. The wolf's tongue was hanging sideways from its mouth, and it was panting happily, staring at Aiko with gleaming eyes. She glanced at the driver and frowned. That is not an echo, can't you see? That is the venerable Saint Ling. Watch your tongue in front of a child, mister. Chapter 2428. Fairy godmother, Auntie Aiko. Auntie Aiko, let's fly, no. Walk on your 2 feet. Don't wanna. Walking on 2 feet is stupid. What? How is it stupid? Auntie Aiko, 4 feet is the way to go. Don't you know? Yes, but Wolfie, you're a big boy now. Ling Ling is not a big boy. I'm only 6 years old. I mean that you are too big to walk on all fours. The street is not wide enough. Oh, so let's fly. Aiko suppressed a smile. Little Ling had assumed his human form, so she was holding his hand as they walked along a tranquil street. It would have been a cute scene in normal circumstances, but the two of them made for a strange pair, mainly because she was barely taller than the little boy. Aiko was very petite, while little Ling had been abnormally large even as a toddler. Now that he was 6 whole years old, his height was no different from someone twice his age. It was a bit scary to imagine what the boy would look like when he grew up. The rascal would probably dwarf even his inordinately tall mom, which was a rare feat. Still, his height aside, little Ling glanced like an adorable 6-year-old now. He was a proper child, not the clumsy toddler he used to be. It was very strange to see him all grown up, forming full sentences, and talking like a little adult. Aiko had not even had to remind him to summon his clothes when he turned into a human. Her chest swelled with pride. Ah, time flies. And speaking of flying, she cleared her throat. We can fly when we pass the gate. All right? Little Ling smiled radiantly. Deal? He fell silent for a few seconds and then said thoughtfully, but Auntie Aiko? Yes. Ling Ling is 6 years old now. Uh-huh. I turned 6 last week. So? My birthday was last week too. Makes sense, but Auntie did not come. I am here now, aren't I? But what about my birthday gift? Aiko laughed. Am I not enough of a gift? Little Ling stared at her with wide eyes, cornered and aghast. He frowned, thinking hard, and then smiled. Auntie Aiko is a gift, but you are not a birthday gift, she grinned. All right. Of course I brought a gift. Who do you take me for, Wolfie? Finally, they reached the gate of Effie's estate. As the steward of Bastion and of the entire East, Effie was supposed to reside in the main keep of the great castle. However, she mentioned something about it being too stuffy and remained in her original place of residence, which was a large estate on what had once been the outskirts of the city. Anno. Her estate was considered to be in the very heart of it, of course, since the city had grown tremendously. In fact, the very fact that Raised by Wolves herself was residing here made the surrounding area one of the most prestigious and sought-after neighborhoods. The price of land had skyrocketed, and the huge swath of it Effie had claimed when the entire place was a desolate wasteland was suddenly exorbitantly precious. The wasteland was long gone, naturally. Now there were only neat streets and green trees around, with tasteful manors hidden behind tall hedges and elegant fences. The people living here were all affluent and powerful, most of them of a high rank and coming from either the old legacy clans or from the newly risen transcendent families. The gate to Effie's estate stood wide open. It had been left that way when little Ling dashed outside in excitement after catching Aiko's scent. The gate itself was colossal enough to allow most saints to pass through in their transcendent forms, but Aiko still managed to close it behind them with the help of the aspect. She did have to catch her breath after exerting herself to accomplish that feat, though. Ah, should have just asked Ling Ling to close it. That would have been the smart thing to do. But Aiko had her pride as well. And while she was ready and willing to steal candy from children if need be, asking a little boy for help was a bit too embarrassing. Instead, she floated little Ling up and pulled the giggling boy behind her like a balloon while walking up the wide path. Effie's estate was truly huge. It was an entire park, really, more than spacious enough for her son to run around in his transcendent form or for her to lie down and relax on the grass in hers. And that was not even counting the beast farm hidden in a dimensional memory usually kept around her husband's neck. It took Aiko a few minutes to reach the house. Her stiletto heels were not the best fit for the gravel path, so she ended up flying, as well. The two of them rushed through the air, brushing against the treetops, before landing near Effie's porch. There, a tall and athletic figure was waiting for them, leaning on a wooden beam. Effie grinned. Well. Hey there, Tinker Bell. Aiko glanced up and gave the vivacious huntress a dirty look. Hey yourself, Gargantuan. Look, I brought your Pantagruel. Effie looked down and then a little more down. Why, thank you, dear Thumbelina. You are so sweet, Iko scoffed. No need to thank me, Madam Gulliver. It's my pleasure. Little Ling looked between them with a confused expression, then said hesitantly, Mom, that's Auntie Iko. Why are you calling her names? Effie laughed, then stepped off the porch and bent down to hug Iko. She had no one to blame but herself. Who told you to be so tiny and so cute, huh, Iko? Instead of an answer, Iko slammed her fist into Effie's ribs. You're going to wrinkle my blouse. Let go, you huge menace. Effie squeezed her a little tighter instead, though. I am not huge. I am comely, curvaceous, and shapely. Why, jealous much? Finally, Iko was set free. Floating away a few steps, she straightened her blazer and gave Effie a glare. As if. Little Ling giggled, looking at the two women, one extremely tall, the other extremely petite. He raised a hand and waved. Auntie, say bye to Mom. Mom's gotta go. Iko landed on the ground and blinked a couple of times. Huh? At that moment, Effie coughed. Oh, that's right. I have to run. Iko frowned in confusion. No, wait a minute. What do you mean you have to run? I've only just got here. Effie backed away. Well, you know how it is. I have to steward the East and all that. They need me in the castle. And Ling's dad is off dealing with the city fields. What? Suddenly, a terrible suspicion hit Iko. She was so agitated by it that her feet left the ground. Did you lure me here to be a babysitter? Effie was already a few steps away. Sorry, Iko was stunned. She was scandalized. Hey, do you know who I am? Turning away. Effie grinned. Of course I know. You're the best. Love you. Have fun. A second later, she was gone, leaving Iko alone with little Ling. Iko turned her head and looked at the boy in complete shock. Little Ling smiled and offered her an open palm. His voice was very serious. Let's have fun, Auntie. Also, my gift? Where is it? Iko took a deep breath, then forced out a pale smile. I'll kill her, I think. Chapter 2429, Secret Party. Effie's home was more cozy than luxurious, which was not what one would expect from the home of a woman who was ruling over half of all humans in the dream realm. But then again, it had been built before Godgrave, and her husband had done most of the building with his own two hands, so it would have been strange to expect palatial opulence from their residence. In fact, the home was quite similar to the wooden farmhouse hidden inside the Black Beast locket. Iko had been to the beast farm numerous times, so she could attest to that. Of course, the wood used in the construction and to craft the furniture inside was not at all of the mundane sort. It was in fact much sturdier than any material ever produced on Earth, gathered by Effie and her husband in the haunted woods around the Greater Bastion area. Everything here was built to last. It had to be, considering that there was a transcendent child running around the house. Parents usually child-proofed their homes, but Effie had to do the opposite. She had to make sure that her home was not entirely demolished by her child. To partial success. Iko had always been a transient person, coming and going easily, so the idea of rooting yourself in one spot seemed a little strange to her. Still, every time she visited Effie, she felt like she could almost understand the allure. Effie had built herself a family and then built herself a house. Then she added the former to the latter and made it into a home. Maybe that was why she was fighting so hard. In any case, today, Iko and little Ling were alone in the large home. She guided him to the dining room and made the boys sit at the table, then wandered into the adjacent kitchen. Looking around there, she called out, So, how have you been, Wolfie? Have you been a good boy? He swung his legs, waiting impatiently. I've been good, Auntie. Oh, but I was a little sad. Mommy was away for a long time this time because other kids needed her help. She made it back before my birthday party, though, and she brought me a present from the Western Quadrant. That's Africa. I read about it in a book. Iko finally found what she had been looking for. It would be a real tragedy to stain her luxurious clothes, so she put on a white apron and exhaled in satisfaction. Read it in a book? Since when do you know how to read, rascal? As she emerged from the kitchen, little Ling gave her a pitying look. Auntie Iko, I am 6 years old. Of course I know how to read. I can read books with pictures and even books without pictures. He raised his chin proudly, then deflated a little. Oh, but only in human language. Runic language is too difficult, so I still need pictures when reading runes. Aiko blinked a couple of times. 6 years is a little too early to know how to read, though, I think. When do children usually start reading? She had no idea. More importantly, huh? Who is teaching you to read in runic language, and why? Come to think of it, maybe little Ling did need to know runes. He was a carrier of the spell, after all. Aiko was suddenly engrossed by the question of how the little boy interacted with the spell to begin with. Did it show him runes even? How would it translate the runes to people who could not read? Would it show them a series of images instead, or simply narrate every word? Would they simply understand the meaning of the runes despite not knowing how to decipher letters? Was there a way to somehow make money out of this? N. Old little Ling giggled. Grandpa Julius! Aiko snapped out of her reverie, feeling a hint of sorrow as the breathtaking ringing of illusory coins she was daydreaming about faded away. Oh, who is that? The boy smiled, still swinging his legs. My tutor. Mommy says Grandpa Julius is the best. Julius. Was he the elderly academic in charge of the entire Dream Realm Education Initiative? Damn. Effie did not hold back when it came to little Ling's development, it seemed. Shaking her head, Aiko smiled and summoned her luxurious leather handbag. Well, in any case, Auntie was very sad to miss your birthday, Wolfie. Uncle Sonny was very sad, too. So, he prepared you a little gift. With that, she opened the bag and started to produce one item after another. They floated into the air as if by magic, landing softly on the table. First came the ice cream, then the fluffy waffles, fresh strawberries, custard cake with 6 colorful candles, chocolate pudding, bottles of freshly squeezed juice, more ice cream. Soon the entire table was brimming with delicious treats. Placing the last item down, Aiko straightened her apron and smiled. Actually, I decided to have a second, secret birthday party, just you and me. Only the bestest of boys get to have one, so here you go. Happy birthday, Wolfie. Little Ling's eyes were as wide as saucers. He stared at the delicious feast as if enthralled by it, and then reached for the ice cream with a trembling hand. Then, however, he stopped and hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the boy was troubled by something, Aiko raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Little Ling lingered for a few seconds, then asked in a tentative tone. Auntie Aiko, I know that this is a secret party, but can we leave a little cake for Mommy? Mommy eats a lot. Aiko's lips shook. Struggling to maintain a calm expression, she pretended to consider for a while, and then nodded. All right, your mommy does indeed eat a lot. So we'll set aside a little bit of this and a little bit of that for her. Then she can share with your daddy too. How does that sound? Little Ling did not hear her, though. He was already busy stuffing his cheeks with treats. Shanksh, Auntie Iho. She observed the little boy for a few seconds, then sighed and sat down herself. Propping up her chin on a hand, Aiko glanced at little Ling lazily and stayed silent. The boy was so engrossed by the ice cream that nothing else seemed to exist for him. Idle thoughts bounced around her head until one particular one drew her attention. Are we really supposed to stay here all day? When did Effie say she would return? In fact, Effie had not mentioned anything about how long Aiko was supposed to watch Ling Ling at all. And what was the boy supposed to be doing the whole day? Considering that he already had a tutor, it was unlikely that Effie and his dad allowed him to stay idle all the time. She knew they had gently trained him from before he could walk to know how to control his transcendent strength. He was almost around the age when mundane children went to school now, too. Of course, there was no school in existence that could handle a little saint. Eventually, Aiko's eyes gleamed. Hey, Wolfie. She hesitated for a moment or two, then grinned. How about you and I go on an adventure? Well, let's call it an educational trip. Little Ling raised his head, his face smeared in ice cream and chocolate in equal measure. His eyes widened. An educational trip? Aiko's grin widened too. Sure, let's call it that. Let Auntie Aiko teach you a thing or two. Chapter 2430, Auntie Aiko's Lessons. Good afternoon, Miss Aiko. Oh, And who is that little fellow by your side? This is Transcendent Ling. Wolfie, say hi. Hi, Mr. Tate Transcendent Ling, Saint Athena's heir. Sure, why be, but why is he with you, Miss Aiko? Well, why else? I am his favorite auntie. Right, Ling Ling? Right, Auntie Aiko is the best. So about the contract we discussed last month. If I remember, the price you insisted on was a little on the heavy side. Something about my lack of credentials? What? No, no. Ahaha, that must have been a clerical error. Those darn clerks always making errors. Obviously, the offer you initially put forward was more than fair, Lady Aiko. It was, wasn't it? Indeed, so… Should we redraw the contract right now? That one went well. I hope you don't mind. This cutie is my close friend's boy. I am rarely in Bastion, so he insisted on following me around. Auntie took me on an educational trip. Excuse me? Are you okay? This is Saint Ling. Oh, so you know the rascal. Then your close friend is… Effie? Ah, sorry. I think you call her Saint Athena here. Or was it Warbeast? Raised by wolves? Steward of the East? Honestly, she has so many titles these days that I get confused. Mommy is the best. Sorry. What can I do for you, my lady? Oh, and for you, Venerable Saint Ling. You see, I have heard that your club is very exclusive and only allows people of immaculate standing to become members. My standing is not too notable here in Bastion, so I would not want to impose. No! No, what are you talking about, lady? Aiko, was it? Please, may I offer you and your young companion some refreshments while I fill out the paperwork? How does VIP membership sound? No, what am I talking about? VVIP membership it is. Thank you kindly. Oh, but I did not think you had VVIP members. We do now. How wonderful. What is it, Wolfie? Auntie, ask Mister if they have ice cream. Ling Ling thinks that he will be very refreshed if he eats ice cream. That one went even better. Welcome, how can I help you? Good day. My young friend here kept insisting on getting ice cream. Well, you certainly came to the right place. So would you like to buy our signature ice cream? I would like to buy your ice cream shop. Excuse me? Auntie Aiko. I want pistachio flavor. I see. That will be your ice cream shop and 1 cone of pistachio ice cream, please. Can I pay in cash? That one went wonderfully too. Sometime later, Aiko and little Ling were sprawled on a bench in a small park, enjoying 2 cones of ice cream. The sun was shining high in the sky, and both of them basked in its warmth, tired and deeply satisfied. Little Ling licked his pistachio ice cream, let out a content sigh, and glanced at Aiko. Auntie, can I ask you a question? Aiko shrugged. Sure, go ahead. The boy considered his words for a moment. This was the best educational trip ever, Auntie. But was it really educational? Grandpa Julius usually gives me lessons, homework, and tests. That's education. Aiko smiled faintly. Of course it was. Listen, Wolfie. Your mom and dad, and Grandpa Julius as well, can teach you many things at home. But there are some lessons that can only be learned outside. Today you were supposed to learn one such lesson. Can you tell me what that lesson was? Little Ling scrunched his face in concentration, remembering where they had been, whom they had talked to, and how those conversations had gone. Eventually, he offered in a hesitant tone. That everyone loves Mommy? Aiko grinned. Exactly. The lesson you were supposed to learn today is that having friends is more important than having money. Little Ling glanced into the distance thoughtfully. Ooh, Aiko nodded. Because if you have the right friends, you can make way more money. The boy gave her a dubious look. She bit into her ice cream, enjoyed its smooth texture and rich flavor, then swallowed and raised an eyebrow. What? Little Ling stared at her for a second more, then sighed and looked away. Nothing. It's just that I don't think you're really suited to be a teacher, Auntie. Aiko looked at him in indignation. What? Why? The boy sighed again. Maybe I should ask Grandpa Julius to give you lessons, too. Aiko scoffed. Who is going to teach whom? Let me tell you, Wolfie, I had the best tutors in NQSC when I was your age. Well, before my family went bankrupt, money is important. You have to have money to get educated first. She shook her head and looked around. The neighborhood they were in was close to the lakefront, so she knew it well from before the war. It was close to a ferry station and near one of the main streets. As well, foot traffic here was excellent, and the location offered easy access to several popular landmarks. More than that, one of the runic tramways was set to be built just outside the small park. That was the reason Aiko had purchased the ice cream shop on the corner. Not only was it going to bring in good income, but having a covert safe house here would be quite convenient for members of the Shadow Clan operating in Bastion. Granted, the neighborhood had become less picturesque since Aiko left the city. She had never seen graffiti here before, for example, but now several were marring the walls of the surrounding buildings. Little Ling was staring at one such questionable art piece as well. Anti-Aiko. What letters are those? Auntie's spell is not translating them. She blinked a couple of times. Wah. What the hell was he talking about? First of all, the nightmare spell is not your auntie. It is ancient, so at best it's your grandma. Grandpa. Anyway, don't put me in the same category as the spell, please. She frowned. Secondly, don't go around reading graffiti. Those are usually bad words. What will happen to me if you learn a bad word on my watch? Goodness gracious, your mom will kill me. Little Ling blinked a few times and looked at her with wide eyes. Auntie Aiko? What are bad words? Aiko froze. Huh. Clutching his melting ice cream, the little boy leaned forward excitedly. Bad words. What are they? She coughed. What, you have never heard a bad word before? Little Ling shook his head energetically. Nope. But, now that I know that they exist, I really want to learn. Grandpa Julius says that learning is a noble calling. Will you teach me? Aiko gulped, suddenly feeling cold despite the warm day. You? Eat your ice cream before it melts, Wolfie. Forget I said anything. Oh no. Effie was definitely going to kill her. Chapter 2431. City Gates. The last stop Aiko decided to make was on the outskirts of the city, far away from the lake. She and Little Ling rode an open carriage pulled by an echo, the driver sitting on the bench in a relaxed pose. The boy was looking around curiously. Having spent most of his life close to the lake, the street they were following was one of the main thoroughfares of Bastion, cutting all the way from the shore to the city gates. There were plenty of fascinating sights. The gates themselves were not very impressive, though in fact there was no gate at all, just a wide open space where the departing caravans gathered before embarking on the perilous journey across the dire reaches of the Dream Realm, and where the battered arriving caravans stopped. Some of the caravans carried settlers, some carried cargo. Out of the latter, some were loaded with necessary resources that the domain supplied to periphery cities in the east, while some belonged to entrepreneurial merchants. Servicing the caravans was an industry in and of itself, so a lively bazaar had grown around the gate, with countless stalls, plentiful inns, and shops of all kinds. In fact, the bazaar was a little town in and of itself, with many people living here on a permanent basis. On both sides of the non-existent gate, tall walls separated Bastion from the wild expanse beyond. The walls were tall but not very impressive either. In truth, they were barely more than mounds of compressed earth. That was because the construction was still in process, and this was merely a temporary measure. Bastion was a vast domain city, and on top of that, it was situated in the Dream Realm, which might have been settled by humans, but not at all tamed. As a result, securing it was a titanic undertaking. The construction of the city wall was of paramount importance, but it was taking time. Humans were no strangers to constructing great barriers around their cities, but this was not the waking world with its sophisticated technology and expansive infrastructure. Building anything in the Dream Realm was much harder because people did not have powerful machines, automated factories, and enormous smelting plants here. Instead, though, they had awakened, masters and saints, which was why building a wall around a city as sprawling as Bastion was even possible. No two awakened were the same, though, so the walls of Bastion were a bit peculiar. Some of the sections had been built out of compressed earth, some out of stone, some out of wood or metal. Some were even composed of many trunks of towering trees that had fused together, while some were made of thorns and brambles. A small army of awakened patrolled the walls day and night, and a larger army of builders was still hard at work turning them into an impregnable fortification. Whoa, wow. Little Ling took in the lively sight of the bazaar with wide eyes. So many people and those echoes. Wow, disembarking from the carriage, Aiko offered him her hand and smiled. Lots of sense, yes? Don't get overwhelmed. The boy sniffed the air a few times and beamed. Yummy, 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 yummy. Auntie Aiko, can we eat? She nodded seriously. Of course, in a bit. With that, she glanced around the bazaar herself. While little Ling was busy discerning the most delicious scent, Aiko turned to the carriage driver and pointed to one of the buildings nearby. A new inn? Since when was it here? Such a prime spot. The driver shook his head. That one is not an inn. Aiko gave him a strange look. The man was exceedingly handsome and held himself with gallant poise. It was quite strange to see someone so distinguished driving an echo carriage, to say the least. She let out a mental sign. Well, of course, the driver was handsome, gallant, and dreamy. He was Master Quentin, after all. Aiko knew that if something happened, little Ling would be able to defend himself better than she could. Nothing really compared with the strength of a transcendent child or not, while she was a measly awakened. Still, she was not going to take Effie's precious son out on the town without reliable protection. So Quentin had been demoted to a carriage driver for a day, taking them around Bastion since morning. Of course, the man did not complain. Reminding herself that he was taken, Aiko suppressed the impulse to bat her eyelashes at him and raised an eyebrow. Oh? Quentin nodded. It's a church. She frowned slightly. You mean one of those weird meditation halls where people definitely do not pray to Nephis? He chuckled. No, this one is an actual church. Church of the Moon or something like that. It's a tiny cult. These guys are mostly harmless too. They used to be a bunch of wanderers traveling with caravans and offering blessings for safe journeys. Things seem to be looking up for them, though, considering that they've been able to buy this building. Aiko blinked a few times. Church of the Moon? As in they worship Beast God, the dead one? Quentin shook his head. No, they just worship the moon. If you ask me, traveling and guidance is more of a storm god thing. But I am not well versed in inventing religions, so what do I know? Aiko studied the modest church, which did not look any more opulent than the surrounding inns, and pursed her lips. Shame. I had my eyes on that location. Gods, these weirdos really do grow like mushrooms. Where are they all coming from, anyway? I have never even heard about cults being a thing before. Quentin nodded. The government used to be strict about it. Plus, it is not easy to muster religious zeal in a world where gods are dead, and the nightmare spell exists. But things are different now. Lady Nephis was right to share the truth of what fate awaits Earth with the people, but not everyone can bear the weight of truth. So, people are turning to all kinds of things to soothe their fear. Granted. He turned and glanced at the distant silhouette of the Ivory Island, drifting high in the sky above the city. Most are turning to immortal flame. Why believe in anything else if there is a literal goddess looking over you from above? Aiko nodded. Well, or an eccentric demigod looking up at you from the shadows. She gave Quentin a long look. Still, this Church of the Moon. Did you make a report about it? He smiled faintly. There are too many tiny sects popping up here and there these days to make an individual report on each one. We've been compiling information to make a batch report after the solstice, though, when things calm down a little. Aiko nodded again. Good. I want to know everything there is to know about these harmless cultists. You know what's at stake. Quentin studied her for a bit, then sighed. Lady Aiko, you know, it would be much easier on us if we knew what it is that we are looking out for exactly. She shook her head and looked away. Some things are too perilous to know, and some things become more perilous the more people know about them. There is a reason why Boss is keeping everyone in the dark, so just trust his judgment. Aiko knew more than most, but even she had not been told everything. The threat-changing star and the Lord of Shadow seemed so wary of was apparently of a kind that should never be spoken about aloud. Auntie Aiko. Look! Look! Little Ling pulled on her hand, pointing to the road excitedly. There, a battered caravan was approaching the city. Aiko smiled faintly. Chapter 2432. Dream Realm Caravan. Seeing a caravan coming in was always impressive, which was why Aiko had taken Ling Ling to the bazaar for the last stop of their little adventure. Wow. The boy was properly entranced. The dream realm was vast, and the network of roads between the nascent human cities was in its infant state. More than that, the wilderness teemed with nightmare creatures and horrors of all kinds, so it took preparation and great effort to reach the destination unscathed or reach it at all. The situation was somewhat better in the west, where the River of Tears served as a medium connecting the citadels in its basin, but here in the east, the caravans had to be formidable forces to courageous the harrowing expanse of the dream realm. Out there in front of the city, a long chain of colossal echoes was moving slowly across the rugged terrain. Each was as tall as a building. The leading beast was especially impressive, towering above the rest, with scarlet scales covering its body and three long horns crowning its colossal head. The echoes were clad in heavy armor, each pulling an enormous wagon behind them. The wagons themselves were heavily armored as well, resembling rolling fortresses. Their great wheels crushed the soil as they turned, and seasoned awakened warriors kept watch on the battlements, bearing scars of innumerable battles. The wagons bore many scars too, some old, some new. Their armor was bent and battered, torn in some places with the enchanted wood beneath splintered and charred. The awakened warriors were covered in dust and dirt, their weariness and exhaustion palpable even from a distance. Even the echoes seemed fatigued, the colossal chains connecting them to the wagons rattling dully. Still, it was an amazing sight to behold, especially for a child. "Auntie Aiko, these echoes are even bigger than me. Oh, I wonder how heavy those wagons are. Do you think I can pull one?" Aiko glanced at little Ling with a smile. "Wolfie, let's not talk about your potential career as a wolf of burden, all right? I doubt that your mom will be happy to learn that her precious baby is dreaming about running away with a caravan to pull wagons. In fact, she might take my head clean off my shoulders if she does, and I want to keep my head firmly attached to my body. Thank you very much." Little Ling giggled. "Auntie, Mommy doesn't have to know, does she?" Aiko stared at him in shock and outrage. What, he knows how to lie now? Who taught him? Which lowlife was being a bad influence on this pure, innocent boy? She was going to bankrupt them. Your mom might not know, but Auntie Cassie will know. She knows everything, so be a good boy and never lie to your mother." Aiko huffed in indigestion. Little Ling glanced at her and grinned. "Should I tell her about how we convinced that one uncle to sign an ex-clue, see witty contract with you today, Auntie?" She cleared her throat and turned away. On second thought, what Effie doesn't know can't hurt her. Your mommy is a very busy person, so we shouldn't burden her with every little detail, should we? She raised her hand and hastily pointed forward. "Look, they're approaching." The caravan reached the vicinity of the city. The colossal echoes stopped, and the wagons came to a halt. The entire bazaar suddenly boiled, innumerable people rushing forward to witness the arrival since everyone here made a living by servicing the caravans. This was the moment they had been waiting for. No one rushed to leave the boundary of the city, though. First, the arriving caravan had to be inspected with the help of special memories and sorcerous tools. It did not take very long, though. Eventually, the guards finished their task and let the tired travelers through. The wagons were brought to the empty space in front of the gates. The echoes were dismissed, and the long process of unloading the cargo started. Renew. In the chaotic mess that followed, Aiko found an imposing man in monster hide armor and waved elegantly at him. The man was a master and the owner of the returned caravan. He had been discussing something with a few of his subordinates, but shooed them away when Aiko approached. His low, confident voice sounded a little surprised. "Miss Aiko, I thought our meeting was not until tomorrow. I did not expect you to meet us personally." She smiled. "Well, I happen to be in the neighborhood. Why put off something for tomorrow when it can be done today, right?" The man lingered for a while, then glanced at little Ling in confusion. "And this is?" Aiko maintained a polite expression. "Oh, this is Saint Ling, my dear friend's offspring." "Oh, what was I talking about?" "Right, the special cargo you delivered? I am ready to take it off your hands right away, let's say. 1,000 soul shards." The man studied little Ling for a moment or two, then smiled widely. What a boisterous boy. "Sorry, kid. I've been on the road for months. You know what they say about the smell of adventure? Well, it's more of a stench, really. You get used to it, though." Then he glanced at Aiko and nodded. 1,000 soul shards sounds about right. Shall we sign the documents? Aiko's smile froze. She glanced at little Ling, then back at the caravan master. After remaining silent for a few seconds, she chuckled. Why, naturally, time is money, right? Ah, but before that, I wanted to show you something. She raised her hand, summoning a memory. At the same time, she moved her fingers to form a shadow sign. Some distance away, Quentin's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Little Ling, not liking his smell, was already suspicious enough. Aiko maintained a relaxed expression. But a merchant who doesn't haggle? Ring the alarm? Something was very, very wrong with this master. Chapter 2433. Swindling a Horror. The caravan master, whoever or whatever he was, shifted his gaze, looking at the memory forming on Aiko's hand curiously. That is an unusual memory, Miss Aiko. Indeed. While most memories formed from sparks of light, some were different. The memories crafted by the spellsmiths of fallen valor, for example, manifested in a whirlwind of scarlet sparks instead. There were stranger ones out there as well, even among those memories bestowed upon awakened by the spell. Those were usually quite special, albeit not always more potent than the rest. The memories crafted by the Lord of Shadows after his supposed death, however, always appeared like a torrent of darkness. Aiko smiled. Well, you know how the spell is. It likes to be fancy sometimes. The caravan master chuckled and glanced at her with the same curious smile. Indeed I do. We merchants have to know these matters by heart. People assign additional value to the strangest things. After all, a flashy memory can cost 10 times the price despite not offering any additional benefits. I prefer my memories powerful rather than flamboyant, personally. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't want to get my hands on a couple of the latter and sell them for a fortune, he laughed. Aiko's smile was a little forced by then. The caravan master seemed perfectly human. That was the creepiest part, really. How flawlessly he blended with the crowd, no different from any other person she had met. But Aiko was convinced that he was not, in fact, human. That was what made her skin crawl more than encountering the creature itself did. But what memory are you so eager to show me? You wouldn't be summoning a weapon, would you, Miss Aiko? There was no threat in his voice, and yet Aiko suddenly felt cold. She raised an eyebrow. A weapon? Goodness gracious, surely not. What am I going to do with a weapon in these heels? She wasn't lying either. Her stilettos were indeed not what one would want to wear in a ferocious battle. Granted, Aiko could float and fly as she wished, so that wasn't an issue. Still, she was a lover, not a fighter. Well, the lover part wasn't going so well for her, to be honest, but that was beyond the point. Who cares? I love money. Now that's true romance. Finally, a hand mirror made of polished silver appeared in her hand. It was quite a stylish little accessory, etched with gorgeous patterns and inlaid with finely carved pieces of obsidian. The caravan master studied it carefully. Not a weapon, after all. He glanced at her and smiled. Still, it seemed that I've been discovered. How vexing. I thought I performed the role of this human well. I even came while the star is gone, and the shadow it casts is gone with her. Aiko shivered. Not a human, then. Her suspicion, unfortunately, had turned out to be correct. How did this thing pass the inspection, damn it? What stood in front of her was not the ascended merchant she had been supposed to meet. Instead, it was a vessel of the Great Terror, Skinwalker. The forces of humanity were currently locked in a losing war against the detestable creature in the eastern quadrant where it was supposed to be contained. The fact that a vessel of Skinwalker had made it all the way to Bastion, past every countermeasure put in place to prevent just that eventuality, was concerning. Actually, it was frightening. Wayan Waf, Aiko forced out a smile. Whatever do you mean? With her other hand, she pulled little Ling closer. The vessel of Skinwalker studied her for a few seconds, then smiled politely. I'm curious. How did you see through my charade? Aiko felt an impulse to mock the nightmare creature, even if she was powerless in front of it. She could have told him how little Ling had disliked his scent, and more importantly, how he completely failed to understand what kind of people merchants were in front of Aiko of the Shadow Clan, of all people. The distressing creature had been steadily improving its ability to mimic human behavior, cunningly making one countermeasure invented to contain it after another meaningless, but it still failed to truly fathom what it meant to be human. It couldn't. All Skinwalker could do was imitate humans while not truly understanding what it was imitating. In a sense, it did the opposite of what the practitioners of shadow dance were supposed to do. Not that there were numerous of those, even with all the training. In any case, Aiko really wanted to gloat, but why would she explain what exactly it was that the Skinwalker had done wrong to the creepy bastard, so that it could learn from its mistakes and perform better next time? Yeah, no. I'm not giving this thing a heroic monologue after all. I am not a hero. I am a babysitter. For today. Little Ling hugged Aiko, sensing that there was something wrong. Some distance away, Quentin was cautiously making his way toward them. Returning the Skinwalker's smile, she glanced at her hand mirror. Let me finish explaining about this memory first. I summoned it for a reason, you know. She turned the mirror this way and that, casting bright reflections on the cobblestones. This here is a prototype of a memory my boss has been developing in his free time. Communication is a serious problem in the dream realm, actually. Sure, the immortal flame is already working on a solution, a dreamscape for the dream realm or some such. Making it safe from all the horrors of this world is proving to be a problem in and of itself, though. Hence, we came up with our own solution. Ah, if only there was a way to mass produce them, but I am getting off topic. The vessel of the Skinwalker tilted its head. Communication. Are you hoping to commune with me, awakened? Unity? Community? Yes, Aiko coughed. Thanks, but you are not my type, sorry. Sadly, it's not like I can do anything against you, can I? I mean, I am a mere awakened, and you are a great terror. What am I supposed to do? Oh, but I do feel the need to inform you of something. She pointed to little Ling, who was clinging to her. This here is my dear friend's child, and my friend is a real she-wolf when it comes to protecting her boy. Coincidentally today, we learned that everyone in this city loves his mom very much. Do you know why? Because she is Saint Athena, raised by wolves, steward of the East, the war beast. You should know her well, considering how numerous of your vessels she has destroyed. Aiko drew little Ling closer and covered his eyes with her hand. Then she smiled radiantly. Right, returning to the memory. It has a really awful name, so I'll spare you the pain of hearing it. I mean, I am perfectly capable of coming up with an awful name of my own. Today, let's call it. Aiko paused for a moment and then said in a solemn tone, Call Mommy. And just as she did, something thundered in the sky above them. Chapter 2434, The Terrible Price of Saving the World. Aiko had not been bluffing when she said that she had no use for a weapon. She was neither a warrior nor had any ambition of becoming one, but that did not mean that she was harmless. After all, she was also a former member of the Dreamer Army. She had survived the Forgotten Shore, and it was not by accident. What, did you think that running a gambling den in the damn Bright Castle was a laid-back occupation? It certainly hadn't. The memory Aiko had summoned was a communication mirror the members of the Shadow Clan used when on missions. It allowed them to talk to each other remotely or listen in on conversations if the mirror was hidden in some dark place in advance. Not that there weren't better ways of eavesdropping on people. Of course, Aiko did not really need the mirror to get in touch with Effie and inform her of the dire situation they were in. Cassie would already know, which meant that Effie had already been informed. It was a little creepy to know that Cassie could be watching her at any given moment, but in rare cases like this one, it was also comforting. If anything, Aiko could feel honored that she was a high priority mark among many people the blind seer was using as her eyes. In any case, Aiko needed the silver mirror for a different reason. Apart from allowing those who possessed them to communicate, the mirrors were also able to reflect what was in front of them over a distance. The other person just needed to have a matching memory, which Effie did. Aiko's boss had woven that particular enchantment in a moment of petty vindictiveness, mumbling something about stealing that bastard's tricks in an unhinged tone. She had an inkling of who the aforementioned bastard was, and sometimes wondered what the poor man had done to get on her boss's naughty list. It had to be something major, considering that dropping a cursed demon on his head did not seem to have satisfied Sonny. What mattered at the moment, though, was that Aiko could use the mirror to reflect her surroundings to Effie. In other words, What she wanted to relay was not a warning that they were in trouble. It was targeting data. Countless kilometers away, at the top of the great castle raised by wolves had turned north and summoned her spear. Then she took careful aim and tossed it into the sky with a low roar. A hurricane rose, ripping the flags hoisted above the keep to shreds and making people cower. While Aiko was talking to the vessel of the skinwalker, the spear was ripping up the sky. It crossed the distance a mundane human would have needed days to cross on foot in less than a minute. By the time it arrived, Aiko had already covered little Ling's eyes with a hand. It was not out of fear of the skinwalker, rather. It was because a little boy had no business seeing what would happen next. As something thundered above them, the vessel of the Great Terror glanced up. That was the last thing it ever did. When the spear fell from the sky, striking the former caravan master with flawless precision, it did not simply pierce his body. Instead, his body was simply pulverized, turning into a cloud of fine crimson haze. The spear pierced the cobblestones next, causing a small earthquake to rattle the bazaar and sending a deep fracture running from the point where its tip struck the ground to the great wagons of the battered caravan. One of them tilted when its armored wheel exploded into a storm of splinters, and then toppled with a deafening groan. The walls of the little church Quentin had mentioned cracked. Far away, above the lake, rapid figures were already leaping from the emerald meadows of the Ivory Island. Those were the fire keepers, rushing to the city gates. Of course, Effie was probably going to arrive much sooner. There was no telling if this vessel of the Skinwalker was the only one that had avoided detection, after all. Any member of the caravan could be a disguised nightmare creature. No. Actually, the Skinwalker had accidentally revealed its ability to dodge the sorcery that had been keeping it out of human citadels so far, which meant that anyone in Bastion could be a vessel. Anyone in any of the human cities in the Dream Realm could, in fact. So every human city was going to undergo a period of instability. Martial law would have to be enforced until a new form of sorcery was developed. Then, the cities had to be swept, and any vessel discovered as a result would have to be eliminated. All because Aiko had decided to take Ling Ling on a little adventure. And although she did not know it yet, in the coming weeks, several hidden skinwalker infestations would indeed be discovered in remote citadels of the eastern reaches of the Dream Realm. Luckily, they would be eradicated before the malignant terror could really grow, thus preventing a terrible calamity. Aiko might not have stumbled into saving the world, but what she had done was not that far off from such a feat. Hanove, damn it. I just wanted to have fun on my day off. She glanced down in dejection, then her eyes widened in horror. Oh no, her breathtaking shoes! Some of the pulverized skinwalker vessel had splattered on them. They were ruined. Damnation! It was a terrible loss. Still unable to see anything because his eyes were covered, little Ling stirred. Huh? What's a damnation, Auntie? She bit her lip, then said in a teary tone. What? And nothing. Forget you heard anything. Little Ling grew quiet for a moment, then shifted, trying to get out of her embrace. Is damnation one of those bad words? It is, isn't it? Aiko paled. I said forget it, Wolfie. You didn't hear anything. He dropped his shoulder. All right, Auntie. I already forgot it. As she pulled him away toward the carriage and gave Quentin a poignant look, little Ling sighed and added, I really can't remember. Damnation. My memory has gone bad. Chapter 2435. Full Moon remembering something he already knew was a peculiar experience, but Sonny was more rattled by learning all over again what Aiko had done at the gates of Bastion. He gritted his teeth. Aiko taught little Ling a curse word? What was she thinking about? Granted, she had also uncovered a dire truth about the Skinwalker, plunged the entire human domain into the jaws of martial law for a couple of weeks, and prevented multiple cities from either sustaining awful losses or falling entirely. But that was beside the point. He's only 6, for spell's sake. What kind of vulgar good-for-nothings is she hanging around with to use strong language in front of a child? He seethed for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and shook his head. No, it doesn't matter. I'll deal with Aiko later. There are more urgent matters I must attend to at the moment. Grimacing, Sonny nodded with determination and continued on his way. He only took a few steps, though, when another memory came to the surface of his mind. Sonny froze. Nephis did wow, actually, never mind. That is exactly what Nephis would do. Why am I even surprised? Letting out a hollow chuckle, Sunny glanced up and then resumed walking. So, she went fishing in the lake without me, huh? How heartless. Several weeks earlier, Nephis was sitting at the edge of the Ivory Island, watching a sea of stars shimmer in the dark sky above Bastion. Tonight, just like the previous night, parts of the city were illuminated by the glow of electric streetlights. She was glad to see her people taking another step toward prosperity here in the dream realm. But because of it, the stars seemed dimmer than they had been before. That filled her with a faint sense of regret. The stars might have become more distant, but the pale disk of the full moon slowly traveling across the surface of the tranquil lake looked closer than it had ever been before. Tonight was the third and last night when the full moon would rise above Bastion this month. For these 3 nights, sailing on the lake was forbidden, and people were kept away from its shore. That was because when the full moon rose, the boundary between reality and illusion grew thin here in Bastion, and the horror imprisoned in the ruins of the true castle strained to exert its dreadful influence from beyond the reflections. So Nephis had to stay in the city during the full moon to guard it. Strangely enough, for her, these 3 dangerous nights were usually a time of rest and recuperation. She spent most of her time on the battlefield, leading the forces of humanity against the tide of nightmares threatening to swallow them all. Despite the hidden presence of a cursed demon, the sight of a full moon promised peace and serenity. Granted, she wasn't used to spending these moonlit nights alone. Sunny was usually with her, either by her side or hiding in her shadow. Nephis had grown used to his presence without even knowing it. Now that he was gone, his absence felt strangely unnatural. She was surprised to find herself missing him, even if he had only been gone for a day. Who would have thought I'd find myself feeling these emotions one day? It was peculiar indeed, not at all like her. But it wasn't an unwelcome feeling. In fact, the sweet pain of missing someone made her feel hopeful. It made her believe that there was some life left still in her scorched and arid heart. So she tried to enjoy the unfamiliar sense of faint melancholy. Sunny had been forced to leave because of unforeseen, albeit not entirely unexpected, complications in Ravenheart. The incarnation he had sent there, as well as Kai, was now missing. More than that, a cursed tyrant and 2 beasts had escaped a prison made for them by the demon of dread, only to end up in another seconds later, thanks to Saishan's quick thinking. Nobody knew what would escape the eerie Jade board next, though, so the sovereigns had to make their way to the Jade Palace. Sunny had gone first, taking Cassie with him. Nephis herself was going to join them once the full moon was over. Abe, tomorrow. Tomorrow she would see him again. Looking at the reflection of the moon shining on the surface of the lake, Nephis wondered if she would feel something then. Would she be happy? Or simply pleased? Would she feel nothing at all? Would the peculiar sorrow in her heart go away? At that moment, the waters below rippled. The pale disk suddenly seemed distorted and eerie, gazing at her from below like a round eye plagued by a white cataract. The lake stirred and a series of waves rolled outward, climbing higher and higher up the shore. Nephis tilted her head, watching it all transpire somberly. So it chose tonight to show its hand. An unfortunate coincidence it was. So unfortunate, in fact, that Nephis was inclined to believe that it was no coincidence at all. Had the cursed demon waited until only one of the sovereigns was left in the city to try and escape? In any case, the timing could not have been worse. Humanity was drowning in calamities, surrounded by peril and enemies on all sides. In the waking world, more and more gates were opening each month, and the population centers were barely holding on against the flood of nightmare creatures. The eastern quadrant was balancing on the verge of an utter disaster. The war against the Skinwalker was not going well, the infection was spreading, and humans had to retreat further and further, abandoning their land, settlements, and entire cities. In the dream realm, the hunt for new citadels was proving to be less fruitful than she had hoped. Legions of Awakened were clearing the interior of the 2 vast enclaves from abominations, while simultaneously exploring the far reaches to the east, the frozen hells to the west, and the dreadful waters of the misty ocean to the south. While in the north, a legion of shadows was doing the same in the scorched tangle of a burned forest. Mordred's location was still unknown. Asterion still remained a worrisome mystery. And now, this. All of this was pressing down on Nephis, pushing her to the ground. The weight of the entire world. Two worlds, even, was resting on her shoulders, making her struggle to keep herself from falling to her knees. And then there were the quiet whispers of the many souls burning like stars in the vast expanse of her domain. Their longing washed over her day and night, its pressure even more overwhelming, unbearable at times. Nephis pursed her lips. Sunny was not by her side. Neither was Cassie. Kai was missing, and Effie had gone to the Western Quadrant to deal with the Category 4 gate crisis there. There was no one Nephis could trust to have her back in a battle against a cursed demon here in Bastion. Not tonight, at least. So, she would have to face it alone. She would have to carry the weight and keep walking forward, one arduous step at a time. Letting out a quiet sigh, Nephis slowly stood up and glanced at the dark lake with white flames dancing in her eyes. Two breathtaking white wings manifested behind her, chasing away the darkness of the night. It is just a cursed demon. What was there to worry about? An aloof, distant smile twisted her lips. Summoning the blessing, she took a step forward and plunged into the darkness. Chapter 2436, Lost Heaven. A bright star ignited in the dark sky above Bastion. The people, those of them who were still on the streets, busy with fruitful endeavors or simply being festive after a hard day of work, glanced up in surprise, their eyes igniting with wonder. The star fell from the sky, growing bigger and brighter. Soon enough, it was like a flaming white meteor plummeting from the lightless heavens to the ground. Its light illuminated the night, chasing the darkness away and making the full moon shining high above seem pale in comparison. The silver radiance of the moon could not compete with the incinerating white glow of the falling star. The night could not compete with it either. For a moment, it was as if the sun had risen above Bastion in the middle of the night, bringing with itself the stark beauty of daylight. Then, before people had the time to get scared, the flaming white meteor struck the surface of the lake. There was a blinding flash, and a gigantic fountain of boiling water rose into the air, evaporating into a vast cloud as it did. The entire lake shone for a moment, as if illuminated from within, and then grew dark once more. Just like that, the falling star disappeared without a trace. The waters of the lake surged and rippled, its surface growing restless. The perfect disk of the full moon reflected on its surface was shattered and erased, replaced by scattered fragments of silver light. On the other side of the reflection, Nephis shot out from the dark abyss of the lake and soared into the eerie sky of the true Bastion, her radiant wings unfolding to shine blindingly in the pale radiance of the shattered moon. She rose high above the vast ruins of the great castle, looking down as white flames danced in her eyes, suffused her skin and licked her hair. Her fiery gaze felt cold and ruthless. There was no mercy in that gaze, no hesitation, no doubt, no hope of salvation. Just a firm and inescapable promise of being burned to ash by the boundless tide of purifying flames. She regarded the ruins of True Bastion dispassionately. The broken castle had been reduced to rubble by the battle between Morgan and Mordred. The lake, which had run dry as a result of their drawn-out confrontation, was full of water once again, shimmering eerily in the silver light of the shattered moon. Deep cracks ran through the mountain on which the ruins of the castle lay, full of stagnant water and overgrown with scarlet moss. There was a creature waiting for her in the heart of the ruins. A shapeless mountain of gray flesh towered above the rubble, covered by moss and brimming with 100 revolting limbs that rose from it like a harrowing forest. A frightening, eerie presence emanated from the grotesque creatures, making the light of the moon seem reluctant to touch it. As a result, the creature was surrounded by a shroud of darkness. The winds avoided it as well, so nothing disturbed the dead silence enveloping the ruins. It was as if the world itself was trying to escape it, revolted and frightened by the ancient fiend. As Nephis looked, innumerable grotesque eyes suddenly revealed themselves on the gray mass of the cursed demon, opening to look back at her with a dreadful, frighteningly alien lack of emotion. She held its gaze for a few long seconds, then folded her wings and dove to the ground. Landing on the edge of the water, some distance away from the nightmare creature, Nephis took a deep breath and then headed in its direction with steady steps. Something peculiar happened then, though. There was a rustle, as if the ruins themselves let out a long sigh, and then a distant voice resounded from the depths of the crumbling castle. I had a dream. The voice spoke in a long-forgotten language, sounding eerily human despite its low and otherworldly timbre. Nephis continued to walk, her expression never changing. The voice spoke again, full of indescribable faint emotion. I dreamt of being whole again. The innumerable appalling eyes moved faintly, peering into her soul. I dreamt of the sun being kind again. An eerie note found its way into the distant voice, making the world shiver. I dreamt of having wings again. The harrowing forest of skeletal limbs stirred, blackened and charred. You are not the one who forced that hateful dream upon me. You are not the one who stole it from me either, are you? Nephis continued to walk, offering no answer. And yet I cannot forgive you. Those wings of yours, so beautiful. The appalling eyes of the cursed demon grew darker, and its voice grew cold and insidious, full of malice so vast that it made Nephis halt for a moment. Blood of the sun, have you come to burn me? The mountain of gray flesh moved, rippling as pieces of ancient stone turned to dust under its enormous weight. A hollow, mad, frightening laughter resounded above the ruins. Shall I extinguish you then? Or shall I curse you? Shall I tell you how the sun was destroyed, how our heavens burned, how the land of the moon was swallowed by ash, how we all fell, one after another? Shall I help you become everlasting, ever-changing? The voice whispered then, growing feeble and faint. Like me, walking forward with a sword in her hand, Nephis answered evenly, I am not interested in talking to you, nightmare creature. Why waste our breaths? The blade of the blessing shone with a blinding light, turning white-hot and luminous. All I am interested in is ending you. So, prepare to die. Raising her sword, Nephis pointed it at the cursed demon. She was a supreme titan whose domain encompassed billions of souls. This creature was an old, broken, fallen god. What right did it have to curse her? Onway, a bitter smile twisted her lips. Yes, I have come to burn you. I've come to destroy you. Unlike mine, your pain will be rapid. Be thankful. Chapter 2437. Abjuration. Nephis had grown vastly more powerful after attaining supremacy. However, there was nuance to that newfound power. Not all of it came easily, and not all of it could be used freely in any situation. Take her supreme aspect ability, for example. Sunny had gained the ability to summon the shades that rested within him into existence, thus becoming a walking army, an army of indestructible shadows that grew with each living being he slayed, no less, which made him a truly frightening existence. Nephis had gained an immensely powerful ability as well. However, her supreme ability did nothing to strengthen Nephis herself. Instead, it strengthened the subjects of her domain, allowing her to heal and strengthen them with her flames from a distance. Which was why it was truly unfortunate that she had to face the cursed demon alone. Not that there were numerous people out there who could have assisted her in a battle against a cursed nightmare creature, but naturally she was never alone. Not really. Her domain encompassed all of humanity, after all. Not every mundane human was a part of it, but most were. Among the awakened, meanwhile, only those of the Shadow Clan or those exiled to the penitentiary citadel in Godgrave did not belong to her domain. The rest of them were tied to Nephis, either by their own longing or by being anchored to the gateways her transcendent vassals controlled. Or possibly it was her who was tied to them. She could feel them all, always. The flames of their yearning were like innumerable stars shining in an abyss of boundless darkness, all connected to her soul by strings of starlight. Some stars were distant and cold, so small that as to almost be non-existent. The others were like enormous bonfires, burning so brightly that their radiance was blinding, and their passion filled the abyss with warmth. There were numerous stars in her domain for Nephis to fathom them all individually, but drowning in their collective enormity was all too easy. Sometimes she struggled to remember where her own identity ended and their vastness started. In those seconds, the same things that had helped her sustain her humanity helped her maintain her sense of self, her true name, the precious bonds she had forged with other people, the affection she held in her heart, and most importantly, her own ardent desire, her own longing. Her goal It was peculiar, really, before Nephis had been wary of losing her humanity, but now she was wary of experiencing too much of humanity, all of it possibly, of dissolving into the immensity of her domain completely, becoming an elemental force as opposed to a person. Possibly that was how the gods had felt. Possibly that was what being a god meant, a true apotheosis. If so, Nephis wanted nothing to do with it. An element was mighty like a force of nature, but it did not have direction. It did not have conviction. It did not have will. It did not have what it took to achieve what she desired. Walking toward the cursed demon, she infused her will with her desire, forging an unbreakable armor out of it. I am not alone. This creature, though, this creature is alone, and it will die alone, cut down by my sword and burned by my flame. Every day, new stars ignited in the starlit vastness of her domain. And every day, some of them were extinguished forever. Nephis felt the loss of these stars faintly. There were numerous of them to mourn the loss of each individual flame, but she was always aware of how numerous fates were being broken and ground into dust by the ruthless world of the nightmare spell. How numerous hopes and dreams were doomed to stay forever unfulfilled. She suffered the pain of their passing personally, as the cursed demon stirred and surged forward, its long limbs pulling the monstrous mountain of gray flesh across the rubble with breathtaking speed. Nephis took that pain and infused it into her will, forging an uncompromising sword out of it. She felt the cursed demon's own will reshaping the world around them, trying to reshape Nephis herself as well. By then, she already knew what this fallen god was and what power it wielded. There were clues for her to piece together already. The cursed demon came from the hollows of Godgrave, where it had hidden from the destructive sun for thousands of years. There were hints in what the creature had told her, too, its memories of a gentle sun, of having wings, its scorched skeletal limbs, Aunopu. But Nephis did not have to guess what her adversary was, because one of the brightest stars in her domain was Cassie, and while the two of them were far apart, her friend was still with her, seeing things that no other human could. The cursed demon could be called abjuration. It wielded the power of rejection, renouncement, and negation. Anything it denied had no choice but to cease, and everything it refused was doomed to be erased from existence. Its malignant will was frightening, vast as an ocean, and oppressively firm in its insidious malevolence. No wonder Mordred had fled when faced with this distressing creature. If anything, it was a miracle that Sunny's shadow had managed to lull abjuration to sleep. As the mass of gray flesh and charred limbs rushed at her, Nephis channeled her flames into the blessing. The former shadow-bound sword focused them into a destructive ray of pure white light, and that light tore the distance between her and the huge nightmare creature in an instant, threatening to cut the grotesque mountain of flesh in half. However, instead, it was simply extinguished, negated by the fallen god's profane authority. Nephis frowned. Her attack had not been resisted, and neither had it been deflected. Instead, it was simply denied, cancelled before ever getting a chance to do damage, as if the very concept of being hurt by her flames had been proclaimed a falsehood by the sinister fiend. And since the cursed demon had proclaimed so, it became the truth. Her hand faltered for a split second. How am I supposed to kill a deity who denies my ability to kill it? The cursed demon was a god, a fallen, corrupted god, and that god did not believe in Nephis. Luckily, she believed in herself. Chapter 2438. Concept of Humanity. The blinding ray of pure white light struck the towering nightmare creature and was extinguished, denied the power to harm it, rather vanishing without leaving a trace on the gray flesh of the cursed demon. Time and space themselves bent, allowing its enormous mass to draw near Nephis far more rapidly than it should have been able to. Her wings raised a hurricane, sending her flying back, out of the way of innumerable skeletal limbs that stretched forward, aiming to grab her into a deadly grip. The world that had let the cursed demon pass so rapidly resisted her movement, sapping her momentum and slowing her down. If not for the armor of the will Nephis had forged for herself, she might not have been able to move at all. As it was, she barely avoided the harrowing forest of charred hands, slipping away between the cursed demon's fingers. Flying backward, she gritted her teeth. The nightmare creature had 100 hands, but Nephis only had one sword, and even that sword had proven ineffective against the authority of the fallen god. The authority it possessed was too absolute in its ability to deny her. The ancient horror wielded it both as a shield and as a weapon, both as the lure and as the trap, as well preventing the adversary from harming it while simultaneously refusing their ability to escape. Nifis frowned. No. Her adversary was not simply wielding the authority of abjuration. It personified abjuration, the very concept of forswearing something, thus negating its power and its very existence. That was what will could accomplish when elevated to the very edge of being absolute. How would one fight against an absolute will? Although Nephis did not know it yet, the technique Sunny would use in Ariel's game was to channel and personify a concept that directly opposed the power of his adversary. However, the two of them were entirely different people, and what Sunny could achieve was not what Nephis could or should be striving to emulate. She had her own path to forge. Just then, the cursed demon's innumerable eyes locked on Neph's fleeting figure, their unfathomable depths gleaming with a distressing notion. And a moment later, she felt her very existence beginning to grow faint, because abjuration was done playing with its food. Instead of resisting her attacks, the fiend simply chose to deny Nephis herself, to reject her existence, forcing the world into erasing her completely. How do I resist a deity's will? It was a complicated question, a question that only a handful of people had been forced to ask themselves ever since the nightmare spell descended upon the world. To Nephis, though, the answer was easy. She simply had to break it with her own. She simply had to crush it. If the nightmare creature refused to burn, she had to burn it with more powerful flames. If it refused to be cut, she had to slash it with a sharper blade. If it refused to die, she simply had to convince death to take it. Hey, nightmare creature! Nephis landed on the rubble and slid back, pushed almost to the edge of the water. Her eyes flared with distressing white radiance. Do you think you can snuff me out that easily? Her presence, which had grown faint, suddenly seemed clear, vast, and unfathomable. Abjuration might have been able to negate the existence of a saint, of a weaker sovereign, possibly. But Nephis ruled over and inspired all of humanity. To deny her existence, the creature would have had to erase all of mankind from existence first, to extinguish all of the innumerable stars that illuminated the vast heaven of her soul in an instant. Rix, she was changing star, the star of ruin, the goddess of humanity. Nephis did not like these words and had even taken measures to dissuade people from calling her by that title, as well as from worshipping her as a deity. But while she had not undergone apotheosis yet to some degree, there was truth to what some were saying. For all intents and purposes, she had become the personification of humanity. Her sword was the sword of all humans and carried the weight of all their hopes and dreams, of all their longing. Her flames were fueled by their desire. How dare you deny me? Snarling, Nephis dashed forward. The blessing was strengthened by all of her soul flame, strengthened more than even her body and soul were due to its flame conduit trait. At the same time, its capacity to overwhelm the will of nightmare creatures was further enhanced by the purifying light trait, the special quality of the shadow-bound sword that made it especially lethal to those tainted by the corruption. But more importantly, it had become the vessel of her will, and her will was fueled by her desire to slay the cursed demon. Desire was the root of all virtues, no less, as well as of all sin. There was hardly a more potent source of willpower than passionate yearning. Burn. Gathering all of her will into the tip of the blade, Nephis moved it in a downward slash, the same downward slash she had practiced myriads of times, until every minuscule detail of performing it flawlessly was absorbed into her very bones and answering to her will. The world burned. It burned brightly, the stone rubble melting and the dark lake boiling. But that was only the beginning, because in the next moment Nephis channeled her will into speaking the words as well. A frightening verse of linked true names escaped from her lips, summoning fire and destruction upon the world. The intense white flames surged and roared, consuming the very fabric of existence. But Nephis was still not done. Releasing the confines of her mortal shell, she unleashed her true transcendent form. A mass of white flame rose from the ground, easily as tall as the grotesque mountain of gray flash. The flame moved as if it possessed a life of its own, surging forward to meet the cursed demon. As it did, the mass of flames assumed the form of a radiant winged figure wielding a radiant blade. The giant blade woven out of pure white light fell, aiming to sever a dozen of the abomination's severed limbs. The radiance of it all was so blinding that it seemed as if dawn had shone upon the shattered darkness of True Bastion, and, illuminated by that light, the cursed demon cowered, terrified by the memories of the ruthless, destructive sky. Of course, naturally, it only faltered for a brief moment. Chapter 2439. Heaven and Hell. The world was ablaze. The darkness of the night was vanquished, chased away by an immaculate white abyss of incandescent light. The stone rubble burned, the waters of the vast lake burned too. Fine particles of superheated dust permeated the air, turning the crumbling ruins into an inescapable furnace. The air itself burned. The sky was suffused with immolating light, turning everything below its merciless expanse into cinders and ash. The boundless ocean of flames roared, its roars fusing and melting together to speak a litany of words: destruction, ruination, annihilation. At the same time, the world was frigid and frozen, devoid of all warmth. The great lake was covered in ice, frozen solid. Rime and hoarfrost covered the ruins, painting eerie patterns on the stone rubble. The stones themselves had become weak and brittle, ready to break from the smallest touch. Tiny crystals of ice drifted slowly in the frigid air, shining in the pale radiance of the shattered moon. A deep, dead silence enveloped the ruins of the colossal castle. It was a place completely devoid of warmth and life, a place where the very idea of life was strange and abhorrent. The world had been torn in two by the clash between a supreme titan and a cursed demon, its jagged halves fighting for dominance. Nephis had infused her indomitable will into her flames, setting the world on fire. The radiant hell she had unleashed was so terrible that the fabric of reality itself was ignited, and everything around her burned, even the things that had never been meant to burn. At the same time, abjuration rejected the flame. The hideous abomination refused to be burned, and in doing so it denied the concept of heat itself, turning the world into a frozen inferno. Two opposite worlds had been born from the devastating clash of their wills, both existing side by side as possibilities neither realized nor entirely abolished, and therefore suspended in a state of undetermined rivalry. As Nephis and abjuration fought, their wills straining against each other, one world or the other took shape for a brief moment or two, becoming reality. Then the cursed demon would be scorched and burned. A heartbeat later, the flames devouring its hideous body would be extinguished, and Nephis would suddenly find herself being strangled by unbearable cold. This vile thing. She reeled under the pressure of fighting the fallen deity's unfathomable will and authority, of its insidious mastery over the concept of refusal that threatened to deny her very existence, let alone her ability to do the cursed demon harm. At the same time, she had to fight the abomination itself. The dreadful forest of skeletal limbs wreaked havoc across the ruins, exerting such furious might that countless tons of stone rubble were turning into fine dust every moment. Nephis had severed dozens of abjuration's arms already. The blade woven from light sliced the cursed one's flesh and bones easily, setting the bleeding stumps aflame. But the hideous abomination was too powerful and too vast, its ability to twist the absolute laws in its favor too tyrannical. So she had not escaped from their furious clash unscathed either. Every time Nephis managed to land a strike, abjuration's hands would tear at her fiery form. The long fingers of the abomination blackened and its claws cracked the moment it touched the white flames, but every time, some warmth was sapped from Nephis, making her flame a little more feeble, a little less scathing. A low arse, with each blow she received, her claim to existence became a little fainter. And there was something much more terrifying happening as well. There were billions of little flames connected to Neff's soul, tied to it by the bonds of longing. They were like tethers that anchored her to the world and reinforced her existence. They were the subjects of her domain. With each blow she received, those flames seemed to grow a little fainter as well. It was when Nephis realized the fact that she felt something she had not felt in a long, long time. She felt fear. At the start of her battle against abjuration, she had regarded it with derision, assured that the terrifying fiend would not be able to negate her existence, because it would have to negate the existence of all of humanity with her as well. But now the cursed demon was doing just that. Billions of people were connected to Nephis and her domain of longing, bestowing her with great power and a nearly inexhaustible ocean of spirit essence. But that connection was a blade that cut both ways, because Nephis was connected to humanity, an especially insidious enemy could reach across the dark void through her and follow the rays of beautiful starlight to their source, to humans who had been inspired by her and whom she was supposed to protect. Abjuration was one such enemy. This cursed demon was old, powerful, and terrifying. It had soared in the boundless heaven as one of the spirits of Sun God's realm before falling into the vile depths of corruption. It had survived the Doom War, outlived the Lord of Light, and spent thousands of years hiding from the merciless radiance of the orphan sky in the sweltering darkness of Godgrave. And now it was here, in the hidden remains of True Bastion, liberated from under the incandescent abyss that had imprisoned it, and free to spread its appalling influence as it wished. There was only one obstacle standing in its way. Two obstacles, really. Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows. And only one of them was here to face the cursed demon, now Nephis bathed in the agony of her flaw, allowing it to purify her mind and steel her resolve. She gathered her flame. She was the flame. Her soul contained the fire. I need to end it now. In this battle of will, she needed to want to end the cursed demon here and now, want to end it so fiercely that her scorching desire could not be denied. So Nephis reached deep into her heart, remembering every reason she had to want to kill the enemy, and every reason she had to want to prevent the enemy from killing her, to be the last one standing. And then she spoke a name that she had not been able to invoke before. She invoked the name of passion. Chapter 2440, Knowledge of Passion. Invoking the name of passion was far more difficult than any other Nephis had ever invoked. Perhaps it was because, unlike the other names, the source of this one was Nephis herself. Her own longing, her own desire, her own yearning, her own passion. She had to know them, to burn with them, to admit them starkly without pretense or falsehood. Then she had to infuse them into the name, and channel that name with her soul, shaping the world in accordance with the melody of her heart, and forcing the two to resonate with each other. The act itself was an immensely difficult one after all. What human was completely honest with themselves? Completely honest about themselves? Who wasn't scared of baring themselves and laying the truth of who they were out in the open for the world to see? For them themselves to see? The first step was difficult, but the second one was arduous. Invoking the name of passion meant drawing it out of herself, and channeling it put more strain on Neff's soul and willpower than she had ever felt before while shaping. But she endured. She endured the cruelly honest moment of self-reflection, with all her selfishness and weakness put on display, and she endured the strain of channeling the name of passion, too. She invoked it. She finally succeeded, and when she did, it was as if blinders had been removed from her eyes. Nephis heard the spell whispering into her ear, but she did not have to listen to its loathsome voice to know that she had mastered another branch of her aspect legacy, the memory of light. She had mastered the knowledge of passion. Just as it had happened with the knowledge of fire and the knowledge of destruction, she could enjoy the fruit of her labor, a torrent of information poured into her mind as if a seal had been broken, completing and complementing what she had already intuitively understood, and underlying understanding of a multitude of matters, an instinctual grasp of subtle secrets and intricate techniques, a collection of names related to passion and desire. It was as if she had spent a lifetime striving to explore and fathom something in theory while simultaneously applying that wealth of knowledge in practice, and was now receiving the fruits of this lived experience without the memories themselves, but that was not important at the moment. Nephis could assess and consolidate the boon of mastering another branch of her aspect legacy later right now. She was still reeling from having invoked the name of passion. Honorably channeling that name was like adding fuel to her already scathing desire. Ignited by the invocation of passion, it flared with even greater intensity. Emboldened and empowered by her sorcery, her desire in turn augmented and emboldened her will, making it so much more potent. It was like a comprehensive enhancement of her fiery spirit, a cheat-like self-fulfilling prophecy. It was like something that she had always been meant to possess but was denied until now. The cornerstone of her entire aspect, or maybe a missing piece that had been preventing her from making the next step. Nephis suddenly felt incredibly alive. Even the terrible agony of her flaw seemed less torturous for a moment. The pain was the same, but the suffering it brought her felt not as meaningless and therefore more bearable. Doubtless, uncompromising, burning with passion, her will blossomed with unreserved heat, and that was enough to break the stalemate between her authority and that of the cursed demon. The world, which had been torn in two, was finally restored to being whole again. The frigid hell of abjuration's creation was vanquished, and the incandescent inferno of purifying flames was actualized, settling to take its lawful place in reality. And so, just like Nephis had promised, abjuration burned. "You have slain abjuration." Having assumed her human form, Nephis fell to her knees and gasped, clutching at her chest. She tried to draw air into her scorched lungs, but there was no air left for her to inhale. All of it had been burned away, turning the ruins of True Bastion into an incandescent, suffocating desert. The crumbling castle was no more, turned into a vast plain of glowing white-hot slag. The lake was gone too, its dark waters turned into clouds of superheated plasma. The remains of the city that had been hidden below the lake, and the bones of its former citizens, had turned to ash. Arg Nephis tried to groan, but without air to carry her voice, there was no sound. She closed her mouth and gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in silence. Even after she had overpowered the will of the cursed demon by invoking the name of passion, their battle lasted for a long while. She had dealt the insidious abominations plenty of grievous wounds and received more than a few of them herself in return. Her body was immaculate and pristine, but her soul was in shambles. She had burned her soul cores as well, damaging a few of them almost to the point of breaking. But since she was a half-breed who was born of two worlds, belonging to neither, she could absorb the soul fragments of nightmare creatures slain by her flames just like she would those of humans. Abjuration had been a cursed demon, and an ancient one at that, so her cores were now rebuilding themselves, having received a generous infusion of soul fragments after the abomination's death. Just abjuration, huh? It seemed like the spell did not deem it worthy to even mention the rank and class of cursed nightmare creatures when announcing their deaths. It made sense, really. After all, there had been only one abjuration in the world. It was one of a kind, so no one would confuse it with some other horror bearing the same name. Nephis looked around, drowning in the heat of the brilliant hell of her own creation. It was going to take a long time for True Bastion to cool off, and there was no reason for her to remain here anymore. On the contrary, there were plenty of reasons for her to leave as soon as possible. Even though she was not channeling the name of passion anymore, she could still feel its after effects. Usually she would be drained of all feelings and emotions after abusing her aspect so thoroughly. But today, Nephis was full of them instead. She wanted to return to illusory Bastion. She wanted to revel in delicious food, to satiate her thirst with fragrant wine, to soothe her tired body with the cold caress of water and luxuriate in its embrace. She wanted to meet Sunny. She longed for him with such intensity that it felt a little frightening. "Let's go." Holding her breath, she had no choice but to. Nephis rose to her feet and looked around one last time. The corpse of abjuration had turned to ash. There were no soul shards left to collect, since she had already absorbed the soul fragments. She was standing near one of the deep cracks formed on the mountain during the siege of Bastion. It was dark and seemingly bottomless, leading far down. There was nothing left for her to do here. Nephis turned, intending to return, but then something scraped beneath her feet. Frowning, she bent down and picked up a small piece of broken glass that had been laying on the edge of the fissure, the only cold thing in the white-hot furnace of the annihilated ruins. The piece of glass was blackened by soot, but when she scraped it with a nail, a fiery white eye looked back at her from beneath. It was the reflection of her own eye, and the white flame dancing in its depths. A mirror? Nephis threw one last look into the dark fissure, her frown growing deeper. Then, she tossed the fragment of the shattered mirror away and turned around. It was time for her to leave. Ravenheart awaited Chapter 2441, Immediate Impact. Sunny shook his head as he continued on his way. The memories of learning what Nephis had done in Bastion were followed by the memories of reuniting with her in Ravenheart. At that point, he finally reached his destination. Having spent several weeks surrounded by billowing clouds of ash and cursed abominations, fighting one desperate battle after another, he was truly a pitiful sight to behold. His body might have been rebuilt and perfected by flesh weave, but he still could not wait to take a shower, lower himself into a bath, or better yet, rest his weary self in a steam room, followed by a plunge into ice-cold water. It just so happened that he could really use a cold plunge at the moment. Leaving his battered incarnation to tend to itself, Sonny shifted his focus to the avatar who remained in the council room. The Song Sisters had left by then, leaving him alone with Nephis and Cassie. The mood in the spacious chamber was different now. The sunset had drawn its last breath, surrendering the world to the embrace of darkness. The sky outside the tall windows was black and littered with shimmering stars, snow dancing in the torrents of cold wind. The brief levity was gone, replaced by a sense of gravity. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then spoke with a sigh. This time, he described what had happened in the miniature realm of Ariel's game in detail, without wasting his time on jokes or witty wordplay. Going over everything he had experienced helped him put the events of the past weeks in perspective as well. Let's see. First, he explained the nature of the little dreadful world created by Ariel, the vast grid of towering mountains, the snow and ash domains, the significance of dawn and dusk for the game pieces, the role of castles and shrines, and lastly, the existence of the terrifying arbiter who hid beneath the clouds. These were the laws governing the death game. Then, he described his own actions in the game and the battles he had fought. The battle against the Crystal Hive was relatively insignificant in the grand scheme of things. At best, it was a valuable exercise in fighting a powerful adversary while being suppressed by a hostile domain, which wasn't really that new of an experience for Sonny or for Nephis, who suffered a much worse version of the same suppression every time they entered the waking world. Next was the battle against abundance. That one was a much more valuable lesson, a priceless one even, since it was the first time Sonny had fought a cursed abomination. He had learned about how lesser deities embodied concepts and weaponized them to twist the absolute laws of existence in their favor from that clash, as well as understood the natural affinity of his own will better. In the end, Sonny had defeated abundance by utilizing sorcery to counter and restrain the beast's authority, then slowly poisoning its soul with death will. Nephis smiled faintly when he described crushing the infinite worm under his boot. What an elegant solution, Sonny chuckled. Thank you. Killing abundance was the pebble that began an avalanche. With a sacred shade in my service, I could tackle more powerful foes and slowly build an advantage over the snow tyrant. Plus, was quite satisfying. He continued, describing the race to the Shrine of Truth and its first siege, his battle against the wolf, the grand spell he had woven, and the eventual annihilation of the volcano. The details of how he had held off a cursed demon while fueling his trap with the demon's own strength had a greater effect on Nephis and Cassie. Cassie especially seemed stunned. So, you channeled an opposite concept to that of the wolf? Sonny nodded. When you fight deities, the battle itself is only the tip of the iceberg. There is a clash of wills happening at the same time, hidden from view. It influences the cadence of combat, deciding who will gain the decisive advantage. Gods reshape the world around them according to what they are, and in order to defeat them, you have to break that vision of reality first. One would ideally achieve that with overwhelming strength, but since we are weaker than the cursed ones, I had to get inventive. Obey, Cassie smiled. Amazing. Nephis, meanwhile, contemplated his words deeply. Eventually, a sigh escaped from her lips, and she gave Sonny a long look. It was sort of boastful, satisfied, a little prideful. However, Nephis did not seem proud of herself. Rather, she seemed to be proud of Sonny and satisfied with herself as a result. What has gotten into her? It is an incredible technique, Sonny. Sadly, I don't think anyone except you can make use of it. Your aspect and aspect legacy make you supremely adaptable, and this arcane ability to channel foreign concepts is their culmination. No one else would have been able to do something like that. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. Well, she wasn't wrong. Granted, he did not explain how he had almost killed Kai after taking this technique a step further in the battle against the Puppeteer yet, but that could wait a little longer. After all, who didn't like being praised by their girlfriend and receiving these kinds of looks from her? Sonny wanted to enjoy the second a little longer. He sighed. The spell I created takes most credit for the deaths of the wolf and the brass giant. It was a significant breakthrough in and of itself made possible by the lessons I had learned while creating a bow for Kai. Actually, out of everything I gained in Ariel's game, this one might be the most immediately impactful. Nephis gave him an intense look. Do you mean? Sonny nodded. Yes. It opens an entirely new horizon of possibilities for us. I can further develop and expand this new branch of weaving. Then I'll be able to create more intricate spells. Even with 7 bodies, I won't be able to enchant every citadel of humanity, but doing so for our most important strongholds in the dream realm might be possible, as long as there are enough sacred soul shards to fuel the spells. Nephis looked to Cassie. Cassie, do you think you can help Sonny integrate his enchantments into the fortifications of human citadels with runic sorcery? The blind seer considered her words seriously for a while, then gave her a hesitant shrug. It is not impossible. Fusing 2 schools of sorcery won't make the result greater, but it might hasten the process and make it easier for the saints in charge of the citadels to operate and maintain the arrays. Sonny and I will have to spend a lot of time side by side to work out the framework, though. I've I've never considered large-scale runic arrays thoroughly before, but it should not be entirely different from the sorcery of the Ivory Island and the Chainbreaker. Nephis sighed. Time, it all comes down to time, doesn't it? She fell silent for a moment. Still, that is something worth investing time in. Our cities will come under siege eventually when that happens. There has to be a way to keep the population safe while the champions repel the enemy. Sonny, I would be grateful if you and Cassie made that project a priority, Sonny smiled. Sure, I can spare an incarnation or 2. In fact, he was glad to receive this opportunity. Sonny did not pursue fame or recognition. Being forced into the shadows by the revelation of why Weaver's lineage had been forbidden by the gods suited him fine, if not for the fact that he could not exert as much influence from the shadows freely as he would have wanted to. Humanity was protected by 2 sovereigns, but one of them was severely constrained in what he could do to actually help people. So working on fortifying human cities in the dream realm was a good way to apply his power for the benefit of all in a secretive but efficient manner. Sonny's expression turned somber as he continued his tale, describing the eerie encounter with the cursed demon and the days missing from his memory. Then he told Nephis and Cassie about the battle against the Rat King and how he and Kai had utilized the inherent vulnerability of that cursed beast to destroy it. As he did, he summoned the shade of the Rat King to illustrate his point. Strangely enough, the appearance of a large, feral-looking black rat on his palm did not impress the 2 women that much. In fact, their reactions did not seem enthusiastic at all for some reason. It was almost as if they did not like this adorable black cutie pea. But why wouldn't they? Weirdos. Dismissing the rat after giving it a few head scratches, Sonny considered his words and described the final battle of Ariel's game, the battle against the spirit of doubt, Puppeteer itself. Chapter 2442, Self-Sufficient Cycle. And so I cleaved the snow tyrant's head clean off. He finished the description of the battle with a thoughtful expression, looking at the stars burning in the cold black sky beyond the window. I think that it was mostly lying through its teeth to confuse me. Well, actually, I don't think that it had a mouth, so it was lying through whatever it had instead of teeth. Puppeteer was definitely not as immune to the madness of corruption as it presented itself, at least. As for the rest, he frowned. Maybe there was some truth to what it said, after all, even if it twisted the meaning of it all entirely to sow seeds of doubt into my mind. Speaking of which, Sonny had felt a few of those still growing in his heart after returning from Ariel's game, soon to give birth to larval worms of doubt, certainly. He poisoned them with death will and obliterated them completely, shivering in fear and disgust, then asked Nephis to purify him with her radiant flames just in case. Kai underwent the same cleansing. That did the job, preventing the puppeteer from infecting the world with its sinister malice from beyond the grave. Things could have gone differently if it had met a less paranoid and well-informed adversary. There was silence in the council chamber for a while. Then Nephis said in a contemplative tone, "Actually, I'm inclined to believe at least one thing the moth told you." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Which one?" She looked into the distance, a distant expression on her beautiful face. "What it said about the flame waning. If you think about it, that is only natural, no? Sunny studied her carefully. I'm not sure. Natural? How so? Nephis let out a light sigh. Our world was created by the gods who were born from the flame of desire. But a flame does indeed need fuel to burn. It cannot exist in a vacuum. So, what fuel was there for the flame of desire to burn all those eons ago before time even existed? Now Sunny tilted his head a little, confused by her words. What fuel? Then his eyes widened slightly. What else could there have been in the eternity before time existed? He whispered. The void. Nephis nodded. That would make sense. An everlasting, endless source of fuel for an immortal, inexhaustible flame. Her eyes flared with a promise of white flames as well. But there was also an irrevocable conflict between the ever-changing void and the eternally constant desire. So, the gods waged a war against the void and eventually imprisoned it, separating the flame from the void by nothing. Now the flame burns in a vacuum, deprived of its fuel, of its source. So the flame is waning, and at the same time, the flame is sustaining itself, by itself, from itself. Cassie spoke at that moment, her voice sounding soft in the silence of the council chamber. But it does sustain itself. It's a closed, self-sufficient cycle. We are all a part of the flame, and our own desires fuel it. The puppeteer tried its hardest to paint that truth as something vile and appalling, but I think it's the opposite. To me, it seems beautiful, a flame that ensures itself burning brightly with human striving and longing. She faced them and smiled hesitantly. Don't you think so? Nephis looked at the stars while Sunny shrugged. Well, we are indeed of the flame, of this vast and strange existence the gods created. So the puppeteer's whole argument was meaningless behind its sophistry, since he was trying to convince me that being destroyed and consumed by the void is a better alternative to being alive simply because being alive is not all sunshine and roses. He scoffed. I don't know about you, but sunshine is overrated. I'd much rather relax in the shade. And as far as roses go, most of the flowers I encountered in my life had tried to either eat me, shred me to pieces with their thorns, or get their pollen into my body to use it as fertilizer. None of which is conducive to being alive, as it happens. Sunny smiled. Yes, life was cruel at times. Life was a constant struggle, and for some people, people like him, it was more often bitter than sweet. But it was, after all, sweet. Life was also beautiful, joyful, and exciting, full of precious things like affection, contentment, accomplishment, fun. It contained friendship, camaraderie, love, passion. There was beauty, intellectual pursuits, challenge, and thrill. Even though Sunny's life had not been an easy one, it had also been a life full of great pleasure and joy. One side of his life could not have existed without the other, and the struggles he had overcome to be where he was gave meaning to it all, making each triumph feel so much more satisfying. That, too, was the flame, and that was what he had to protect from being consumed by corruption, from becoming swallowed by the alien malice of the primordial void. He sighed and looked at Nephis. You had a run-in with a cursed one yourself, didn't you? What do you think? Sunny had killed 4 cursed nightmare creatures in Ariel's game: Abundance, the Wolf, the Rat King, and the Puppeteer. The brass giant had perished as a result of his actions as well, while 3 more fallen deities had died in a mysterious way. It was a breathtaking achievement, no doubt, and yet Sunny did not feel a lot of confidence at the moment. In fact, he was left properly shaken by his experiences in the death game. In truth, while Sunny had been at a great disadvantage in the dreadful world of Ariel's creation, its laws had also worked in his favor. The cursed ones had been restrained in how they could move and what they could do, for one. The nature of the Ash domain made the battle for the Shrine of Truth easier, while the shrine itself had empowered his companions tremendously, and even then he had just barely survived. If Sunny had met the same cursed ones in the wild reaches of the Dream Realm, who knew how things would have turned out? Nephis remained silent for a while, then said in a somber tone, It was much more dangerous than I had imagined. In truth, I am lucky to be alive. Her expression darkened. That single cursed demon could have wiped out all of humanity. I defeated it, yes, but my victory was not assured. The battle was a close one, In fact, no different from a gamble. She pursed her lips. In short, the cursed ones are too dangerous. Every single one of them is an extinction-level threat, despite how powerful you and I have become. And there are more than a few of them out there as well. There are 5 just here in the Jade Palace at the moment. Gods only know how many remain in Godgrave, both in the Hollows and in the Sea of Ash. Nephis scowled. There are also the Death Zones south of Godgrave, the frozen wastelands west of Ravenheart, the Hollow Mountains and the Underworld, the Burned Forest, the Abyss and the Shadow Realm, the unexplored reaches and depths of the Storm Sea, and other regions of the Dream Realm we have not even discovered yet. Finally, she looked at Suni and let out a tired sigh. If all of them, or even only some of them, suddenly converge on the human domain, we will stand no chance. And that is not even mentioning the unholy ones. Considering how vast the gap between the great and cursed nightmare creatures is already, I'm afraid that both of us combined won't be strong enough to face even a single one. Sonny remained silent, a grim expression on his face. It was not that he did not have anything to say, it was just that he agreed with Nephis. The two of them were the strongest warriors of humanity, by far, and they were barely powerful enough to contend against isolated cursed abominations. What would happen if an unholy nightmare creature revealed itself instead? He shivered. Nephis, meanwhile, shook her head. Which is to say that our reasoning was correct. Being supreme is not at all enough to achieve our goals. We must become more powerful, much more powerful. And we must gain that power as fast as we can. She looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then added in a lower tone, or at least one of us must, if they are willing. Sonny remained silent for a while, leaning on the backrest of the shadow chair. Many thoughts wandered around his mind aimlessly, but he still could not come up with the answer. In the end, he said, "There is something else about my experience in Ariel's game that I must tell you. Something quite important. Maybe even more important than anything we have known until now." He inhaled deeply, and then looked at Nephis and Cassie. "It concerns a group of people who called themselves the Nine, Weaver, and the Nightmare Spell." Chapter 2443, Summary of Everything. Sonny had spent more than a decade uncovering the dreadful secrets of the Dream Realm and slowly piecing together its truth. The road to the knowledge he now possessed had been paved with blood and smoldering ruins, and very few people, if any at all, knew as much as he did about the hidden nature of the world. Which was not to say that others had not searched for the truth with just as much determination, and that no one else had a claim to the forbidden knowledge he harbored. The late sovereigns had known countless secrets, for example. There was Nephis as well. She knew nearly as much as Sonny did, having spent the years they had been apart pursuing truths of her own. He did not have a monopoly on arcane knowledge, and neither did the world stand frozen while he was away. It was just that Sonny had an overwhelming advantage when it came to solving the chilling mysteries of the past, or at least used to have. That advantage was his former innate attribute, Fated, which had put him on a collision course with Weaver and other main characters of the end of the world all those years ago. However, Nephis had a great advantage of her own. That advantage was Cassie. There was hardly a person in the world better suited to learning the lost and forgotten truths than her. So Nephis and Cassie had learned quite a few of the same secrets Sonny had in the years of his absence. Later, the three of them put their knowledge together. Now, however, Sonny was once again far ahead. Because this time, the secret he had learned was truly world-shattering. It was a secret to end all secrets, as well as the answer to numerous mysteries that had been plaguing them for years. So Sonny told them everything he had learned in Ariel's game. How Weaver had challenged the demon of dread to a death game. Who the Nine were. How Weaver died for the first time by Orphany's hand. How she killed the demon of fate once again in the Shadow Realm. How the nightmare spell was completed by consuming the gods and why. Of course, he could only tell them the truth without explaining how all of it related to him personally. Cassie had already deduced a lot about who Sonny was and had been from the gaps in her memory and the things she did not seem capable of remembering, while Nephis had her suspicions as well, but still, neither of them could retain the knowledge of what they had known about him in the past. When he finished talking, a stunned silence reigned in the council chamber. A snowstorm was raging outside the window. Obscuring the starlit sky, the chamber seemed darker than before, with shadows nestling in its corners, and no one dared to speak for a long while. Eventually, it was Sonny himself who broke the silence. Ah, I've been chasing this truth for so long, you know. It almost feels unreal to finally know it all. Well, most of it at least. I don't quite know how to feel. But I do know that knowledge is the origin of all power. So it feels like we have grown immensely more powerful despite remaining the same, I guess. Cassie was frozen still, her expression distant. She seemed to be thinking about something feverishly, thousands of thoughts swarming behind her beautiful, unseeing eyes. Sonny shuddered to imagine what was happening in the little devious head of hers. Nepis, meanwhile, was somber and focused, looking at Sonny with silent but scathing intensity. After a while, she inhaled slowly and then spoke quietly. So let me get this straight. She stood up and walked to the window, watching the snowstorm rage behind the transparent crystal pane. Her voice sounded just as aloof as usual, but there was a wealth of hidden emotion in it now. A long time ago, at the dusk of the Golden Age, the gods had grown distant and indifferent, neglecting their duties, what people considered to be their duties at least. In their neglectful absence, an empire founded by War God, and presumably enjoying his patronage, launched a series of bloody conquests, slowly spreading across the mortal realms like a plague. That conquest continued until they encountered a small, peaceful nation, a culture that worshipped no gods but instead built temples to fate itself. She turned and looked at Sonny with a frown. That culture was conquered and wiped out, but not before sending out 9 fated heroes or monsters, depending on how you look at it, on a quest to avenge their people. Avenge their people by slaying the gods. Fine over. Sonny nodded and continued. But how can mortals hope to defeat the gods? The 9 were no match for them, and so they set out to ignite a war between the daemons and the gods, knowing that it would bring the empire of war, and all of existence with it, to ruin. In that way, they became the architects of the doom that swallowed the world. Nephis smiled darkly. Only there was one daemon who refused to participate in the doom war. That daemon, in fact, knew what the 9 were trying to achieve all along, as well as that there would be no winner in the war, that everything would be destroyed by it, with only corpses left in its wake. So that daemon devised a plan of their own, a plan to twist fate. She inhaled deeply and finished in a cold, grim tone. Weaver created the nightmare spell, let it spread unnoticed among the desperate refugees of the end of days, and then manipulated one of the 9 into slaying them in the Shadow Realm, where the Void Gate stands. The Void Gate that had been opened by someone during the final battle of the Doom War. Weaver's death was a catalyst that completed the spell, allowing it to consume both the gods and the daemons, and realize its true design. Cassie finally stirred, tilting her head a little and whispering, to lull the forgotten god, who was released from the void, back to sleep, and then infect the humans who found shelter in the orphan divine realms in an attempt to nurture new gods, gods who were taught to defy fate, and would therefore be able to destroy the Forgotten One once and for all in the depths of the 7th nightmare. Neff's expression turned cold. Only it did not work out quite like Weaver had hoped until now. Every divine realm infected by the spell succumbed to the flood of nightmares and was devoured by the dream realm, after all their civilizations annihilated and consumed by corruption. The people of the Twilight Sea, the civilization of Godgrave, and the rest, all of them are gone, and we are all that remains, the last sparks of the flame. Sonny sighed, then nodded. You do understand what it means, don't you? Cassie was the one who answered. It means that humanity is fundamentally wrong about the mechanism and the purpose of the spell, for one. In truth, what we call the nightmare spell is really 2 connected but separate processes. We had suspicions, of course, but now it's confirmed. The forgotten god sleeps, dreaming a nightmare. Vestiges of his dreams spill into reality, slowly infecting all of existence. That is where the nightmare seeds come from, tainting everything around them with corruption. And when the seeds bloom, the forgotten god's nightmare continues to spread. Gates open in new realms, and those worlds are then integrated into his own divine realm, into the dream realm. Sonny leaned back, looking into the distance. So, the nightmare spell does not create the nightmare seeds, and neither does it create nightmare creatures. Rather, it is like an interface built atop of it all, through it all, like a symbiotic, or maybe parasitic, presence. It constructs nightmares within the seeds and grants its carriers a way to access these nightmares in order to destroy the seeds from within. That is why those who do not carry the spell cannot challenge a seed. If they approach one, they will simply be exposing themselves to corruption. Cassie drew a shaky breath. That is one of the main functions of the spell. The second function is to nurture its carriers in various ways and help them walk the path of ascension at a speed unthinkable for natural awakened in the most ruthless but also quite an effective way. She exhaled slowly before adding, "The third of its main functions," Sonny ended the sentence, "is the most fundamental one, which lies at the root of it all. It is to keep the forgotten god asleep." He paused for a moment and then said with a hint of fascination in his voice, "Many questions about how the spell functions remain, of course. For example, what powers it? Does it consume a bit of the soul fragments of every living being slain by its carriers, perhaps? Or is it using the nightmare of the forgotten god as a perpetual battery to fuel itself? Is it still intact, or has its mechanism been corrupted over the eons? How exactly does it create the nightmares, and what is the nature of the phantoms populating them? I am pretty sure that the spell was not woven out of essence strings, but from the strings of fate themselves. Is that why it seems omniscient, possessing the knowledge of both the past and the future?" Sonny shook his head. "Weaver, that sinister demon, they pulled quite a stunning trick back then, at the end. Didn't they? Compared to what the spell is. Even the act of slaying the gods and the daemons almost seems to pale in comparison. I mean, who could have guessed that killing the gods had been merely the means to an end, not the actual goal? And who could have been brazen enough to treat their deaths that way?" He sighed, suddenly feeling suffocated. Sonny was fateless now, but that did not seem to free him from Weaver's grasp. The nebulous daemon had envisioned a role for their inheritor, their epigone, and even after being torn from the tapestry of fate, Sonny was still marching to the beat of their drum. That was because Weaver did not need to manipulate his fate in order to control him. They could simply manipulate the entire world and leave Sonny no choice but to go where the demon of fate had wanted him to go. Even though he was not fated anymore, the weight of the decisions Sonny had already made ensured that his future choices would be in line with what Weaver had envisioned. "That damn daemon," he exhaled slowly. "All of it is fascinating, and there's a lot we still don't know, but these details are not exactly important right now, are they?" Nephis, who had kept quiet until then, gave him a poignant look. "What is important, then?" Sonny met her gaze, choosing his words carefully. In the end, he spoke in a tone that was a little softer than usual. "Well, your goal has always been to destroy the spell now that you know that it is not as malignant as we believed, and that its existence is necessary to keep the forgotten god from swallowing us all. Doesn't it change anything? Or rather, doesn't it change everything?" Nephis studied him for a while, her expression unreadable. Then she pursed her lips slightly and turned to the window. "It doesn't really change much, though." Chapter 204:44, Dream of the Forgotten God. Sonny stared at her, stunned. "It doesn't change much? How so?" Nephis lingered for a long time, then shrugged. "My goal has always been to destroy the nightmare spell, but back when I chose that goal, I was young and knew little of the world. As I grew and learned more, my understanding of the world expanded, and therefore my goals expanded as well. The nightmare spell, the nightmares, to me they are one and the same. I want to destroy them all. And even if the root evil is the nightmare itself, the spell is not free of guilt either." Her voice grew a little lower. "You two seem to accept that the nightmare spell is a benevolent force, but I disagree. Yes, with what we know now, it is impossible to deny that its purpose at least was a noble one. It was created to save the world, no less. However, you forget that it was created by a daemon, a divine being as old as time itself, and their concept of benevolence and nobility would have been quite alien to ours." Turning around, she looked at Sonny and Cassie coldly. "Sure, the nightmare spell pushes humans to walk the path of ascension as fast as possible in order to give us strength to resist the spreading nightmare. But have you considered that it might not be going about it in the best possible way? As far as I see it, the spell's solution to the problem is to simply throw as many bodies at it as possible. Most will die gruesomely, and then even more people will die. Countless lives will be ruined, and entire generations will be wiped out. But as long as a few survive and achieve a higher rank, then everything is okay, isn't it? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, considering her words. Then he said tentatively, "But you can't deny that it's effective, can you? And that we are in a pretty desperate situation, so it's not like we are spoiled for choices." Nephis shook her head. "Is it that effective, though, or is it crude and wasteful? Think back to everything you have experienced. Was there really no better way? We are the strongest champions of humanity, you and I. But is it because we were the best, or is it because we were lucky? Would things have been different if the spell had been different? All those lost lives? All that wasted potential? How would the world have turned out if the First Lord of the Bright Castle had not been sent into a death trap by the spell, for example? How far could he and his cohort have gone? What about Daron, the Serpent King? If the spell had not sent him into a nightmare that only someone immune to corruption could have conquered, what would have happened to the people of the Twilight Sea? She shook her head and gritted her teeth. You can only see the spell in a positive light because you are its beneficiary, not its victim. No matter its purpose, the spell is ruthless, inhuman, and vile. All this great power, all that startling potential, and you tell me that the great demon of fate could not come up with anything better than forcing children into the jaws of the nightmare? Do you know how many aspirants die every year without ever becoming sleepers? I know, because I can feel their flames being snuffed out day and night. Was there really no better way? White flames ignited in Neff's eyes, and she grimaced. You can convince me that the nightmare spell is a necessary evil that we are stuck with, but you can't convince me that it is benign. You can't convince me not to hate it. Then suddenly her expression eased, turning cold and impassive once again. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then sighed and turned back to the window. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I meant it when I said that this new knowledge doesn't change much, in any case of how I feel about the spell. A long time ago, I told someone that I intended to conquer all the nightmares and destroy the spell, and I still do. It is just that now I know that there will be a seventh nightmare after the sixth, and that I will have to end the forgotten god first before dismantling the spell. She chuckled bitterly. There would be no need for it by then anymore anyway, so this entire argument is moot. Sunny frowned, then leaned forward a little. But that is just the thing, Neff. It is not moot. Have you forgotten what our goal is? It is to prevent the destruction of humanity. Killing the forgotten god is what Weavers wanted to achieve, not us. Who cares what that treacherous daemon wanted? Weaver is dead, so we are free to do what we want. And to achieve that, we don't need to risk ourselves in a battle against a being that neither the gods nor the demons were able to stop. He clenched his fists. We don't need to conquer the seven nightmares and destroy the forgotten god. We don't need to destroy the spell either. The spell can continue keeping that thing asleep. It has contained him for eons, and it can contain him for a few eons more. We just need to become strong enough to contend against the creatures that are threatening humanity here and now. We just need to become divine. Others would have called him a fool or a coward for thinking like that, but Sunny did not care. In fact, he considered people who could not see past what was intended for them foolish, instead. Rary, sir, the forgotten god was the source of corruption that plagued the world, and destroying him would theoretically stop the spread of the nightmare, but so what? None of them had even considered the possibility of a world without nightmare seeds and nightmare creatures before. These were merely inalienable facts of life until just a few days ago. And rather than fantasizing about some kind of heavenly paradise, they had been busy planning how to ensure the survival and prosperity of mankind in reality. As long as its safe resettlement into the dream realm could be ensured, and as long as there were champions powerful enough to keep the cursed and unholy nightmare creatures at bay, humanity could not only survive but thrive in this world they lived in. There were already vast cities like Bastion and Ravenheart here. In the dream realm, there were electric streetlights and fertile fields. Roads were being built across the wilderness. Trade caravans were traveling between human strongholds, and new settlers were arriving every day. Sure, there were also nightmare creatures and horrors beyond description, but that was just life. He had never known anything different, and most of humanity had not either. And yet, that did not stop people from living their lives, from struggling, striving, and thriving in this dangerous but generous and stunning world. That was what Sonny wanted to protect. That was why he had returned from his journey to the edge of the world, resolving to change it. Slaying some ancient god of corruption had nothing to do with it. Sonny could sleep peacefully even knowing that the forgotten god was dreaming about him somewhere out there, imprisoned in a nightmare by the spell. Sure, there was a possibility that the spell would fail one day, and that its prisoner would awaken, but that was not an unfamiliar reality either. After all, even before the nightmare spell descended, people knew that the sun would die one day and that the entire universe was moving toward eventual demise. But nobody threw themselves into the sun because of it. The world had always been meant to end one day, probably long after humanity had already destroyed itself 10 times over. The awakening of the forgotten god was no different from the heat death of the universe in that regard. Only destroying the forgotten god would probably be far more difficult and deadly than destroying the universe. After all, he was older than the universe, having participated in its creation. And that was whom Weaver wanted them to kill. Sonny shook his head. Becoming divine is already impossible enough. Sure, I understand that we are indoctrinated to count and do everything in sevens, and that it feels wrong to ignore the logical conclusion of the path laid out for us by Weaver, but our goal has been to become gods in order to protect humanity, not to challenge the final nightmare and correct an error made by the true gods when designing the world, not to eliminate the flaw of existence. A perfect world is a dead world anyway, so why would we want to throw ourselves into something entirely fatal and meaningless on top of that? Nephis looked at him with a deep scowl. To prevent numerous people from having their choice robbed from them by the nightmare spell, to save countless lives from dying in the nightmares, to ensure that the end of the world never comes, to destroy the spell once and for all. Why can't you see it? Sonny did not respond for a while, looking at her silently. He knew that deep down, Nephis was a selfish person, that she did what she wanted, and it was merely a happy coincidence that what she wanted was to be a righteous and decent person, according to her own harsh understanding of righteousness and decency, of course. But what she really wanted was to destroy the spell which she hated, and do so in a way she would not be ashamed of, to avenge herself upon the world. The nightmare gates, the nightmare spell, it was indeed all the same to her. She would not be able to let go of her most ardent desire easily. But Sonny was a selfish person too. I see it, but I simply don't want you to throw your life away, Neph. Not in an attempt to create some kind of flawless Garden of Eden, of all things. I need you alive. Please, try to see that as well. They both remained silent for a while, looking at each other. In the end, Nephis sighed and turned away. Why are we arguing anyway? It's not even guaranteed that we will survive the 5th nightmare, let alone the 6th. We can't even think about challenging the 7th right now, and won't be for many years. So let's cross that bridge when we get there. Sonny lingered for a while, then nodded reluctantly. Sure. Let's focus on what we need to do right now, indeed. He knew that she had not been convinced, and that her determination to destroy the nightmare spell was as firm as ever. But Sonny also knew that many things could change with time. So he tacitly agreed not to continue this conversation later, for now. Nephis sighed. So what are your plans? He leaned back and smiled. Well, since you so kindly disposed of that cursed demon and cleared the path to the mirror maze, I thought I'd get Effie and explore True Bastion a little. Oh, but I want to make a short stop in the frozen wastelands west of here first. There's something there I want to try finding. I'll depart for Bastion after that. Nephis hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Good. Actually, I found something after the battle with Abjuration. A fragment of one of Mordred's reflections. It could have been there from when we unleashed that cursed demon in True Bastion a year ago, but something tells me that it got there later. So, he might be hiding somewhere in that mirror maze. It's good that you'll be heading there. Sonny's smile dimmed a little. That guy? How wonderful. With that, he turned to Cassie. He was not hiding in that piece of mirror by chance, was he? She shook her head. No. Abjuration would have gotten him, and I checked just to make sure on top of that. Sonny nodded with relief. Good. Then I guess we are done for today. I think we all need some time to digest all this new information. He looked at Nephis, knowing that the two of them had a lot to talk about, and talk through, but that was better done alone. Outside the window, the sun was already rising from beyond the horizon. A new day had come to Ravenheart. Chapter 2445, Longer Days. About a month later, just before the full moon, Sunny returned to Bastion, or rather, another of his incarnations did. The first had actually returned to Bastion weeks ago, but this one took a detour to the frozen wastelands west of Ravenheart first. There were scouting parties of the human domain prowling there in search of citadels. Granted, they neither dared nor could survive going deep into the hellish cold, and only the saints ventured beyond the outer reaches of the seemingly boundless expanse of ice. So, Sunny had employed Silent Stalker as a guide. Well, more so informed her of the fact that she would be his guide, and the two of them spent several unforgettable weeks together, shivering in the cold and eluding the strange, fearsome nightmare creatures who reigned in that frozen hell. That was how Sunny learned that Silent Stalker was not in fact mute. As it turned out, she could talk after all, or at least she could hiss and curse like a sailor. Whatever made the usually taciturn song princess so expressive all of a sudden, he had no idea. It was probably the cold. In any case, eventually, when it became too dangerous for Silent Stalker to follow him, he left her in a shelter he had dug in the ice and continued west on his own. A few days later, a pale and shaken Sunny returned, and the two of them started on the way back to Ravenheart. From there, Sunny passed through the Dream Gate to Bastion. It opened regularly, connecting the two largest human cities in the Dream Realm at set intervals. And here he was. A mass of people were flowing out of the towering Dream Gate, and he was safely hidden in its middle. Sunny was wearing a ragged robe atop the nebulous mantle, having already changed his facial features. Members of the Shadow Clan used special memories for that, but he simply reshaped his avatar a little for the sake of anonymity. Masking his appearance had become much easier after he learned how to grant manifested shadows color in Ariel's game. Making himself less handsome felt like a crime against humanity, but what could he do? Such was life, plus he was a taken man now, so drawing admiring gazes would do him no good. There was a long, narrow object wrapped in cloth tied to his back, protruding high above his head. Sunny walked as if it was light as a feather, but in fact it took all of his supreme strength not to stagger under the weight of the damn thing. Even the wild shadow he had attached to his feet and controlled to mimic his movements seemed to be sweating from the burden of the object's shadow. Holy hell! Why is this thing so heavy? Letting out a shaky sigh, Sunny allowed the current of the crowd to carry him away from the Dream Gate. Soon enough, he encountered a problem. Standing on the waterfront, he watched ferries move across the lake. He had to cross the lake as well, but no ferry would be able to support his weight. At best, the deck would crack beneath him. At worst, the entire ferry would sink, taking the passengers with it. In fact, the only reason why the ground was not fracturing beneath his feet already was that he was in the castle, where the cobblestones were made from the same mystical stone as the walls of the great fortress itself. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Should I just shadow step to my destination? To come up with a better idea, he went to find a dark alley where no one would notice him vanishing into thin air. It would do no one any good if he was seen using powers similar to those of the Lord of Shadows. Anno being dead was such a hassle sometimes. As Sunny walked, he thought about what had transpired in the past month. Many things had happened while his incarnation was enduring the cold of the frozen hellscape. Early winter was the busiest time for the human domain, after all, because of the winter solstice. By now, most of the sleepers who had been infected by the nightmare spell last year were either awakened or dead. Others were still somewhere out there in the dream realm, making their way to human citadels. Some had awakened long before the solstice, having passed through the dream gate in advance. In fact, there were many of them, significantly reducing the death toll. This winter solstice in particular was especially important because it served as proof of concept. It was the second solstice of Nef's reign, but the first one she was able to prepare for. The previous one had happened too soon after the end of the Domain War, when everything was in chaos. Not that things weren't chaotic now. Depending on the results of all the measures Nephis and Cassie had taken to ensure that as many sleepers as possible survived their first journey to the Dream Realm, all following solstices could drastically transform. There weren't many of those left for humanity, though, since the waking world was going to be consumed by the Dream Realm before too long. But that was merely the significance of the winter solstice to all of humanity. It was meaningful to Sonny on a personal level as well. After all, it was his birthday. He had turned 28. This time, Sonny had enjoyed several birthday parties at the same time. One in the Dark City with Aiko, his shadows and incarnations, and the strangely stiff members of the Shadow Clan. One in Ravenheart with Nephis, Cassie, and Kai, and one with Silent Stalker of all people who had not seemed enthused about his insistence of celebrating a birthday in the middle of a death zone at all. Sonny still had fun. Actually, he felt quite at home in the company of the Quiet Song Princess, not the least of all because she reminded him of Saint and Slayer, so he secretly favored her above other song sisters, despite the fact that the feline huntress did not seem even a little bit friendly. It had been a good birthday. Still. Chapter 246, Lovers Spat. It had indeed been a good birthday. Actually, Sonny had been a little dejected prior to the winter solstice. That was because Nephis had been giving him the cold shoulder after that heated conversation in the council chamber of the Jade Palace. He found himself sleeping on the couch for the first time since they got together. Well, in a metaphorical sense, in truth, neither of them had slept anywhere after that night, since both were terribly busy due to the approaching solstice. But he could still feel the flimsy walls of the proverbial doghouse around him. It was not like Nephis was avoiding him or refusing to talk to him, or even behaving that differently. She had just retreated into her former aloof, impassive self. He could feel that she was angry as well as that she was hurt beneath the anger. They talked again after that night, trying to express their feelings and thoughts better, but that calmer discussion only managed to define where they stood better, not resolve the fundamental difference in their opinions. So there was an awkward distance between them for a few days. Sonny was saddened by that fact, but in a strange way he was also happy. To him it seemed like a good sign. This was the first fight they had gotten into as a couple. Usually Sonny was too accommodating, and Nephis was too casual about most things. The fact that she was angry this time showed that she cared about him deeply enough to get angry, at least, which was not at all bad. In fact, it was reassuring. Sonny would have been much more bitter if she had remained unperturbed and indifferent instead. As for how he himself felt, he was tense and anxious. He knew Nephis, and he knew that she would throw herself into the jaws of the forgotten god without hesitation in pursuit of her goal, of her unquenchable desire. So he was afraid to lose her. That was why the two of them were angry at each other, and that was why they had spent several days apart. But then the solstice arrived, and despite how Nephis felt, she suppressed her stubborn nature and made an effort to make the day as pleasant as he could for Sonny. Their conflict did not magically disappear after that, but the awkwardness dissipated somewhat. And yet, even though things once again seemed normal, some distance still remained between them. That gap was narrow and seemingly insignificant, but Sonny had no idea how to breach it. Damnation. Why are all my friends single? He desperately needed relationship advice, but there were few people he could ask for it. Not that fighting ancient gods of corruption was something many couples encountered as a stumbling block in their relationships. There was Kim and Luster, but he would be mad to ask for advice from either Luster or the woman who had married Luster, which basically only left one candidate. Effie. Yeah, no, I'd rather ask Nether for relationship advice. And that guy was someone whose failed relationship destroyed the universe, no less. Finally finding a narrow and desolate alley, Sonny scratched the back of his head. Come to think of it, how come almost all my friends are single? The answer was both obvious and sad. They were all workaholics. But how was humanity going to survive if the cream of the crop of its adult population were not busy making hordes of kids? Shaking his head and chastising his friends mentally, Sonny dove into the shadows, dragging his unbearably heavy baggage with him. Apart from the solstice, his birthday, and his first quarrel with Nephis, well, his first quarrel with Nephis after they became a couple, at least other things had happened as well. The world kept spinning, not waiting for anyone. Far north, in the burned forest, an ocean of rats was currently besieging an endless legion of appalling millipedes, getting closer and closer to their nests. In the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, one of his incarnations was maniacally altering the design of his future shadowbound memory to integrate his recent attainments in weaving into the theoretical spellweave. Another abandoned the forgotten shore and was establishing a base in Ravenheart. His experience in Ariel's game had proven that having almost all his avatars in the north was highly inconvenient during emergencies, so Sunny wanted to enhance his presence south of the Hollow Mountains. Plus, someone had to guard the Jade Board and the dollhouse at all times. They had not figured out what to do with these time bombs yet, but keeping them in the Jade Palace was definitely not an option. Sunny had half the mind of tossing at least one of Ariel's creations into the seal containing the Dark Sea, but was not at all sure that it was a good idea. Cassie, meanwhile, had taken a good look at Kai after the charming archer rested from his experiences in Ariel's game. Just as Sunny had expected, the rings of ash empowering his friends had disappeared. As soon as the game was over, however, they had not disappeared without leaving a trace. Kai had a new attribute now, Mark of Ash. This attribute granted him affinity to ash, whatever that meant, among other things. It increased his already immense resistance to fire, as well as granted him a minor, but scaling enhancement when near intense heat or surrounded by it. It was nice to know that knowledge and experience, as well as an awesome custom-made bow and a quiver of masterwork enchanted arrows, were not the only things Kai had brought back with him from Ariel's game. Still, Sunny was of the opinion that his friend deserved way more. After all, where else would one find a saint who had slain a cursed beast? Emerging from the shadows on a quiet street, Sunny smiled and headed for a particular manor situated there. Now that the solstice was behind them, Sunny and Nephis were going to get even busier. He had the new project of enchanting human strongholds in the dream realm on his plate, which meant that he and Cassie would be busy with researching sorcery for the foreseeable future, while Nephis was needed on numerous battlefields. Now that the cursed demon was dead, and she wasn't tethered to Bastion anymore, she would probably take the Ivory Island on a lengthy journey. The death zones south of Godgrave had remained an impregnable wall and a source of worry for them until now. Nephis wanted to conduct a proper reconnaissance of them first. Before that, though, they had to receive a lengthy report from the agents of the Shadow Clan scattered across the two worlds. It had been put off because of the solstice, so now was the time. Aiko seemed to think that things were fishier than usual. As well, they needed to determine if she was correct with haste. But that was for his other incarnations to worry about. This one, meanwhile, had a different task. Sunny was going to search for the fifth fragment of Weaver's lineage here in Bastion, in the true version of Bastion, to be precise. Chapter 2447, Home Visit. Leaving behind a few cracked cobblestones, Sunny arrived at a particular gate and waited for a while, expecting a giant wolf to come barreling out to engulf him in a hurricane of excitement, enthusiasm, and slobbery puppy love. However, nothing of the sort happened. Sunny had been preparing himself to act annoyed, but now he was strangely disappointed. Ling Ling, that brat? Does he not smell his favorite uncle standing at the door? Sunny waited a bit more, then sighed and raised his hand to knock at the gate. Before he could, however, it opened, revealing the sight of a toned, shapely, and sculpted torso. Sunny studied it for a few moments, then looked up, and then with a sigh, a little higher still. Effie was standing on the gravel road barefoot, wearing well-worn comfy sweatpants and a makeshift crop top with a faded nightingale logo that heroically held back her ample figure. Her hair was disheveled, and she was rubbing her eyes while yawning. Seeing her in such a mundane set of clothes felt a little strange, considering who she was and where they were. But then again, Effie had never been one to care about her exalted status. Looking over Sunny's head, she gave the street a dubious look. Huh? No one is here? God damn it. He gritted his teeth. Hey, stop pretending that you can't see me. Effie raised her eyebrows and slowly lowered her gaze. Then she lowered it some more and smiled brilliantly. Oh, it's you, Shadow Boy. Sorry, didn't notice you there, and by there I mean down there. Sunny furrowed his brow in annoyance. How does it even make sense? Sure, let's say you didn't notice me. What about that huge bundle on my back? The one that is 3 meters long? Only a blind person would fail to notice that. Effie looked at the bundled item protruding high above his left shoulder, then scratched her head in embarrassment. Well, fine. You got me there. Anyway, come in. I was warned that you'd be showing up, so I've been waiting. This is officially my first day of vacation. Didn't even know that I get to have those, you know? Granted, since you are involved, it will probably be a work trip at best. Now that I think about it, I think I was swindled out of taking a break. Sunny followed Effie past the gate and looked around. Huh? Where's little Ling and his dad? I was hoping to catch up. She gave him the side eye. Ling Ling is punished and is helping his dad around the farm also. I find it weird that you are friends with my husband. Really weird, Sonny blinked a few times, aghast and dismayed. What? Why? Let me tell you, I'm an awesome friend. Effie nodded energetically. Exactly. You are way too awesome. In the literal sense of the word, I mean. You are a sovereign, for spell's sake. What business does my husband have being pals with a sovereign? Nos, Sonny scoffed. That guy is married to a saint and is raising another. I think he can handle being buddies with a supreme. Don't sell that guy short. He is just that kind of impressive. Effie glanced at him, then looked away with a soft smile. Okay, that's true. He is indeed a little impressive, isn't he? Before they entered the house, Sonny gestured for her to stop and took the bundled item off his back with an audible sigh of relief. Wait a bit. I'm not sure that we can take that thing inside. The grounds of Effie's manor had been treated to be able to support the titanic weight of her transcendent form, as well as survive little Ling's overabundant energy, but he wasn't sure about the house. Her husband had built it from the mystical wood from the woods around Bastion, but they were dealing with something truly special here. Resting the bottom of the bundled item on the ground, Sonny supported its weight with one hand and used the other to massage his hurting shoulder. Ah, that's better. Effie studied the narrow object with a curious expression. Sonny grinned. This is a little gift from me to you. He lowered it to the ground carefully and then knelt to remove the straps. Of course, both the cloth the item was wrapped in and the straps were made from manifested shadows, so he could have simply dismissed them. But where was the theater in that? Plus, the more Sonny became akin to a deity, the more he learned to appreciate these small human moments. Sure, he could teleport around and make the shadows do everything for him so that he never needed to lift a finger. But walking where he needed to go on his own 2 feet and doing what he wanted to do with his own pair of hands was its own small pleasure. As he was unbundling the item, he gave Effie a mischievous smile. It's nothing too crazy. I just thought of you when I saw it. From within the cloth, an imposing spear was revealed. It was around 3 meters in length, devoid of frivolous adornments but beautiful in design. The great spear was both solemn and resplendent, seemingly forged from pure gold. Despite that, it emanated a sense of indescribable fierceness and crushing gravity, inspiring awe and reverence in anyone who glimpsed it. The spearhead was long, capable of both piercing and severing, while the shaft was flawlessly straight and seemingly indestructible. As soon as the spear was revealed, the air suddenly smelled of a lightning storm and sparks of electricity arced across the grass. It felt ancient, unfathomably powerful, and holy. The world itself seemed to react to the presence of the golden weapon, becoming brighter and solemn around it. Effie looked at the great spear, enthralled. What? At that moment, Sonny beamed. A beanpole for a beanpole. She forced herself to look away from the spear and gave him an unamused look. Wanna die? Sonny laughed. Effie studied the spear some more, then asked in a tone of wonder. No, really? What is this beauty? Sonny shook his head and finally dismissed the shadow cloth. His tone was nonchalant when he explained, This is a divine relic. Chapter 248, Divine Armament. Sonny smiled. To be precise, this is a divine relic I recovered in the frozen wastelands. And I mean that literally. It is a divine armament left behind by a slain god. I almost kicked the bucket to retrieve it. So be a darling and call me Uncle. Call me Uncle. Effie's eyes widened. Indeed, the great spear that looked like a bolt of obliterating lightning forged into a weapon was a divine weapon. It was the spear Sonny had glimpsed in one of the truths revealed to him in Ariel's game. That truth had shown him Weaver challenging Ariel to a death game on a blood-soaked battlefield in a frozen hell, with Ariel inhabiting the body of a dying divine. Sonny could remember every detail of that scene vividly. The endless white plain, the broken corpses of lesser gods, the rivers of Ikor flowing into the depths of the frozen ocean, the tendrils of nothingness seeping into reality through the cracks in the shattered sky, the giant kneeling in the middle of the silent battlefield, grasping his fractured head with 2 enormous hands as he mumbled disjointed words, full of terror, and a great spear laying on the broken ice, forgotten, still brimming with the echoes of annihilating lightning. The giant might have forgotten about his spear before dying, his body swallowed by the imprisoned ocean, but Sonny had not. So he ventured into frozen wastelands, hoping to find it. Luckily, discovering the battlefield from his vision had not been too difficult, at least not for Sonny, who could cast his shadow sense across numerous kilometers and move with breathtaking speed. After all, there were not a lot of places where the sky was shattered and tendrils of nothingness seeped into reality, even in the dream realm. Surviving that harrowing place, however, that was an entirely different matter. Thousands of years had passed since the day he saw in the vision of truth, and the entire area had become far more eerie and terrifying, not to mention chillingly lethal than it used to be. Everything was swallowed by the ice and bathed in the familiar white mist. Only something seemed to be hiding in the mist there, making his skin crawl. The unbearable cold was almost absolute, far worse than even the winter beast's blizzard had been. Sonny had wanted to explore the battlefield thoroughly, but in the end he barely managed to retrieve the spear from deep within the ice before hastily making a retreat. The spear had been gigantic at first, but as soon as he touched it, it shrank to its current size. That eerie place, that sense of terrible fear, that cold, was something he wished to never relive. Looking at Effie, Sonny smirked. "So what do you say?" Enthralled, Effie leaned forward and picked the spear. "Thanks, Uncle Wah." Barely lifting the spear off the ground, Effie toppled over and landed on her face, making Sonny laugh again. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention, it's quite heavy." Effie herself was also a top-heavy person, so it was no wonder that she had lost balance and ended up falling down. Laying on the ground, she gave him a glare, then stood up and reached for the great spear once again. With a grunt, Effie lifted it after all. Lean muscles rolled under her dewy olive skin, and beads of sweat glistened on her face. Sonny was not surprised to see her shouldering the crushing weight of the divine weapon that made even a sovereign struggle. If anyone had enough raw physical strength to carry the great spear, it was Effie. She studied it with a contemplative expression, then smiled. "Awesome. However, I don't think I am strong enough to wield it in battle. No saint is." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. "Indeed, no saint is." Which brings us to the next point of this conversation, and the real reason I'm here. Actually, I feel a bit awkward giving this speech for the second time, but here it goes. Nephis and I are going to appoint apotheosis sooner or later, which means run. Whores, Effie waved a hand in the air dismissively. "If you're about to tell me how someone else has to become supreme before you guys jump into the fifth nightmare, no need. Actually, I already met Kai in NQSC, and he regaled me with the tale of your misadventures in the death game over some drinks, so you can skip the explanation. I already know." Sonny stared at her for a few seconds, and Effie placed the golden spear back on the ground and shrugged. "Sure, I'm in." He blinked a couple of times. You know that we are talking about you challenging the fourth nightmare, right? Not immediately, I mean, but eventually. That is the reason I took Kai to Ariel's game, and that is why I want to take you to the mirror maze, to help you prepare." Effie yawned again, then let out a groan. "Damn it, all this talk of attaining supremacy, and I haven't even had my morning coffee yet." I said, "Sure, didn't I? Let's do it. Let's get me ready to challenge the fourth nightmare, eventually, preferably after I had breakfast." Sonny stared at her silently, then shook his head. "Don't you need time to consider? Only 4 people in history have survived the fourth nightmare, you know." Effie met his gaze, then smiled faintly. "Look around." Sonny did, studying the cozy wooden home and the picturesque grounds of the manor. Effie, meanwhile, picked up the divine spear and carefully leaned it against a nearby tree. "I have stuff to protect, Sonny." It was a very simple answer, but one that said it all. Brushing the dirt off her sweatpants and her stretched-out crop top, Effie started whistling a cheerful melody as she headed inside. "Don't dawdle. It's the full moon tonight, so let's grab something to eat and discuss what exactly we are going to do in the mirror maze. Oh, and also," she turned around and smiled. "Thank you for the spear, really. I mean it." Then Effie's smile turned into a grin. "I mean, I did not know what to expect when you began boasting about the size of your bundle." But when you took that thing out, good heavens, it really. Heading into the house, Sonny pushed her inside. Shut the hell up.